Hi, Raven J here, and I'm alone. It's kind of hoping I could get somebody else on, but I'm alone. I don't even think there's anybody watching, to be honest with you. Um, Hang on, let me check. Doesn't appear to be anybody here but me and my kids in the background. Hang on a second. What is this? Restart. I don't want to restart. There we go. My computer was going to restart. That's not very nice. Albert Seidenberg. Hi. I am tired. I am cranky. It is hot as fuck. I mowed the lawn today. I wasn't happy about that, but it needed to be done. And yeah. So there's that. Yay. I don't know. I was just reading a thread on Twitter. Buck Angel, a trans man, he's in his 60s. If you're not familiar with him, it's a trans man who's in his 60s. He transitioned a long time ago. He is a porn star. He is a public speaker. And he has a massive following of anti-trans I don't know, shit kickers. These are absolutely terrible people. I was going through something that he posted. He posted a clip from Bill Maher talking about how in certain regions of the country there's apparently an explosion of trans kids, and in others there is not. And he's like, if this was a natural development, why is this only happening, in some places and it's not happening everywhere? Now, I am not going to defend an explosion of trans children. I don't know enough about it. But I highly doubt that it is something that is only happening in California. There is a logical and pretty simple explanation why numbers of trans people in general, not just kids, but just trans people in general, would be residing in places like, the coasts, California, Washington, New Jersey, New York. Those are places that people feel safe to come out. Ohio, not so safe. Kentucky, not so safe. Florida, very not safe. Oh, excuse me. So, Buck Angel shared this clip of Bill Maher spouting his right wing shit, and Buck Angel, who is proclaiming to be an advocate for trans rights, and for trans equality, is parroting, this right wing drivel from Bill Maher to his audience of TERFs. There are people in his comments saying that anybody who's trans is a groomer, or anybody who thinks it's important to teach children about identity, agency, and consent, that they are somehow groomers for that. And this dude's got all kinds of stuff about, yes, we understand why you want to teach consent, cocks gun. And it's just like, dude, you're like threatening to kill people on Twitter, trans people, while you're following a trans person. I mean, and this is the audience that Buck Angel is talking to. Buck Angel is dangerous to trans people. I mean, until now I was reluctant to jump on that that Buck Angel is anti-trans bandwagon. But he really is. He is a danger to trans people because he is feeding into a narrative that people are using to justify murdering LGBT people in general. And getting angry at teaching consent sounds like what a groomer would say. Oh my God. Bam. I mean, this whole thing, it's so ridiculous. Blair White is feeding this narrative. Now, I mean, Blair White says a lot of things that I don't think she's necessarily really far off the mark. I just think her approach to a lot of things is unnecessarily harsh, unkind, unfriendly. She enjoys, she really does seem to enjoy just bashing trans people who don't pass because they don't pass. She kind of has this attitude of like, well, if you can't afford plastic surgery, you're not really trans. She might not have said those exact words, but it's implied in a lot of the things that she says. I mean, she really is an awful person. And like I said, I mean, I can find aspects of some of the things that she says that I'm like, I can understand that. I can agree with that. But it doesn't change the fact that even things that are reasonable or make sense are still coming out of a fucking human toilet. Because that's what she is. And Blair White and Tranpa, Buck Angel, are kicking the wasp nest of violent white supremacists and TERFs. They're kicking it as if they somehow believe that when the swarm comes, they'll be safe. I don't think so. I don't think it works that way. So, I don't know. Really, this isn't what I wanted to talk about. This was not what the show. I mean, I was kind of hoping that Joe would be on and that Mike would be on, and we would do our own dinner club. That's why the name of the show tonight is the Jambozilla, it's not a Raven's Nest episode. But I figured we would like bullshit about other stuff. And then as I was waiting for the broadcast for 9:00 to roll on, for the broadcast to start, I ran across this burning pile of Buck Angel feces on Twitter. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely fucking awful. The stuff that he's unknowingly feeding into is scary. It's frightening. I mean, there's this other dude. He's just like, there's no such thing as trans people. Just delusional. Somebody else was they shared a meme of it's like a knight with a sword, and it says, it's a quote from somebody saying, "Are you telling me that all of the global medical experts and the American psychological blah 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 blah, all these different organizations, that they are all wrong and that you know better than them about trans people?" And then it says yes, and it's just like, seriously, this is what they're doing now. This is their thing. This is what they're doing. They are publicly proclaiming that they know better than all of the experts, because apparently the experts are only in it to groom children for something. a thing. It couldn't be that they themselves don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and that their worldview is small and stunted and bigoted. That couldn't be. That couldn't be. Unbelievable. Unfucking real. I am so sorry. I am still. Don't forget churches. Fucking churches literally groom kids. You know what? Fuck the church. Fuck the church. Fuck the church. The very people that these assholes on Twitter vote for, right? I mean, how many of these people are rapists, kitty touchers, and child sex traffickers? How many of them? I mean, there's Matt Gaetz for one, right? They had that asshole down. I don't know, in one of the shit kicking states. He was basically the admitted child predator that they fucking voted for because, of course, they did. It's Donald fucking Trump, who was credibly accused of raping a 13-year-old. They love him. They're worried about groomers. I mean, you remember, these are the same fucking people that sent somebody into a pizza place with a gun because that apparently there was a sex trafficking ring in the basement when the building didn't even have a fucking basement. Yes, absolutely, Jonah. When it comes to these people, right? When it comes to the American right wing, when it comes to the GOP and the Republican Party, every accusation is a confession. That has been pretty much the status quo for them since 2016. Absolutely. I'm not gonna say that I know everything about trans kids. I'm not gonna say that there isn't some shady shit that happens. Yes, of course there is. Of course there is. This is a country of 340 million people. There are shady people out there. And there are shady people in positions of authority, and there are shady people in positions of power. Some are in positions that they worked for. Others were appointed. Others were elected. And there are some twisted and sick and fucked up motherfuckers. That does not mean that every 13-year-old kid that says that they're trans has been groomed or is being trafficked. It means that they need someone to talk to. It means that they might need help navigating into the next phase or stage of their life, even if they're not really trans. This fucking trigger happy knee-jerk reaction to threaten to start shooting people over something that isn't even fucking happening in any credible way is really fucking disgusting. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, Raven? I mean, this is the thing. This is why I pushed back so hard against, Mr. K a few weeks ago. This idea, well, maybe we should just kind of give something to them, kind of agree that these things are bad, and like we already do because these things they're accused of saying are happening are not happening. So it's kind of, but what a lot of people don't get is this is part of the gaslighting. This is what you do is you throw out an accusation. You don't have to have any evidence whatsoever. And so you say, oh, this is a problem. And of course, what you do is you pick things that would be a problem if they were real. So, of course, everybody's going to be on your side. You say, we have to stop, people raping, puppies. Well, of course, almost everyone's against raping puppies. I'm sure there's people out there who, fucked up people. But, And then people say, well, of course we have to be against that. And well, why don't the Democrats say anything? Because no one's supporting raping puppies. That's why,
Right. And I mean, and the target of their ire, I mean, moves when they run out of steam. Like
Right.
it was trans women, right? It was actually men pretending to be trans women in bathrooms so that they could molest little girls, because apparently this is a thing that happens, even though it has never happened. Like there's like no documented cases of it ever happening. There's not even accusations from anybody that it happened, but it's just something you must worry about. And when that runs out of steam, now they've moved the target. It's no longer trans people in bathrooms. Now it's the doctors who treat trans people. They're grooming them so they can traffic them.
Which is ridiculous, because they wouldn't have to, basically convince them that they were trans in order to traffic. Traffickers traffic, cishet people all the time.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's
and something you said earlier that I want to build on, because I thought it was an important point. When you were talking about Bill Maher, yes, Miss Lily is very vocal. She's not getting the attention she wants, so she's letting me know it.
I get like that too.
Yeah. Well, let me pick her up. She's making noise. All right. So yesterday it was Nemo, and tonight it's Miss Lily. Hi, Miss Lily. You're on TV.
Hey, puppy.
So yeah. So the
I'm
thing
gonna come to
is,
your house and I'm gonna take one of your puppies.
you can't take my. You could visit them and they'll give you kisses. Like you kiss hi.
Aw. Okay. Anyway.
So something that Bill Maher used to say, when I was still convinced that he was actually a liberal or had some liberal leanings, he had me fooled. Is that he made the point that he was like, well, I'm not saying that we shouldn't support them. He's just saying, just don't make it such a big part of what we're campaigning on, because it's not a winning argument. His thing was like, you have to win to control the tempo. So keep quiet about it during the election, and then once you're in, then you can do something to help them. Which there is a certain wisdom to that, and not on the trans issue particularly, but there have been issues in the past that I knew were losing campaign arguments, that I said, hey, let's not make that a big tent pole when we know it's not a winning argument, but once we're in, we can do what we got to do. So I was like, oh, there's some logic to that,
right?
But then then now,
oh, a mouse.
Oh,
hello, little mousey. Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry. There's a mouse. It's behind the bar. I got to get traps.
Yeah. So now he's kind of changed his tune, and now it's just not, well, just keep it quiet until after the election. Now it's like, now he's basically he's running the like the denialist. He's just gone full denialist now.
Right. Well, I mean, he's not like, he's not a liberal. He's not a leftist. He's a right winger that smokes pot.
Right, which is typical for libertarians, right? It's like they're socially liberal in that. In other words, I want to be able to do whatever the fuck I want, and so leave me alone, keep the government out of my personal business. But yeah, I don't fuck everybody else. I don't want to actually help
everybody else. Yeah.
I
mean, I can understand when there's trends that might seem troubling, and you are not in a position to maybe necessarily understand what's happening, or that there is an explanation that's logical, that isn't something that is favorable. I can understand getting upset about it and going out and saying something. I get that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think when I think sometimes there might be reason to be concerned, but you have to be careful that you're not burning the whole house down because there's a mouse behind the bar.
Right. Well, and it's just like we talk about, leftists that are just like, well, if I can't get everything I want, so I can let the house burn down. Like, no,
yeah, right? Yeah.
That's not good.
Bionic dance.
Yeah, and it's not going to end the way you think it does, because it almost never has. I mean, if you think about it, like as far as revolutions go, the United States Revolution was very unusual in history, where the people that initiated the revolution ended up being the ones that set up the stable government afterward. That almost never
Right.
happens.
Well, I mean, and I mean, it's in history, it's a fluke. It's a fluke of history, but like in the context of the revolution itself, it wasn't. They kept tight reins on everything as it went forward. It was
Right.
just like we are the ones that are starting all of this, and we are also the generals. We're the ones that are writing the paperwork. We are the ones that are appointing the people who are going to run shit,
And we're the people with money.
and they were the people with money. So it's like it wasn't an uprising of the town folks.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Which
Well.
is
Yeah.
what we're seeing now in this country. That's what we're seeing now is an uprising of the town folk.
Well, and just like all those revolutions, like basically, I remember reading a thing about how they were talking about why the various revolutions in Central and South America, why most of them failed long term, is because you had people who were actually the farmers and the tradespeople who they didn't know anything about running a country, and then they kick out the junta that had been there, and all they really know about government is what the previous junta did.
Yeah.
So they end up emulating. So you'd end up these alternating between right wing and left wing governments that did the exact same thing to the people.
Yeah, I mean, like the founding fathers in the U.S., most of them were lawyers.
That's right. Right, lawyers. They're all and then those that were farmers were accomplished. They were wealthy farmers. A lot of them had plantations.
Well, yeah. That's. I mean, even but like James Madison, right? He was a lawyer,
Right,
and also a farmer, though.
right.
I mean,
John, John Adams, lawyer and farmer.
John Adams. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
a lawyer and a farmer. That's
So
John
what
Adams.
we do is we've created this mythos that when we think farmer, we're thinking Farmer Dinkley with the pitchfork, and that's not what it was. It wasn't a revolt of. It was actually
John.
it was an upper middle class tax revolt.
John, yeah, well, it was. I mean, I say that all the time. Like the American Revolution was actually an accounting disagreement.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a fight for liberty. It was packaged as a fight for liberty. I mean, it was marketed that way, but it was an accounting disagreement.
Well, the thing that George Carlin made, I think you had a rich white dudes who held slaves who wanted to be free.
Yeah.
Now one thing I will say, because I know we've got a few mutual friends that are just like down on all the founders, and look, a lot of them were not the greatest, but you have guys like Patrick Henry, and Thomas Paine. They were the real deal.
They were the real deal. Yeah.
In fact,
A lot of the founding
Patrick
fathers.
Henry was like basically a socialist before socialism was even coined.
Yeah, that's true. I just a lot of the founding fathers. I mean, they're problematic. I don't hold it. I don't. I mean, there are people that go all bent out of shape about a lot of them. It's just like these are men of their time. It's. Is it a problem? Yes. Was there a lot that they could have done at the time? There was. They could have done more than they did.
Well,
But really, what our modern sensibility? It was something that was unthinkable then. That was inconceivable. You didn't do that.
Well, the thing is, like, and some people we know that have made the point, and it's not an incorrect point, that basically rich white dudes created a system of buy-in for rich white dudes.
Yeah.
But they're really good at their propaganda. Now, what I will say though, on the flip side, the reason why we were eventually able to get the suffragettes being successful and getting rid of slavery and all that is because you can't have the mass hypocrisy of those words that says that everyone has equal rights and then not give everyone equal rights, and we still have
whether or not, and I think that's something that could be discussed. I mean that's something that could be debated, whether or not that they laid the framework for a society to bloom that was far different than what they were living in and what they designed. Like they laid that framework to be used later, and that's exactly what happened. Or they were really fucking sloppy, and they left enough that people could say, "Hey, our founding documents say this, this, and this. I am entitled to this."
Yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, well, I think well, someone like Adams, I mean, because he was absolutely an abolitionist. He was like slave, he very begrudgingly gave in because he couldn't get South Carolina and Georgia to get on board unless he caved on slavery.
right, right. Well, I mean, he was also when it came like to the law. I mean, he was my understanding. Um, he himself was like a slave to the law. The law is 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 the law.
Right,
If it's good for you, it's good for everyone. Like he famously defended British troops
right.
um, in court and won.
Mm.
And still did did not dishonor himself as a founder of this country doing so. So I mean, it was just like
A country not of men but of laws.
of law. Yeah. And I mean, people like him, Thomas Paine, um,
Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry, Franklin, I think, who was mostly in it for pussy. Um,
Well, the funny thing is, I mean, because Franklin had slaves when he was very young, but he did. I mean, he gave them, he gave them up at a fairly young age, as I recall, and did live to be 84. So, um,
yeah. I
you know,
mean, he was a fascinating person. I mean, his accomplishments. I mean, I don't think he gets enough credit in our society for a lot of what he did. I mean, the first post office. Yeah, I mean, how many things bear his name?
well, if it wasn't for his diplomacy with France, there's no way we would have won the revolution.
But the reality is, I still believe he was largely, not completely, but largely in it for the pussy because he womanized all over the world.
Well, I think what it was, so again, because he was a diplomat, he was very good at using his position as a diplomat to get pussy. Even in his elder years.
I
Um,
mean, today that would get him into a lot of trouble. Ben Franklin would be me too the fuck all over the place, but
well, yeah, well, they let you do it when you're a star. Well, see, that's the thing. I mean,
they let you
funny.
do it when you figure out how to harness electricity from lightning.
Well, but that's the funny thing. I mean, he was so popular, particularly in France. I mean, they
They
he
loved it in
played up
France.
he played up, because everyone was expecting, this backwoodsman. Of course, he wasn't a backwoodsman, but he was good at playing the game. And yeah, he didn't need to molest anybody because they was getting thrown at him. So he just.
Yeah,
In fact, I think he was probably too busy with the easy pussy to like hurt anybody.
it's just I I I I understand your point about like being careful not to you know um put these people on pedestals and to deify them.
Yeah.
Uh, like Washington he was a piece of shit. Um, I mean, he did amazing things. He did great things. He was a fairly capable general, um, but he wore other people's teeth in his mouth, his slaves' teeth. He rotated his slaves so he didn't have to free them to
Mm,
skirt the law. The guy was a piece of shit.
yeah.
Yeah, he taught us how to transfer power peacefully, and yes, that was a big deal, and it's important, and for the most part, it's something that we a tradition that we've held to, without fail until
Yeah.
but I mean, but he was still a piece of shit.
Well, it's the
Um,
thing because part of the problem that I think the people have is because they have a very cartoon sense of evil.
yeah,
So they'll say, oh well, that person, oh they were nice, like, and I don't remember who I was having a conversation with recently, but they were talking about the thing that they find eerie about, like, one of the guys, this guy Matt is a friend of mine, I know from Steve's monthly hangouts. He met Steve Bannon last week,
ew,
and and Steve Bannon was actually nice to him. And he said, but that's the thing that a lot of people forget. Like, just because you do evil things doesn't mean you go around cackling and wringing your hands and
right,
going,
right,
evil.
right.
You know,
I mean, when you look at like the revolution, pre-revolution, after the revolution, the way everything unfolded, there's a core group of names. There's, more than a dozen, right?
Mm.
There's these men that were from the beginning to the end. They were part of it. Alexander Hamilton, there's George Washington, there's Thomas Jefferson, all these guys, all of these men, that if one or two of them were not there, the formula would not have worked.
Right.
Like something, it all would not have gelled. So it's like when you talk about like other countries and other revolutions where it don't work out like it did here, and it's just like, well, when you look at things that happen elsewhere, there's a few people that are at the head of it. The guy who rounds up the troops, is the same guy who was leading them, who is the same guy who's going to take power at the end. That's not what happened here. It was an entire group of people that were on the same page, that were talking about, we're going to do this, before the first shot was fired.
Mm.
And if any of them were missing, yeah, history would have unfolded differently. So, that's the reason. Do we have groups of men and women, gay, straight, black, white, brown, trans, gathering in beer houses and coffee houses across the country, sharing information about how they can build a better society where they could all make money than what they have now? No, that's not happening.
Mm.
It's not happening. So a new revolution here would fail miserably, because we lack the kind of communication and leadership that would be necessary.
Which is ironic, considering that we now have the greatest tool for communication ever assembled in the history of humanity. But mostly, as Louis C.K. put it, we use it to make mean comments on Twitter while taking a shit.
Yeah. I was going to say that we're all wrapped up in what's happening in Johnny Depp's bed. But
Right.
I mean, yeah,
Well, and the thing is, and this is unfortunately, the decades of dumbing down our educational institutions to the point where people are not articulate. And what's really funny is, I remember years ago, remember how it used to be like, if somebody made an egregious spelling error, and it wasn't speech to text error, it was just how to spell, or that your grammar was incorrect and you corrected them, people considered you rude. Oh, this is the internet, it doesn't matter, it's informal. But now I see it in professional stuff too, because people who get sloppy about how the words they use and how they use them, that they're no better in their professional writing than they are in their and you really see it where it's really stands out the most to me is journalists. I was watching
Yeah.
something earlier today. I was thinking of CNN, and the anchor, and she's talking to this person who actually knows something, and it's clear this person is completely out of their depth, and also doesn't even have the words to ask these questions in an articulate fashion.
Right.
And all he's really kind of doing is parroting what the person's saying as if it was a question, because they don't know what they're talking about and can't form a thought. And I'm like, what the fuck happened?
I get really disturbed when paperwork from the school comes and there's misspellings, and it's like,
Right.
this is the school. You're supposed to be teaching my kid, and you can't even spell.
And that's why I disagree. I have some friends who they're very much of like, well, don't look down on people who can't spell because you're being classist or whatever, or you're different cultures, and as long as you don't understand. But the thing is, I get the point. But certainly you shouldn't look down at somebody because they're less educated or they're poorer or whatever. They didn't get to go to the schools you did and all that stuff. I totally agree. But the problem is when you start to accept it as a general maxim that, oh, everyone's just going to be sloppy, then we get into how many times have we seen where we're having arguments over what the fuck words mean?
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem, because and that's why I completely disagree with, I guess, probably most people, the whole thing about dictionary. Now I get, the whole idea is a dictionary prescriptive, meaning it's telling you what the word should mean, or is it descriptive, saying, well, this is how the words are being used? I kind of, and most people are under the descriptive. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm like, yes, it's a reflection of the thing, but it's also a guide as to how you should be using the words, and it will change over time.
Without that side of it, you could just be like, I'm calling everything butter now.
Right, right. Yeah, if a dictionary isn't at least a little bit prescriptive, it's worthless.
It's worthless. Right. I agree.
Because a print document does not keep up fast enough to keep up with the language.
Agreed. Agreed.
But so yeah, that's why I'm just kind of amped most of the time now, and so I vacillate between being depressed and being angry. I guess angry is a little bit better because at least I'm not depressed.
I wanted to talk about John Mulaney tonight.
Mm.
And I ended up, getting all pissed off by, really violent right wingers, that are using the words of right wing trans people, to threaten trans people. I mean,
It's all related.
it is so disturbing. Um, yeah, I guess, yeah, the topics are related.
Related.
So for those of you watching who don't know, a number of weeks ago, whatever, a couple months ago, whenever the hell it was, Dave Chappelle had a special on Netflix. It was his last of like a series of specials, and it was called The Closer. He had already, before this show, he had already had a reputation for telling some jokes that were in poor taste about the LGBT community and trans people specifically. Um, I I wouldn't necessarily at that time say that they were transphobic at that time. Um, just that maybe they were heading down in that direction. Once the Closer show came out, now I would categorize everything he says about trans people as being transphobic because he clarified a lot of his beliefs about trans people. So in the Closer, he said that he was Team Turf, and that trans people are basically wearing blackface, and that it's a costume, and um, yeah, he just said some really bigoted, uneducated, ignorant shit about trans people. And it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, and he caught a lot of flack for it. So apparently, last night or the night before, the comedian John Mulaney was at a stadium. Apparently, he's out on a comedy tour, and this one particular date was at a stadium in Ohio, and he had a special guest, Dave Chappelle. He gave the mic to Dave Chappelle, who went on a transphobic joke rant, I guess.
Screed.
I don't know. Yeah, screed. Now John Mulaney, who had never done material that I've ever seen that would be considered anti-LGBT, or specifically anti-trans, never that kind of a thing, turned his show over for a short period of time to somebody who told a lot of transphobic jokes. Mulaney did nothing, said nothing, didn't stop it, didn't say that any of it was wrong. Instead, he hugged Dave Chappelle at the end of the set, um, basically giving his seal of approval to the transphobia that had just transpired. So, John Mulaney is a piece of shit. There was like an immediate backlash when you went into the stadium, and this is true of most comedy shows and probably a lot of shows at different venues. They take your phone. Um, I know when we saw John Mulaney in New York City last year, they took our phones when we went in. So they take your phone and they lock it up in a box, so you have no access to your phone. So there was a bunch of trans people at the show. And there they are in a stadium of 18,000 people with people laughing hysterically at transphobic jokes while they're right there, feeling as if they were the butt of the joke because they were.
Yeah.
Um, they felt ambushed because they were. They went to see somebody they thought was a trans friendly host, a trans friendly comedian. This was a space where they felt safe. And then they were ambushed by Dave Chappelle. I mean, if I had paid to see John Mulaney and Dave Chappelle took the mic, I would be upset because that's not what I paid to see.
Right.
I wouldn't consider that to be a bonus.
No.
That's not a bonus. somebody sticking their finger in my eye isn't a bonus.
Oh, but it was a joke. Ha ha.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing.
At your expense. At your expense.
Yeah, right. At my expense, the whole the closer show. Oh, it was just jokes. It was joke, but it wasn't jokes. It wasn't jokes. I mean, it was. He wasn't. These weren't like jokes that were in poor taste or jokes that were like just anti-trans. They weren't even jokes. He went on an explanation about why he doesn't like trans people, and there were no punchlines. There were no jokes. It was, hey, I'm team turf because you know trans people is basically blackface for women. It's
I told you before that what pissed me off. All of that pissed me off, and on top of all that, the fact that he used the struggle of black people, particularly black men in America, to hurt another group of people who are struggling in America. So I'm like, how
right.
fucking dare you? And the thing
So
is,
his friend who committed suicide, who was a trans woman, he told this story about this was his friend that he related to on a personal level. They were friends. He misgendered her, spoke for her because she couldn't speak for herself because she dead. And that was supposed to mean something to trans people. I don't understand, but
well, and the other thing that gets me about him going on with John Mulaney is that he had said, "Well, that's the last I'm going to talk about it." So
right, but he doesn't.
that was full of shit.
Somebody a few weeks ago jumped on stage and tackled Dave Chappelle in a show. I don't know who the person was. That was all reported. I don't remember. I didn't care enough to really get the guy's name. But Dave Chappelle gets up and gets the mic and he's like, "Yeah, I was a trans person." So it's like, seriously,
Well,
leave it alone. You said you were going to leave it alone. Leave it alone.
well, here's the other thing that gets me about it too, is that there were people that I saw who, on the one hand, were with Will Smith about
Yeah,
Chris Rock, but were against the person that tackled Dave Chappelle.
yeah.
Well, what's the difference? Either to me, either you think both are bad or both are good.
Right.
You're consistent.
Well, I mean, that entire thing, Dave Chappelle's show, the closer, the slap, and the guy who tackled Dave Chappelle, right? That all of those events, right? The amount of hypocrisy on all facets of that all the way through is amazing. Like it's almost as if nobody can carry a consistent value
Right.
through anything. There's no
Right.
consistency
If you're on my side, you can do whatever you want. If you're not on my side, everything you do is a anathema.
yeah, yeah. That's insane. I mean, that's
And
the
this
whole
is
country is idiocracy.
well, and this is the reason why for a long time, I didn't want to really ever choose sides because I felt like I find that when people pick a team, that then they get myopic like this, they get hypocritical. Now, like I said, for me, what I've come down to, like I'm not on Team Democrat again. It's just that the other team is actively trying to hurt me and people I care about. This one isn't actively out to hurt me, so I'll sidle with them for now because they're my best chance of the other guy not hitting me with a stick.
Right. My entire adult life, I was registered as an independent. I am a registered Democrat now, but that's because I joined a Democrat organization and I ran for public office. Right. And I wasn't going to run as a Republican.
Yeah, no, that wasn't going to happen.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not really a Democrat either. I mean, I've always been an independent.
The only reason why I ended up registering as a Democrat was because I wanted to vote for Obama in the primaries in 2008.
Yeah, actually, that's when I was for Bernie. That's when I actually went and made it official as a Democrat so I could vote for Bernie. Yeah. Yeah, Jonah. Blame Mulaney. Here's the thing: if John Mulaney puts out a statement saying, I've been friends with Dave Chappelle for a long time. I understand that some of his jokes are in poor taste, and he has really hurt the LGBT, mostly trans community. I do not stand by his words or the pain that he has caused, and I am sorry if I was a part of that. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's okay. I'll take that. But I mean, if he's been silent, it's not like he doesn't know that there's no backlash. He obviously knows. We all know.
Right,
He
because
must know.
he even if he said like, look, it caught me off guard. I didn't know what to say, and it was an awkward situation. So I said nothing. I should have said something, and that's why. Because I would have said again, I could understand that. Like you're in the moment, you're like, hey, I just invited this dude onto my show, and he's just kicking puppies in the face. But I'm gonna say and you're just awkward and you don't say anything. But well, and this is one thing too that I've played this on Facebook a number of times recently because the free speech people love to quote Carlin because Carlin was against political correctness and censorship and all this, but there's that one piece from George Carlin on Larry King where he says what he's talking about Andrew Dice Clay, and he's saying yes, Andrew Dice Clay should be allowed to say whatever he wants to say.
Right.
However, he said the difference with him is that traditionally comedy has attacked power. You basically attack and then but he's punching down on and his thing was that it's the reason why it's low grade comedy is not because it's mean, it's because it's mean to the downtrodden. And that's the difference. Like you could make mean jokes about Richard Nixon when he was president because he was fucking president. And I don't care you want to make fun of Obama and all that, whatever. But when you go after people with no power, you're a coward because you're going after somebody who can't fight back.
You can't fight back. Right. Right.
And that's what I think kind of hilarious about the constant scream about cancel culture, especially from fucking Bill Maher. It's like the tiny number of trans people in North America, even if there's an explosion of trans people that goes from single digits of known trans people to like a few hundred, maybe a few thousand, that's an explosion, in a country of 340 million people. But that tiny amount of people, even if it's a few 100,000, is not enough. That's not enough political power to do anything to anybody.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is they're not really attacking trans people on on political grounds.
Right.
It's these people are dangerous because they're grooming children. So that's their attack. And then they can use that to attack Democrats because Democrats are supporting equal rights for LGBT people.
Right.
So, well, therefore, you must approve of this child grooming that is happening because because Rob decided to become Raven.
It's like the old day. When did you stop beating your wife?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, and it's just like or like I used to say all the time when people would say to people, "You're racist." It's just like I don't know. There are people that I know are racist from their words and deeds, right? But others, it's just like you don't know that. And not only do you not know that, they can't defend against it because there is no defense. That's like, when did you stop beating your wife? You're a groomer because you support this. You're a rape. You can't defend. There is no defense because anything you say is, well, that's just what a racist would say.
Sometimes it is though.
Huh?
Sometimes it is though.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. It's like you can't defend against that. And I always hated that when people would throw out those, oh, you're a pedo or you're a racist or if it's true, it's true.
Right.
But when it's just thrown at somebody.
Well, see, that's why usually what I'll do is I'll say that statement is racist. This way I'm decoupling from the person. I'm not saying you are a racist, but you're certainly spouting a racist thing.
I do the same thing. What I'll say to people is, I don't know if you're racist. I know what you said was racist. I don't know if you are racist because I don't know what is in your heart and mind. And to call you a racist, I would have to know that.
Right.
I can say from your words, if it looks like a duck, and it sounds like a duck.
Well,
You know, but
I'll usually add. So if your purpose is to not be racist, you may want to reconsider your words. Now I don't
and
know what you're talking about blaming the audience. I don't know who was blaming the audience, other than if the
oh,
audience.
well, the comedians. Like, okay, so if you go to work and your job is a dishwasher, and you break all the dishes, you're the employee, the worker, and you fucked up. It's your fault. If you're a comedian and you go out there and the audience doesn't like your jokes, it's not your
Oh,
fault.
I
It's
got
the
you.
audience. Blame the audience. It's their fault because they didn't get it.
Yeah, this audience has no sense of humor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, oh no, maybe you don't know how to make this audience. I mean, it's your job as the comedian to figure out what the audience likes and doesn't
Yeah.
like.
A white comedian going into a theater of black people, when the lights go down, he says, "It's awfully dark in here. Everybody smile." And then when nobody laughs, wow, this is a tough crowd. No, you're a piece of shit.
Well, and here's the funny thing too. Here's the funny part about that, because I'm glad you brought up that particular joke, because I have known of white comedians that could pull that joke off and get an audience of black people with them, because he would be constructed in a way that he's making fun of racism,
Right.
and not making fun of black people.
It's all in how the jokes are constructed, which is, again, go back to Dave Chappelle. There was no joke construction.
Right.
It was trans people suck, trans people suck, trans people suck. It's just,
Well, that's
joke
the point.
construction is everything.
Well, that's the thing, because you even pointed out there were some of his trans material earlier in the show that you were fine with, that he constructed it well and it was funny.
The trans man in the men's room. That joke was hilarious.
Right.
His back got all wet when he used the urinal. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that is hilarious. Right, because it's just a play on, okay, someone who's used to sitting down to pee, and now they're in a men's room and there's urinal, so they well, I'm a man, so I'm supposed to use the urinal, and so I screw it up because I'm not used to it. That's funny.
It's hilarious. That was fine. So it's like, oh well, trans people don't like people joking and laughing at them. No, that joke is a good example because it was amazing. That was hilarious. I laughed my ass off.
Right.
That's a big difference than going, trans women are wearing blackface and I'm Team TERF.
Right. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Raven clarified for me. Thanks. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree.
It's I mean, there is another profession where the where the guy in the spotlight, so to speak, can be completely wrong and still have a job, and that's weatherman.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's very frustrating, and especially what gets me, there's so many of them. I said, I still want to write to Michael Palin about his defense of, he signed that letter defending J.K. Rowling,
yeah,
and cancel culture, and I'm like, I really want to address him and say, Michael, when you made the movie The Life of Brian, it was literally banned in much of Britain. In fact, originally it was all banned everywhere, and then it slowly got out in other places. So you actually, and it wasn't leftists that were banning you, it was the church and the government. The government stopped your art production from being displayed because it was so threatening to the sensibilities of religious people. What the fuck is wrong with you that you're just how some of you think this is equal? Someone saying, yeah, I don't like J.K. Rowling. No one lobbied to have J.K. Rowling's movies pulled from theaters or.
So this is one of the problems with not just like J.K. Rowling, but like specifically like this topic, is and it's not just an American thing. It really is a worldwide thing. In general, people they look at the surface and they make their decisions and determinations and they draw their conclusions based on what's on the surface. Now, the arguments that come from J.K. Rowling on the surface are perfectly reasonable. When I first heard them, I was like, that makes sense. That makes sense. If you want to support trans people, that's one thing. If you want to say that your 7-year-old is trans, and now should have surgery and be put on life altering drugs, wait, slow down. You know, they're a child. You
Right.
know, they can't make these kinds of decisions. We don't let kids adopt children. Why are we going to, let them make decisions that are going to change and alter their bodies forever? This makes sense.
Sure. But the thing is, we also don't do those things.
But that wasn't the argument, though. That's
Right.
just what's on the surface. When you dig into what she's saying, it's, trans men are destroying entire generations of women because they've convinced women that being a woman is bad because it can be hard sometimes. What the fuck
Yeah. Yeah.
nonsense is
Well,
this?
that's the thing, and also she acts like trans people, trans women especially, are stealing something from women, and somehow, one argument she made was literally like, if I accept trans women as women, then somehow that meant that cis women couldn't be women. Like
Yeah, right. It's just
that,
I've had people on Facebook send me messages. It's only happened a couple of times, but um, they're like, stay out of women's spaces or stop stealing. I I I'm sorry, I'm a trans woman. It means I'm a woman. And anywhere I go is a woman's space. Mine. I don't want to go, and change in the locker room in your gym. I don't want to do that. I don't want to change in any gym locker room. If I'm going to go to the gym, I'm going to do all that stuff before and after I go, regardless of being trans. Because why would, how many people are volunteering to, hey, let's get naked in front of strangers
yeah,
and, and then and then just leave? I mean, I don't understand the mindset. Why that's a thing? Why that's considered a sacred space?
I never understood it either. I
Right?
mean,
I don't.
because I remember when I was in high school, that was when like, we were, guys were changing, and there were guys even like showering, and they had like a communal shower. I'm like, what the fuck is this crap? I don't want to shower in front of
Well,
people.
I used to get changed in the in the stall.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't feel comfortable. Um, Now we know why.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
it all makes sense now. Um, but I mean, it's just I don't want to steal anything from women. I just want to live my life. I don't want to see anybody in the bathroom. I just need to pee.
Well, also, you don't like if you go in a regular, locker rooms aside. There's no naked people running around bathrooms. You're not seeing anybody nude unless you like looked
Yeah.
over the stall, the thing,
Now,
and
in ladies' restrooms, at the mirror, there might be like some, like pushing and prodding, and but nothing of anything that's like shocking or you
right,
know,
and you got the boobage too. You might need to do that as well.
yeah, yeah. I mean, last summer, we went down to Seaside Heights, and we were walking the boardwalk, and it's a day. At some point during the day, you need to use the restroom.
Mm,
Um, I don't. I People who have known me for a long time, and including myself, when they see me, their view of me, what you see of me, is tainted by that past.
mm,
So you still see Rob to a certain extent. You still see Rob. That's just the way it is. People who have never met me before don't have that
mm.
that old memory to blur their vision at all. They have a better view of what I actually look like because it's not being tainted by the past, right? So I don't know how passable I am. All I know is that what I'm told from people who recently meet
Right,
me.
right.
So when we were down, and this was like last year, so I've come a long way since then, right? So when we were down the shore, and I had to use the restroom, and just go use the ladies' room. I don't want to have an issue.
Mm,
I don't want to, I need to pee, but at the same time, I don't want somebody calling the cops because I need to pee.
right.
Well, then use the men's room.
Right. Right.
I mean, that just isn't safe.
Right.
I mean,
What
I'm
do you
not saying
do?
it's likely to happen, but I mean, I could get beat up.
You could get
I
beat
could
up.
be sexually
Definitely.
assaulted. I could be, I mean, it's the men's room.
Mm.
Um, yeah, that's just not safe. So it was just like, it got to the point where, because like I said, it's all day. So like, you had to pee maybe 2 or 3 times during the day. You're drinking sodas and everything else, right? So you got to pee. So like there was the one time I ended up, it was like the busiest bathroom in the middle of the boardwalk. And I went into the ladies' room real quick. I did what I had to do, and I got out real quick.
Keep
But there's a
talking.
couple of other times where it was just like, there was one where it was like you pay to use the restroom. There's
Mm.
like, oh, it's a paid private restroom, which was bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You paid, but it was no different than any of the other restrooms. So I would end up paying and using the men's room. And then again, went in real quick and out real quick. I don't think I would have that issue now.
Mm.
Um, I've come a long way since then. But
Well,
still, I mean, it's still an uncomfortable thing. And not because I am uncomfortable. It's just that other people make me uncomfortable.
well, and to your point about people who've known you for a very long time, I didn't realize how much you had changed. Because again, so yes, you see somebody almost
Right.
every day, and but then I was going through memories on Facebook, and there was a picture that I took of you and Peach that time you came to my house, which was
Right.
like 2015, I think, or so. And I looked at that, and then I looked at one year, and I was like, "Whoa!" It's like night and day. It really is night and day. But when you see somebody on a regular basis, you don't notice the transition. It just
So
kind
how
of
do how do I do this?
what you trying to do.
My computer. I don't have it. Okay, that I don't have that. I'm trying to share. Um, share screen. Share screen. How does that work? No, see, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Never mind.
I had no idea what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Now I got this stupid thing. StreamYard, see your screen. I don't know. What is this? Screen 2? Screen 1. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So let's see. Where is it? There's a picture. A picture from a year ago. Um, that's not it. Where is it? God damn it.
I didn't know.
But that's not it either.
Well, that just won't do.
That just won't do. Well, be some on a beach.
It is untenable.
All right. So allow that. That's only a year ago.
Hmm. That's a big difference, even from now. From then.
May 20th, 2021. That's a year.
Hmm.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. That's crazy talk.
That's crazy talk. Okay, let's get rid of that ugly guy. We had our ugly guy. But yeah, that's a big difference.
You've come a long way, baby.
I've come a long way. I've come a long way. And it is nutso.
Yeah.
Stop. Okay, good. I am still learning how to use this. I want to see if I can do a multicast through either through StreamYard or through Discord. So
Hmm.
that when the time comes to do the goddamn podcast, I want to be able to stream it here and on their thing, so
Hmm.
I can get both audiences at once.
Gotcha.
Um, I think that would be really cool, but I don't know how to do it, and I gotta find out from some fat guy if he knows how to do it. And we can like try to make that work. Um,
I think you
I
would
think that would
probably
be really good.
I think you would probably have to do is use StreamYard for your channel and then share screen. And there's a way I'm pretty sure with I know you can do this in Zoom. You could probably do it with StreamYard. Is instead of sharing your screen, you share the application. So you would actually share. You would have Discord on open, and you would share the Discord browser window.
Right. Okay. I right. I think so. Something like that.
Yeah, well, we'll try. I mean, we can try to play with this. I guess as well. I guess we got to do it tomorrow in the daytime because
Well, we're not going to do. I already let them know that I want to do it next weekend. I
okay.
want to have time to be able to figure out how to do it. Number one. Number
Mm.
two, I want to change my intro music. I'm gonna change it to Runaway's Cherry Bomb, or
Mm.
I'm gonna use one of Devin's screamo songs.
Mm.
I think the goddamn podcast audience will appreciate that more than my Joan Jett and the Runaways um, stuff. I also want to make the outro video using the Magic Garden song,
Yes,
so I
definitely.
want to do that, and I want to be able to advertise the show that we're going to be on. And I'm going to basically, for one night, I'm renaming the goddamn podcast to the goddamn Raven's Nest. So I think that would be cool. Aw, little guy's crying. Oh, wait, I got my feet on the floor and there's a mouse in here somewhere. Never mind. I got to pick my feet back up. Sorry.
It's just a little mousey. He's not going to get you.
I don't like mice.
Well, I don't either, and we have a mouse problem here. Although I one it didn't get caught in the trap, but it set off a trap and it scared it. And I haven't seen any of. I only saw one once since then, and I haven't been hearing any munching in the evenings anymore. So
Yeah,
that's
I
good.
don't hear any of that. There was one in the kitchen upstairs a couple weeks ago. Um, and I was pretty upset. I was
See,
like,
what gets me is I keep like I went out and I bought I had a bunch of like plastic containers. I anything that was in a box is now in a plastic container, vacuum, not vacuum sealed, but airtight. So
right.
there's nothing left anymore for them to eat anywhere. Why they're still here, I don't know. Because there's certainly no food.
Mm,
Well,
yeah.
one thing that was messed up, I kept hearing this chewing like near the front door, and what it turned out to be I had a box that had packing material, and it was the starch packing material,
Right.
and the fuckers were eating it. It's
They're
starch,
hungry.
right? So
They're
it's got
hungry. You hid all the food.
yeah. Yeah, here's the problem though. Like I don't like sticky traps either, but I've been trying to use the snap trap. I can't put poison out. I got dogs,
Right.
and I can't risk it if the poison gets exposed and they'll eat. And I have little dogs, and if I had big dogs, I wouldn't worry about it. But for little dogs, if they see it and they eat it, they'll kill them or make them, permanently injured. So, but the thing is that these mice are so light. Like I remember a couple times I put something for them to eat on the little thing, and the thing is super sensitive. You just tap it and the thing snaps. Multiple times in a row, the fucking mouse ate the food off the fucking little catch and didn't set off the trap because these are little tiny field mice that weigh a few grams, so they're not big enough to set it off.
That's what this was. He was like little gray and brown. He was about this big.
Yeah.
Um,
And at least like now Nemo, if Nemo sees a mouse, he's never caught one, but he does kind of growl at it and kind of like try to hunt it.
Penny
But
used to chase mice.
hmm,
That's the funniest thing ever is watching a pit bull run through an apartment trying to catch mice.
that's hilarious.
Furniture flying.
See, the thing is, like Blitzen had bad eyesight, so she never noticed them. Molly would notice, and she would kind of look, and sometimes we tell her like, Molly, get the mouse, and she would look at us like, no, that's Charlie. You know, she was just not interested in the mouse. Like, yeah, I see it. I'm not gonna chase it for you. Just like so a couple times, I was hoping they would like occasionally you get like a random bug or beetle or something come in the house, and
Right.
some dogs will eat them. And so I would point out, and she would go over and sniff it, and like, nah, I don't like the smell, and walk away.
Penny used to catch bees like that.
God, bees.
More than once, she got stung in the mouth. It's like,
Ooh.
come on, dog.
Uh,
They're like this and whimpering. It's like, when are you gonna learn? Leave them alone.
but well, I don't know.
I personally don't care. People are like, oh, I don't want to kill it. I want to catch it and then take it right outside the door and let it come right back in again because I'm fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, if you like were to
Yeah.
take all of the mice in the world and weigh them, like their weight would be like the same as all of the people in the world. I mean, I don't know if that's accurate. I pulled that out of my ass, but the point is mice are not endangered.
No.
It's okay if some die. Like the 3 or 4 that might be living in my house, they can die.
What's the thing? Because my thing is, I wouldn't care, but they're destructive, and they can do things like chew on wires and then start fires and shit like that. So, although or they can destroy your stuff because sometimes they'll just chew up paper because they need bedding. So I just yeah, I mean that's why I always wanted to ask people that are like really vegans to the point of being like almost religious. Like, do you kill vermin? Do you like if bugs get in your house or mice or anything? Are you willing to kill them or not?
Yeah,
because I am.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like vegans, as soon as somebody tells me like they won't eat honey because it's exploiting bees, I'm like, I don't even want to talk to you.
Right. Well, and
Honey is like one of the greatest things ever, and it's not like you're taking the honey and the bees are going, well, shit.
What are we gonna do now? Well, and the thing is that yeah, you're not because you're not taking more than the bees need to survive. Plus the fact that that whole process is done because they're using the bees to pollinate the fields. So if using bees to make honey is exploitive, then using them to pollinate fields for our human consumption is also wrong. So which case then that means you can't eat any fruit and about a third of the vegetables.
Right. It's like there's like 30 to 40% of like produce is
Pollinated by bees.
from exploiting bees. So eat the fucking honey. It's good for you and it tastes good.
Yeah. I don't know if this is true. I haven't verified this. So take this with an enormous grain of salt. But supposedly, if you eat honey that's local to the area you're in, because it's made from the pollen that's local,
Right.
that it can help desensitize you to at least a little bit to the local pollen, so that if you have bad hay fever, that it can desensitize.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
There's a logic to that.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Megan. It's just
it applies anti-capitalist views to non-human animals.
And that's the thing. I mean, if people want to start listing the things that are problems with capitalism, I'll join them. But I started hearing people blame capitalism for everybody. Oh, Steve got hit by a bus. Capitalism? What the fuck?
Well, if it wasn't for capitalism, that bus wouldn't exist. It would be a people mover.
Yeah, right. And
Well, I mean, and then there's also like, so if you own your own, right, it's your own beehive, and you harvest your own honey from your bees, is that capitalist?
I wouldn't think so.
So then, is eating honey okay then?
Right.
My toes are hanging off the chair. I don't know where that mouse is.
Well, the other thing is like, because sometimes people talk about the suffering and they're like, oh, well, plants are not sentient. I'm like, no, that's true. They're probably not sentient, but they do exhibit awareness. In fact, we know that they exhibit communication between them.
Bees?
Plants.
Oh yeah, plants, unbelievable. Like there is Neil deGrasse Tyson on one of the Cosmo episodes did this whole thing about how plants around the world can communicate through an underground network of the fungus that they use on Discovery for the tardigrade to work.
I didn't watch
Ah,
that,
um,
but I get the idea though. You know that they have
right.
they have a
I
way.
I'm drawing a blank, but I mean, plants use that to communicate around the world. Where trees miles apart can communicate about things that are happening in its environment, so the other tree can help protect itself. Um, yeah, that's communication. I mean, it might not be human communication, but who the hell says that humans are the center of everything?
You know, and that's the thing. But it's like, well, and yeah, the thing is now to Tiger Lily's friend that, well, if you own the bees, it's still exploiting. But again, if you're using bees to pollinate your field, it seems to me that that would be the same level of exploitation, right? You're using them, you're getting them to do work for your own end, and that's why I'm like, well, if you know, how is the honey, you know, not honey is exploitation, but pollination isn't, which, you know, honey is just the byproduct of that pollination. If you weren't doing the pollination, you wouldn't have the honey.
But if you're owning the bees in order to use that honey, to take that honey for yourself, then you're exploiting their labor. But the pollination, they're going to do that anyway.
Well, but they wouldn't be doing it in your fields, or you're getting produce that you're selling for a profit. They wouldn't be in your field necessarily.
See, it's exploited to own the
Wait,
bee.
okay, and at least that would be consistent. But again, if it's exploitive to own bees, it's exploitive to own bees to pollinate the fields, which means you can't, you if you was going to be, if someone's that level of veganism, then they couldn't eat anything that was pollinated by bees, because that involved the ownership of bees by somebody. Because they're not just, because farmers are not depending on wild bees to do the pollination.
I see militant anything is always like I am militantly anti-militant. I've
I remember I used to say years ago, I'm an extreme moderate. Anyone who can't accept that should be killed.
or given a stern talking to.
Turn talking to. Yeah. And that's the thing. And again, I have less problem with people who are actually internally consistent. So if someone actually says owning bees for any purposes is wrong, and I'm going to try to avoid any product that's used by the ownership of animals, okay, I disagree with them that position, but I'm not against somebody having that position, because at least they're internally consistent.
Well, and there's also like when it's compared to humans and animals, animals will always have less choice than us. But that's not necessarily true either, though. Like if you're out on safari and you're stranded, and a pride of lions come along, you're the one that has a lot fewer choices.
Right. Well, the thing is too, I mean, and this is the thing, like,
Oh, here, did you see this? What she just said?
yeah, exactly. And that was the feeling I got a long time ago. It's like somehow here's the irony. So you take the opposite extreme, the people who are just, they don't give a fuck about animals, and you can abuse them and torture them and do anything and they don't care, right? Because they think the humans are apart from animals, that just we're something different, that we're not an animal, we're apart from animals, and so therefore we can do whatever we want. But the extreme on the other end, we're basically the people, you know, against the human footprint on the planet, again, is separating humans from the nature that we're part of.
So for a long time, I was of the opinion that one of the biggest problems that humanity had was its separation from nature. And I was on a live stream. I don't remember what platform it was. Might have been Blog TV. I don't remember though. And I was going on this rant about that, how we need to be more in tune with nature, and we need to get away from our industrial and our manufactured existence. And there was somebody in the chat that was just like, dude, beavers build dams and they live in them. That is their nature. They've built a structure to live in. They've evolved to do that. That is no different than your house. And I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It is like, it is your nature to live the way that you do. It might not be, a healthy for like, the water and the plants and, everything else, but it's natural because it was built by a natural being as part of its natural environment.
Well,
And
well,
that
and
live
actually,
in cities is the natural environment of a human being.
well, and to that point, there are times when beaver dams. I mean, sometimes they're a good thing, and sometimes they're not a good thing for the ecosystem. So, it's
I was just really thrown by that because it was such a simple um opposing point of view to what I had believed, and I never thought of it. And I like to pride myself on looking at things from multiple sides before I make decisions. And
right.
this was one that really was very simple, that completely escaped my view until we ended up having this really long, like hour and a half long back and forth about it. And I was just like, whoa, shit.
Blow your mind. Well, see, now here's one thing too. I would say to Megan's coworker. So, I mean, it seems to me then if someone feels that like humans are, because basically, and this is, I have a problem with humans who take the position that humans are effectively an infestation on Earth. Now, if you want to argue humans cause a lot of damage on Earth, I'm with you. Believe me, because we do. But the idea that humans just inherently are a plague, and see, because it seems then that makes me wonder. Then, well, if someone is that degree of vegan, then it seems to me you'd have to be an antinatalist, right?
Hello, Mr. Anderson. You didn't get the Matrix reference?
I didn't see it.
No, I just said it because you had said that humans are an
Oh
infestation
yeah.
of the planet.
Oh, that was
Agent Smith.
he says that the humans are
Yeah,
an infestation.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. There's another organism on the planet that behaves the same way as human, and it's a virus.
well, see, the interesting thing about that, Megan, is that there are I know of a lot of vegans that have tried to make the argument that people should be vegan because of the environment. They try to make the environmental argument, and see, and that strikes me then of kind of like you've seen this, I'm sure, Raven, when there are religious people who will make arguments at atheists that they themselves as believers never found compelling in the first place. It wasn't something that ever would have convinced them.
Right.
You throw it at us in almost like a gaslighting way, like, yeah, but no, that didn't work on you. Why should it work on me? you know, um, but here's the other thing too. The idea that we have more agency than the lion or the tiger. I'm like, well, again, it depends on the setting because we could choose not to go there. I'm like, yeah, but why? I mean, like, okay, a lion is limited because their bodies work best in a certain environment. So they're not going to go to the Arctic. They don't build clothes and all this kind of stuff. But the fact that we can, does that mean we shouldn't? I mean, like that's a bad argument to me. It's like, well, you have more choices to go there, so therefore it doesn't matter what happens to you. I don't see. It's kind of a disjointed argument.
Yeah, actually, yes. It is true that veganism is not inherently eco-friendly. I mean, it is something that I say all the time when people start bringing up the whole, the rainforest is being destroyed by cattle. So yeah, but it's also being destroyed by crops, though. Also,
Right.
I mean, there are multiple examples of superfoods, that vegans tend to jump on, that ends up
I'm I'm, look,
destroying
I'm
communities.
looking at you, almonds.
Yeah. Oh my God, almonds. Yeah,
One
almonds.
one one one
Like
pound of almonds needs like
Illinois.
yeah one pound of almonds needs like 1,900 gallons of water to grow. The
Yeah,
next closest crop needs 40 gallons.
yeah.
So that's why, and that's part of what's causing the problem in California. Almonds have kind of taken over as one of the major export crops, and it's massively wasteful when it comes to water. Well, and again, and I will say, at least it sounds like your coworker is at least consistent. So while I would vehemently disagree with them on almost everything, at least I respect their position in that they're consistent. Because the other thing this surprised me because somebody came to Tracy Harris's wall and made this comment that, well, if you are going to reproduce, you should at least raise your children to be vegan because it's better for the environment. So I went and looked it up. I was curious. So I wanted to see what percentage of, because people always talk about, cow flatulence and, greenhouse gases and all that. So anyway, what percent of greenhouse gas comes from agriculture? It's only 11%. And so and some of that is coming from plant-based farming. So even if you said most of it is from meat farming, so just say that's probably about 8%. Well, power generation is like 23% of all greenhouse gases, and industry is another 27%. So industry, and the meat industry in particular, is a drop in the bucket compared to other things. So my argument to that person was like, hey, I got solar on my house and I'm a net producer of power. So I've actually done more to help the environment by continuing to eat, not stopping to eat meat, but putting, a big enough solar array on my house that I'm not using up. I'm a net producer of power than you ever have by not eating a piece of meat.
Right. It's like farm equipment uses power. It uses fossil fuels. It needs to be manufactured. The carbon footprint from building the machinery isn't zero.
Right.
These things exist. And if you're going to plant, miles and miles of crops, resulting in a food desert, destroying local wildlife populations, at the same time, you're no longer have the kind of vegetation that stops erosion. So now you've got soil erosion, you've got soil burnout because you're constantly growing plants in it. On top of, like I said, the equipment and the fuel that burns. Um, at the end, it's kind of a wash. Like you're not really saving anything by switching to plants.
No, and then the same for that. And as we've talked about before, depending on which plants, you may be pricing the indigenous people out of their staple crop.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, almond milk requires even more water. I mean, that's the thing. I told Suzanne, like, we have some almond products in the house already. We're not going to throw them away because look, the whatever water was wasted on them was already wasted. But I said let's try not to buy more almonds because it's contributing to the fucking drought. It's contributing to a whole lot of bad shit. Let's use other legumes or nuts that are more eco-friendly.
One of the things that I've seen recently that I think is, I don't know if it's a more workable solution to a lot of these things, but I do think it is probably one of the best ideas. Instead of lawns, people should be growing food.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, you want to, cut down on like factory farms and food deserts and and that kind of stuff that does really, massive harm to the environment. Well, get rid of your lawn and grow food where your lawn used to be. And I mean, you're giving your house, your immediate environment cleaner air. You're providing food for yourself. That's going to cut down on fuel and all kinds of other things that bring those plants to market.
Right.
You're saving money because you're not paying somebody else for their labor. You're not contributing to people in a third world country being priced out of growing food that they're growing in their own
Right.
neighborhoods.
And it doesn't have to be transported to your house, so that's saving the carbon footprint. So your carbon footprint of your vegetation is much less than somebody else's.
Right. Right. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. For a lot of people, it wouldn't be workable. Because do they have the time to be able to do that? What is their family life like? What is their occupation like? I know that if I knew how to do, and I could learn, I could do some of that here. I have enough land here where I could probably grow food for my neighbors too.
Well, see,
Um,
see, see, entry fish, and that's the thing, though, is that's because we're socially conditioned to think that lawns are beautiful and gardens are an eyesore.
yeah, that's true.
But we convinced ourselves back in the 40s and 50s that a nice green lawn is somehow a lovely thing to look at. A friend of mine lives in East Brunswick. Her neighbor, well, not all, but many of her neighbors hate her because her front lawn is just festooned with planters, and she's growing all sorts of food because she's on very low income, and so she supplements herself by growing as much food as she can. And so the neighbors are like, "Oh, it looks terrible," but you know what? she's actually, and because she is somebody, she's tries to be as self-sustaining as she can.
Right. Like I have an apple tree. I have two apple trees. They've never gotten any flowers and they're growing really slow. And I spent way too much money on them. Um, I had hoped that soon I would be getting apples on them. I don't think they're ever going to get apples.
Mm.
But I mean, I that kind of stuff I would like. If I had the money to do it, I would clear out the. Had you seen my backyard, right? The lower level.
Yeah.
It's all flat down there, and there's a water supply. There's a natural stream
Yeah,
there.
right there. Yeah, you could set up some irrigation. Well, see, the one thing that here's one part of the problem with I find with a lot of American housing developments is if they're that when you see big front lawns and they have very little backyard, it should be the other way around. Build the houses closer to the street, so then and so don't grow food on your front lawn. Now, if you have a big back lawn, now the whole sightliness thing goes away because it's in your
Goes away.
backyard.
Right. And if you have a small patch of grass in the front of the house, it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
You can
Right.
do this looks very presentable and neat and clean and and everything.
And if you do have grass, use native grass as opposed to the specialty grasses that are not native and require a lot more attention and chemicals and water and all that.
Right. So I mean, I do personally think that if enough people were to go down that route, it would make a difference. It would, on a lot of different things, on a lot of different levels. But it's hard to get people out of those habits.
Well, see, one thing that was kind of interesting, though, I was looking at this thing, and they were talking about a few neighborhoods in Detroit. So, as most people probably know, like a few years back, Detroit was on its ass because of the auto industry laying off lots of people and minimizing the workforce, and so there were whole neighborhoods that were getting shut down because it was too expensive to bring services like water and garbage and all that trash services and sewer because there'd be like two houses in a neighborhood of 100 houses. So what the mayor at the time literally did, they said, okay, some neighborhoods are in better shape than others. The people but in some of the better neighborhoods, there are abandoned houses. If you live in one of the neighborhoods we want to shut down, just fucking pick a house and take it and we're going to eminent domain it, and it's yours because we want to consolidate the city. So that was the first thing they did. The next thing that happened is they were very lenient to the local communities who wanted to tear down vacant houses for other uses. So they showed this one woman, it's a black neighborhood, and she was like kind of a neighborhood captain. And what she did was she organized the neighborhood. They basically worked, did all the moving around such that there was a plot that was like 6 or 7 houses wide. They had all the houses torn down and had the land leveled, and they turned it into a community farm.
Right.
It's way too big to call them community garden. And then they actually, members of the community, basically, if you donate either time or money to the proper operation, you get some of the proceeds from the produce that comes out of it, and then the money gets sunk back in to maintain itself.
This vertical farming. I mean, I've been talking about that for a long time, but I am a huge advocate for vertical farming because you can end up getting fresh produce in the middle of a city.
Yes,
Grown right there locally in the middle of the city. It's there are so many workable solutions to so many of the problems that we have. And Entropy Fan, I don't know if I would make an argument for anybody to go vegan. I don't see a real argument, seriously, a real serious argument for being a vegan. I don't. I think most of the arguments used to support veganism are kind of bullshit.
they are. I mean, and like I said, if
One
someone
way or another.
Yeah. Now, as far as Bolshevism, I mean, I guess you can compare it to like the kibitz, but the difference is that people are not farming. Most of them are not farming full time. However, what's interesting is that, of course, if you do get out of work, then you have a job lined up because they always need people to help tend the farm. And so, you may not get a lot of money out of it, but at least you'll get paid in food. So while you're looking for a new job, you're still
Right.
Well, here's the other thing too that drove me nuts. Like HelloFresh did an ad. They ran the ad twice on Facebook earlier in the year, and they ran it again recently. And they made a little joke, and they were basically advertising meat, and it said for people on meat-based diets. So little tiny. And then the fucking vegans went back to, oh, you're making fun of plant-based. Like, well, actually, vegans didn't invent something based as a reference. So fuck you. And secondly, even if it is a little bit of a joke, it's a really joke.
Powdered baby formula is a milk-based product.
Bingo.
It says it right on the milk-based product.
We are carbon-based units.
It was a sarcastic joke. So, and then another thing, like Entropy fan about like stationary crops taking more energy to produce than the meat of moving animals. Well, it depends on what you're growing. Depends on how much of it you're growing. The amount of land it takes to grow crops that are going to sustain the same number of people that can be sustained by meat, it takes more land. And that land and taking care of that land and tilling that land and harvesting the crops and everything else takes energy.
Well, see when
people tend to not add up all of the costs.
The thing is, what happens is that a lot of the vegans will say, well, the crops you were growing that you're feeding the cows and all that, you fed that to humans. It's not always true, because most of what animals eat is dent corn, not sweet corn. And you can grow dent corn in places you can't grow sweet corn. In fact, if someone, my feeling, probably the most environmentally friendly meat would be goat meat. The reason why is goats will eat fucking
anything.
And in fact, they will eat bracken and they will eat scrub grass, things that in places that you can't grow anything that's edible for people. But you could cultivate goats there.
Yes, Entropy fan, but the crops and the grains they eat can be grown in the kind of soil that you can't grow crops in for human consumption. It's a different kind of grain. It's a different kind of crop. We cannot eat the crops that we feed to animals. We cannot our bodies cannot digest them. It's
right. We only have one stomach.
So you need a certain kind of land. It's got to be arable in order to grow the kind of crops that people need to survive. The kind of crops we grow for animals, we can grow in gravel. It's a different, it's a different kind of thing. You can't compare the two. And I value the lives of pigs because they make excellent bacon.
Well, the funny thing is,
I don't understand this whole thing about like, oh, well, it's a moral argument. No, it's really not. It's really not. I'm sorry. I just don't value the lives of farm animals to the point where I'm going to get all sad looking in their eyes, thinking that they might be killed. I had a burger tonight. It was good. I enjoyed that burger, and I am glad that cow lived in order to give me that burger.
And this reminds me, even if somebody wants to say that they shouldn't eat meat, fine. This little doggy is a carnivore, and she eats meat. She'll eat some non-meat things too, but when people try to make their dog vegan, I'm just like, what the fuck's wrong with you? It's an animal.
Yeah. Well, people are like, oh, well, if you had a family member that was brain dead, would you eat them? The fuck kind of question is that? Why would your brain even go there?
They're not family members, and she is my family member, and I wouldn't eat her either.
It's chicken fajita. That's some damn good shit. And chickens eat shit. I don't see how it's immoral to not value the lives of animals that are bred to be eaten. They're bred to be eaten. That is their purpose. So it's like, I can't believe you're going to eat that thing that's only meant to be eaten.
Sounds good, Galen. I was lazy tonight. I called out for Ty.
I got burgers. I made them on the grill. I did the whole thing, onions, lettuce, tomato. I had my own homemade Whopper. It was one of the best burgers I have had in a long time. It was damn good. And tomorrow is a fasting day, but I might have another fucking burger anyway.
Oh, and I agree with what an entry fan said. The dog's an obligate carnivore, so feeding the dog vegan is animal abuse.
Dogs actually are omnivores. They can eat.
They
They
can. Oh,
they
well,
can eat vegetables. Their system is actually there are certain grains and stuff that are actually good for dogs.
well, and
Rats
Blitzen
are obligate carnivores.
and Blitzen loved carbs. We called her the carb queen. She loved potatoes. So in fact, what we do whenever we make mashed potatoes, we would after you like make the mashed potatoes, we always make extra, and then save the leftovers, and then the pot with all the potato stuck to the sides. That meal was called potato pot, and you would say, "Oh, who wants potato pot?" And Blitz would come running in, and she would lick every
Wow.
fucking molecule of potato out of
Now,
the pot.
there are some things you shouldn't give your dog. Onions. Onions can kill your dog. Chocolate can kill your dog. Um, you know, grapes aren't good for the dog. I think it's because of the skin, though. You
No,
know.
no, actually, no. There's something in the grapes that actually attacks
Oh,
their
is
tissue.
it? Is it? I always thought it was the skin.
No, no,
Um,
there's something in
I
the
know
grape.
onions are bad. Chocolate is very bad.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. It's
they
the
sustain themselves on carbs, like on only carbs.
no, they can't.
No, but that's why they're omnivores. They're not carbivores.
And yes, I agree, Megan, that yeah, because people who are omnivores don't not care about animals. I don't want the animals that I eat to be abused. In fact, because we can afford it, like we joined this thing called Crowd Cow. It's basically crowdsourcing an animal. So what they do is they get animals from known purveyors that they it's like the free range stuff, grass fed, the whole deal, and it's more expensive, but you're basically getting something that is fair, would be considered a fair trade.
So
Like
here's the thing. It's like, so one of the reasons why human beings have developed a large brain is because of many years of
meat.
eating a very specific kind of diet, of eating not just meat, but cooked meat,
Yes.
right? The cooking of meat is what drove our evolution. So now we've evolved to a point where we have people saying eating meat, cooked meat, is wrong and we should stop doing it. So if enough people over a long period of time give up eating all cooked meat, wouldn't that just basically kind of revert all the evolution it took to get there to begin with?
Well,
If no
well, here's
longer the developing brain what it needs to fully develop
you
over a
you
period of
wait,
time,
wait,
that's
well, here's the thing. You can get a complete diet without eating meat. The problem is you have to make very specific and cautious and careful choices. You have to do a lot of math to make sure that you're getting all your complete protein and the whole deal. Because you can get if you get an ounce of steak, it's a complete protein. It has all of the necessary essential amino acids that you need. That
right.
if you're Whereas if you get there's nothing plant based that has all of it. So you have
Right.
to make sure you eat the right combinations of plant based things in order to make up the difference. And also,
Right. Well, that's something yeah, that's one thing that in order to like make up, like to completely, to totally make up for the removal of meat, that's a lot of food that you have to consume.
well, and it's even worse to people that are like raw food diet, and you don't hear as much about that these days anymore. You know why? Because you'll starve to death.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are certain foods that when you cook them, vegetables, when you cook them, it actually unlocks some of the nutrition. Like carrots are really good, but when you cook them, they're far more nutritious. They become better for you once they're cooked.
Well, in fact, most of the nutrition is unaccessible because of the cell fibers unless you cook them. So I forget Courtney. What was his? Oh, he was one of the guys on the Magic Sandwich Show. Who wasn't?
That's not an obligate. I'm sorry, Entropy fan. I'm sorry, Joe. That's not an obligate carnivore, though. That
No.
is an omnivore. That's what we are.
Let's not. Can we not argue over the definitions? But in any case, but anyway, he did a thing about if you eat a raw vegetable diet, you have to consume something like 10 pounds of food a day in order to get your complete nutrition, because So they were saying how these people go on these raw food diets and they lose weight. It's like, yeah, because you're literally starving to death.
Starving to death. Right. All the nutrition is locked up in the cell walls. You can't get it without breaking down those walls.
Because,
And
because
you can't do
again,
that without cooking it.
because again, we're not ruminants and don't have 4 stomachs, and we don't swallow rocks to help break up our food.
Isn't literally anything an omnivore? No, because vegetables will kill cats. Cats are obligate carnivores. They can't survive on a
Well, they
omnivore.
can't. Well, no, they couldn't survive on it. But I mean, I don't know that a dog could survive on a totally plant diet either. But I'm gonna look up what it means since we seem to be stuck.
Well, carnivore is only meat, herbivore is only vegetables, omnivore is both. Dogs are both. Cats are not. Cats are obligate carnivores.
Okay.
Everybody, it's like everybody is quiet.
Well, everyone's looking it up now.
And Clock, you said, aren't free-range animals like actually much worse for global warming than factory-farmed miserable animals? Probably because of the space that it takes. The problem is it's a trade-off. Factory-farmed animals are actually really bad for you to eat. Free-range are healthier. So it's just like you're picking and choosing your battles.
Here's the thing, though. But see, that's a little bit of a false dichotomy too, because you can have a factory farmed animal that is free range. It just takes up a lot more space.
What you can have what?
You can have a factory farm animal that's free range.
But then it's not factory farmed if it's free range.
Sure it is. You have to look at what the definition of free range actually means. It doesn't mean they're not bound at all. It just means that they
but the factory farm is basically like this assembly line where the animals are fed by machines and they're kept in small cages, and that's not free range. I mean, they're bound in a because you need enough space for thousands and thousands.
I guess what I'm saying, that's not the only thing that qualifies as a factory farm. It has to do with the volume output, not just the fact that they're in tiny cages and fed on a conveyor. That's the most extreme example of a factory farm.
I'm just exasperated. The discussion about veganism keeps coming down to only diet. I don't see any value in a discussion about veganism that goes beyond diet, though, because I think a lot of the things that vegans talk about and the reasoning for being vegans, a lot of it I think is just.
Well, I think
I have heard people talk about the look in a cow's eyes, and it's just like, oh, stop.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, I don't think this is a question just about veganism either, but so maybe that's why. But I guess part of the thing is that, okay, like your friend, I don't think even though I think your friend is probably the most accurate definition of what a vegan should be if someone's going to call themselves a vegan. I also think that they don't represent most people who call themselves vegan.
If it's only about diet, it's about advocating for only plant-based diets. And there are plenty of vegans that take that approach.
Yeah.
Your friend, though, is pretty hardcore. And I agree with Joe about how it's a.
I mean, I think her friend is actually one of the few consistent vegans that are actually out there. That and this is the reason why when it comes to like why I don't really engage libertarians much anymore, right? For me, whenever I say libertarian, I mean right wing libertarian, right. Because what'll happen is invariably they will talk about, oh, did you read this person or that person and this libertarian theory and that libertarian theory, and that's all well and good, but I've yet to run into a libertarian that actually follows all the stuff in those books that they refer to. They don't, so it doesn't mean anything because that's the theoretical side of libertarianism, not the practical side of libertarianism.
I'm sorry. I have to respond to something.
Well, I agree with that, Megan. I think that there's a lot of people who identify as vegan who don't really strictly follow the worldview of veganism. I totally agree with you there, and that's why, and that's I guess what I would say is like your friend. That person doesn't bother me because like even though I disagree with them, but they're consistent. They have a worldview and they stick with it. And
Yeah, I get that, and I get what that makes sense.
and it's just that for me, it's all the other vegans who don't actually stick to all the precepts of the worldview of veganism, but are just really um, arrogant and preachy, and it's like and hypocritical.
And I agree with that also. I agree with this also, because I mean I have seen it, but as soon as the topic comes up in conversation, so many vegans who really don't give a shit about the environment will jump on the whole thing about, oh, but livestock is so bad for the environment. And I mean, there was somebody, I don't remember who it was. They kept saying that the worst thing there is for climate change is livestock. It is like the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases, and it just isn't true.
No, industry, and power generation.
And it's just like, you're trying to win an argument. You're trying to get people to switch to a plant-based diet because, like you said, that's all they really care about is
Right.
the plant-based diet, not so much being anything else. They just want everybody to be, like them. They want to win an argument.
Right.
It's not about understanding. It's not about sharing communication. It's about being right and doing whatever it takes to bully the other person into submission.
It's very tribal. Oh, sorry, puppy. It's it's very tribal, and which is unfortunate, but I mean, unfortunately, that's where most of the discussions are. And again, that's why when someone says, "Oh, let's have a debate," or one that they'll call an argument or a discussion a debate, like no, because debates have rules and they have an approach and all this kind of thing. And also, I also find debates to be mental masturbation because it's all about scoring points with the audience and not about whose
Yeah.
position is actually
I like
right.
discussions. I like discussions. That's why I wanted to have Buck Angel on because I wanted to have a discussion. And there are people like, "Oh, you're going to debate Buck." No, I'm going to have a discussion. I mean, I could be completely wrong about stuff, and he could win me over.
Right.
I don't know. And I won't know until I have a discussion. But if I'm going into a debate, I'm already going in thinking I'm absolutely right.
Right. They're coming in with an entrenched position, and so are you. And neither of the interlocutors have any intention of changing their mind. They're trying to sway the audience.
So I wanted to talk about shellac real quick. So this is something that I love talking about. This jelly beans. I love jelly beans. I am like Ronald fucking Reagan with the jelly beans. I will. It's not just Easter for me. I will go to the store and I'll buy a bag of jelly beans and I'll sit in front of the TV and eat them like they're jelly beans. I love jelly beans. But you know the shiny coat on the outside of the jelly bean? That's shellac. That's what it is. And people are like, well, ooh, what's shellac? Isn't that like stain? Yeah, kind of. It's edible though, because
Right.
it's an animal product. It comes from the excretions of the female lac bug. And people are like, oh, I'm never eating jelly beans again. Whatever. I more for me.
Well, I remember a friend of mine when I explained to him how the process of fermentation works, that that yeast are a chimera. They're kind of funguses are kind of part plant, part animal. They kind of straddle the two genera,
Right.
and so they consume carbohydrate and they excrete alcohol.
Right.
And when I told this to my friend, he's like, "So alcohol is yeast piss?"
Yeah, it's fungus
And
pit.
and the thing is, he got really obsessed with it. And I was like, "Well, but it's not urine. It's they quote unquote pee."
Right. It's like honey is bee vomit. I mean, it's not really vomit, but yeah, it's bee vomit. Um, which is fine. I'm good with that. I like honey. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
honey is one of the best things that nature has, nature has given us.
yeah, yeah.
Honey's fantastic. I like cooking with honey.
Tasty bug smegma.
But yeah, the excretions of the female lac bug. That's the original. Yeah, shellac is a lot of it is synthetic now. But I mean, the shellac used on jelly beans, though, I don't think that's synthetic. I don't know. I think it's still, but that's where it came from. And I'm like, that's fantastic as far as I'm concerned because I like jelly beans, so that's fine. Another thing is tuna fish. People just like they eat tuna fish and they don't think anything about it, and it's just like I like tuna fish. I'll eat tuna fish. Nothing wrong with a good tuna sandwich.
Well,
You know they find bug legs in tuna fish all the time. all
well,
the
there's this thing that's used in perfumery called castoreum. It comes from it's an excretion from a sac in beavers.
in beavers, yeah.
Yeah. Now I remember someone years ago telling me that it was testicles. It's not actually testicles, but it's a scent gland.
It's a scent gland in the anus. They also use it to make raspberry flavoring for ice cream.
Yeah.
And another thing they use for perfumes is whale vomit. Is a very common ingredient in perfume.
Well, not anymore. It used to be, which is why they wiped out most of the whales. Now what they make it so the original thing is ambergris. That was basically a something from the digestive tract of whales. The synthetic version is called ambretolide, and it basically does the same thing, but it's not. You don't have to kill whales to get it. And basically, what it is, it's molecularly sticky, so volatile compounds stick to it, and so they evaporate more slowly. Right, regularly. Ambergris comes from whales, and ambretolide is the synthetic version of it.
Yeah. And yeah, you should be concerned. Here's the thing: is like I've actually looked into it because, when your kids are small, there's like a certain amount of I want my kids to be able to have as much of a varied diet as they can possibly eat because it is good for their development. It's good for their brain development. Especially seafood, is good for brain development. Then it says like so tuna is such an easy thing to turn to, and then it turns out well tuna isn't necessarily the healthiest thing there is, but it really depends on how much you eat. So I don't have a real issue with tuna in moderation. You can't be eating tuna all the time. You're going to be ingesting a lot of mercury. So
I love etouffee, Galen, and I'm not a big fan of salmon though. But you want to make some shrimp or crawfish etouffee, sign me up.
I don't know what that is. That's new to me.
Etouffee. So it's a wonderful Creole / Cajun dish, and it literally means smothered. And what you do is you make a roux. You know how to make a roux, and you make the roux dark, like brick red or darker. And then you take diced up vegetables, basically, the trinity. So you have bell pepper, celery, and onions.
Right.
Fairly fine, and you put it in there, and then you into the roux, and you cook that, and then you put in your stock, and depending on whether you're making a seafood one or not, put the right one, and then you make this gravy, and then you throw in, if you're making shrimp or crawfish, you put that in there because they take very little time to cook, and then you have this nice, thick, rich, lovely sauce, and your shrimp or crawfish are smothered in the sauce. It's really nice.
See, I grew up in a household where we never had seafood. Never. The closest thing we came to seafood was tuna. My mom didn't know how to cook seafood. She didn't eat it. When we went to restaurants, it was never something that was ordered. So I had to wait until I was an adult to begin to experiment with seafood. And I've learned that there's a lot of seafood I don't like.
Can you highlight what Lady Tiger Lily says? Because I think it's important. She corrected something I said, so I'd like to make
the ambergris.
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, like, I had some stuff in Hawaii. What the hell did I have?
Dolphin fish.
What is it?
Dolphin fish. It's not a dolphin. It's dolphin fish.
No, it's like a tuna steak, but it wasn't tuna. It was mahi mahi.
Yeah, dolphin fish.
Is that what that is? Oh,
Yeah.
that was good. I enjoyed that. I learned I like shrimp. I don't like the people eat clams and all that shit. Fuck that shit. I don't. I none of that shit. That slimy ass. I no. Um, I no. I don't.
It's not.
I tried. Everybody's like, oh, you gotta have salmon. You gotta have salmon. I just last year tried salmon for the first time in my life. Did not like it, but it very well could have been how I cooked it because I don't really know how to cook it. I looked it up and you know.
One of those like I tend to like mild fish. So like most white fish. So like fluke
I like
like
flounder.
yeah, flounder, and of course New Jersey here we have fluke, which is basically it's almost the same as fluke as flounder. I mean, certain types of uh, you know pollock, hake, haddock. They're very mild white fish.
Right.
Lampuki. I don't think I've ever. In fact, I'm pretty sure I never had lampuki. I'll have to look it up. So tell us about your funny story, Megan. I want to hear it.
Hey, Megan, I can always send you the link if you want to come on and talk.
Yeah, do that. Send her a link.
I would love to have you.
She's awesome. She is the awesome. One of my favorite people in the world.
In the world.
In the world. Oh, so lampuki. Oh, lampuki is mahi mahi. Okay, yes. So yes, I like that, Galen. That is good stuff.
Well, Lily, I sent you the link on Facebook to come into the show. You are totally more than welcome. I love you to death. I would love for you to come on. Up to you. So, I had posted a picture earlier saying that I was sweaty, and this woman I know commented. She said, "Women don't sweat, we glow." She said, "I was glowing like a pig today," and I said, "I lit up the neighborhood."
That's funny. I'm just checking my on Facebook. I was just checking replies to my comments, and somebody was earlier saying, "Oh, well, we gotta stop the war in Ukraine." I'm like, "Well, tell the Russians to leave," and yeah. And then she's like, "Well, how can we do that?" I'm like, "Well, send them lots of weapons so they can defend themselves." And then they're like, "Well, when are we going to do that?" I'm like, "You haven't been keeping up on current events, have you?"
But there are people who actually believe that like the whole war is a hoax. Like it's not even a real thing. I I am really disappointed in my countrymen. The last several years, the the lights are on, nobody's home.
The everything is a hoax, people.
It's just far too many people. The conspiracy theory trend, it's nuts. It's just all crazy.
It's like if I didn't see it personally, it didn't happen.
Yeah, but some of these people, they don't even believe things that they saw. So it's like they don't even.
True. This is true.
And then like the whole idea that like,
Damn.
Okay, that's all right. It would have been nice to have you on.
Well, if actually, okay, she doesn't have a mic either. I was gonna say because I mean, as much as I love to see her, I mean, hearing her would be almost as good.
It's all right.
Yeah, I'd love to all the people who say it's fake. Yeah, just send them out there and she found it. Yay! I remember it was funny. I was going through stuff on my hard drive and I found a video where I promoted her channel and Old Comic One, and I forget his name, but his name is Jerry, and he lives in Texas. And like she was only like 21 or 22 at the time, and there's still there like I used her picture, a still from shot from her thing as the as the thumbnail because I think, yeah, pretty girl, you know, that always gets people's attention. And she's so young. Like, wow.
Yeah, Tiger Lily. I love her, but I hate her. She's like anatomically perfect. What's up with that?
Yeah.
And
I
immune to cold weather somehow.
I found that book you're talking about, Galen. I'm going to put it on my wish list on Amazon so I don't forget.
I sent it to you on Facebook. Lily's on. There you are.
Hey. All right, it's there. It's forever until I buy it.
All right, are we good?
Hey!
Hello.
It's Magic Megan.
Does it work, or can we hear me? Is it good?
You
Yeah.
are heard and seen.
Yeah. Well, okay. So what I think we need to do is we need a
Does it
Butters
work, or can we
impersonation.
hear me? Is it good?
You are heard and seen.
Wow, that's some crazy stuff.
You have to mute the stream, Megan.
Yeah.
Right. Hang on. Got. All right.
We're good.
Are we good?
I think
We're
we're
good
good.
now.
The
Okay.
first thing I do when she gets on is demand Butters.
Right.
It's been a long time.
It's been a really long time.
Since you rock and roll? I won't sing it because I don't want
The lag between my tabs is like pretty intense.
Okay then.
All right. So I just won't look at the YouTube stream because it's like messing me up. Like there's a significant lag on my end.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, the stupid funny story is one that my mother told me about a time when I was maybe about 3 or 4. I was definitely like preschool, kindergarten age. And I do not remember this. She told me this because she told friends of hers this, especially like family members, because this is just one of those things that she would chalk up to like, it's just cultural. And so basically, I went over to a friend's house to play. It was, you know, in the afternoon sometime, and my friend's mom made lunch for us. And so then I come back home, and totally unbeknownst to me, my friend's mom calls my mom and says, you know, you might want to check in on Megan. We had lunch and she didn't eat. And, you know, I couldn't figure out what was wrong. So I just wanted to make sure she was okay. And so my mom asked me about it. And apparently, I just kind of flippantly said that my friend's family was telling me they were having fish for lunch. And I said, that wasn't fish. It didn't have a head or a tail. And my mother discovered through my explaining it that it was like Van de Kamp's like fish sticks, like mincemeat fish sticks or like fish paste fish sticks.
Right.
And when I was, you know, in the orphanage, they gave us like a very diverse diet. So for like really, really little kids, they had you on formula, but then they also gave you kind of a little bit of everything. So they always gave you some kind of seafood. They always gave you some kind of turf meat and some kind of vegetable and some kind of grain, usually like rice porridge, and like thick, not like nasty gruel. So I never ate baby food. Like even when I came over, I was only 14 months, but I like refused to eat baby food because it didn't have any flavor and no substance. Because when they fed us, they, you know, cut everything really, really small, but it was real food.
It was food.
And they just, you know, fed it to us slowly. And I was appalled apparently because like, you know, this is something that my mom just like culturally, her parents owned a restaurant, like the largest restaurant in San Francisco at the time. They had food all the time, and you always serve fish when if possible, especially I'm thinking like cod, the whole fish, fins, scales, head, all, because it was a marker of quality. Like you could inspect that fish and say, this is good or it wasn't good. And that's why a lot of the time when, my grandmother would take me into Chinatown, into market, it was like, great, all these animals are alive until you tell them to butcher it for you, because then you can tell if it's sick or you can tell if it's, not good quality. And they do it in front of you as a marker of their skill, that they can do this for you. And then you have something as fresh as humanly possible for your dinner that night.
Right.
Versus it being, packaged and artificially colored, or, maybe it's a piece of this and a piece of that. And, it's like not coming from the same animal. But my mother just like cracked up because she didn't know how to explain this to my friend's mom. She just said, it's not you. Like Megan's never had fish sticks before. And like my friend and like their parents just didn't get why you would have like bone-in meat or meat with skin on it or meat with like any kind of defining factor that showed that it was from an animal.
Right.
That was what I grew up with, and that is what I prefer, because originally my mom's like, right, when they take out all the rest of it, then there's no flavor. And that was something like I just couldn't stand. I like hated bland food when I was little. And so I didn't like white meat. I didn't like white fish, not really. Like it had to be in a sauce or something like that jazzed it up. And I ate stuff like chicken feet and like gizzards and heart and all the rest of it. Just like it just was so much variety. And
That's
so
just
the idea that like, oh, like I guess this is the opposite, maybe not opposite, but sort of a problem on the side of people who do eat meat, that they want to be as removed as possible, but then they say like, oh, I love meat. And I was like, yeah, but like you don't really take in the idea of loving or like really enjoying and then like appreciating, I guess, the meat and where it comes from. Because afterwards, he was like, okay, well, like you don't waste, like food waste, especially for the restaurant, was like expensive. And it was like it was culturally not good. Like you were crapping all over the starving times of your ancestors if you threw out so much as a grain of rice, And so when you had like a pig carcass, you had the whole pig or as close to it as possible, like maybe a quarter or like something that was pretty substantial. And then you have it butchered and then they could, sell those other parts. But, you've probably walked through Chinatown. They have them hanging in the window. So even when it is fully butchered, they're like, there it is. It's a pig shoulder. Like this is the pig's head. This is the pig's face. And it was butchered here. Like we can, we didn't just like package it up nice and pretty for you so you don't have to think about it.
Right. It wasn't just sitting on the shelf for 3 weeks and rotting away.
Yeah, we had like duck, Peking duck and like roast duck and all these like other really delicious things. And then you would always take the bones and you would make stock with them. And then, my mom would do this, especially after Thanksgiving, because we had the whole turkey carcass. She would break it down and make stock, and then she would make rice porridge. And every time I told people this, like when I was growing up, they're like, ew, porridge. And they were thinking this like gruel or like grits or something. I was like, no, it's like hearty, like rib sticking. And when you make it with a good stock, especially from, a cut of meat that has been like very well seasoned and, slow cooked, then it is a very flavorful and hearty thing. And you can add whatever vegetables you want. You can add whatever. And so when I got my wisdom teeth out, I subsisted on this Chinese rice porridge, and it was great. Like you could crack an egg in there, like whisk it up. And so I wanted for nothing, even though I couldn't eat like solid food.
Hey, little mouse. I see you again, little mouse.
Oh no!
Hook you up.
I hate rodents. They made me so mad.
I am like, I got my feet up on the chair.
Well, you said about people and not wanting to be connected to, remember, they want to eat the meat, but they don't want to know where it comes from. I have a friend who he gets skeeved out the bone. So he'll only. So one time we had rabbit on the bone, and we offered him dinner, and he was just like, oh, he had no problem with eating rabbit, but the fact that it was on the bone was skeeving him out. I'm like, well, I can't know what to tell you, dude.
Yeah, one of my former roommates in college, she was like that too. And
So like you can even like take the marrow, scrape the marrow out of the bones and make like
that's part of the best, especially when you have
butter.
like
a
a
marrow
nice
butter and put that on bread. That's
T-bone steak or something with the eye round, and then like that stuff's great. Put it on toast. Do something delicious with that.
And what you said about white meat, like basically the only way I'll eat white meat chicken anymore, it has to be pounded super thin. Because if you have to cook it fast, because if it takes more than 5 minutes to cook it shrinks up and has no flavor. And even then it needs a sauce or something, lemon butter or something like that on it. Dark meat's where it's at.
So I will say, if you guys aren't already aware, one of the techniques that I've shown some of my friends in recent years, because everybody's gotten into new hobbies, especially cooking since the pandemic, is to velvet, because then it does lock in a lot of that moisture that usually gets lost. So like it's usually done for like Chinese stir fry. If you ever have gone to like a decent Chinese restaurant and then you've had their cuts of meat, I think they're very like soft and like fall apart.
Yeah.
Even though they are like white meat, or pork, for example. Pork can get really tough if you do it wrong.
Right.
So it's a similar idea to brining, but instead of just putting it in a brine, you put it in a brine and egg white like solution, and then let that sit. Then you take it out and you put it in cornstarch or some like fine starch.
Okay.
Right before you cook it, whether that's like pan frying it or deep frying it, and that just locks everything in. Like there's a thin layer of starch that needs to be there, but it doesn't. It needs to be like kind of in this very sweet zone, like not enough that it would be breaded. And then when you add the sauce, it lays on top of that. So you might have even seen that like sometimes these sauces get very like thick on these pieces of meat, and that's usually because of the starch that's added, and it just helps create a barrier that keeps the juices from leaving. And then I've definitely upped my game when it comes to doing like chicken breast or chicken tenders, and I've done like thin pork cutlet. There's a Chinese, like they say salt and pepper, but it's like really like coarse cracked sea salt and like chilies. And so you dry fry it right after you take it out, and it's just like the best. I can't explain it other than like once you like nail the flavor, you're like, that's it. I've unlocked a secret of the universe.
Question for you, man. I know it's September, the show that's in up in Massachusetts, right? The Ranch Time show.
Yeah.
What do you remember? September what?
I know that the LA show's first, and then I think because didn't we get tickets to the Rutherford show too? I have two tickets for LA. I have the one ticket for Rutherford and one ticket for Foxborough. And so the earlier in September, I think that the like 9th, 8th and 9th maybe.
Okay, that could be.
I can't remember. They changed the date quite a few times, but earlier in the month, that's the Los Angeles show. And then like a week or 2 weeks later is the Rutherford and then the Boston show or Foxborough show.
Okay, because the reason why I'm thinking is like if you have time, because I'll be coming up your way, especially if it's near a weekend, I can stay a few extra days. We've never actually cooked together.
I know, that'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
So we were talking about the thin pork cutlets.
Yeah.
Jaeger schnitzel.
Every time. Cardboard. Every fucking time. I can't. They're too thin and they dry up.
Well, see, the thing is that the best, my favorite way to do pork cutlet is Jaeger schnitzel. Megan is very familiar with Jaeger schnitzel. So basically, it's a breaded pork cutlet. You pound it real thin. You dry marinate it. You bread it. You cook it very fast. And then once it's basically, you don't even have to worry about cooking it to doneness because it's so thin. You're really just cooking to make sure that the coating is cooked.
Right.
You take it out, and then you make a gravy in the leavings using the oil and the stuff, and you add a little bit of some of the extra excess seasoned flour, and you make a mushroom gravy. And then you put the cutlet back in the gravy, and you let it soak in and get the gravy flavor in there. And
Only time I had been able to make cutlets that are thin, that didn't come out like cardboard. What I did was I cooked them fast, and then I put a big chunk of butter on the top of both of them, and on low heat, and put the top on, and let it kind of just soak in, and that was moist. That was the only time I've been able to make them where they weren't like.
Well, see, I think in a way, Jaeger kind of does the same thing, because you end up cooking the cutlet in the gravy, so the gravy that helps break it down and get
Right.
moist better again. And again, you have to cook it fast, because if you do it too long, it'll be dry.
Yeah, I know. I just stopped buying the thin cutlets because it's just.
Well, and see, part of the big problem of it too is that American pork. It's funny because people joke, they laugh about the thing about it being the other white meat, but American pork is leaner than pork from other places in the world. So, because we can afford that Crowd Cow place, they also have like heritage pork, so they have the pork that's kind of like naturally fattier than your typical American pork. Because I tell you what, if you get and what I make it comes out good, but even in Germany it's even better, because their pork is and you don't want the ridge of fat, you want the interstitial, you want marbled fat, and then that makes it super moist and tender, and it's really, really delicious.
So I sent a picture of what the pork cutlets look like usually when I find them in like Chinese restaurants.
Nice, very nice.
And yeah, like I've had them where they're soft, and I've had them where they're crunchy. But man, it puts any kind of shake and bake to shame. But that's. I remember the first time I had shake and bake, I liked it, because little did I know that my mom velveted them beforehand, because she was used to doing that at her dad's restaurant. And so the first time I tried to make shake and bake, I did not know that step, and I was like, it's so dry. Like I can hear it crunching in all the worst ways. Like the connective tissues are so tight, and like I like gristle. I like all the stuff that people hate. Like as long as that fat's rendered, I don't care. I'll eat it. Like if cartilage, I'll eat it. That's fine. I'll like eat the ends off of the bones. That's fine. But just like if it's dry though, like God help me, I can't do it. It just like glues my mouth shut. It just like sucks all the moisture out of my mouth.
Well, Megan and I years ago had a conversation about eating chicken feet, and for me, the problem with the chicken feet wasn't the taste; it didn't taste bad. It's the texture. Because, okay, Raven, you know what BX cable is, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like chewing on BX cable.
So it's funny. There's two different types of chicken feet. So there's the white kind, which are tough; they're rubbery, because they're served cold and basically in a vinegar sauce. It's supposed to be like refreshing, but they are like you're supposed to just kind of peel them off of the bones. And then there's a second one they call red phoenix talons, and those are the ones that are like slow cooked until they're basically just falling apart. You can barely tell what they're that they're feet, but yeah, they are made in a black bean sauce and like just slow cooked until they're just falling apart. So the way you eat them is you put kind of like the whole joint in your mouth and just spit out the bones, because they just fall off.
Oh wow. See that's one thing that's really cool. Like I remember, I've been to like Chinese dim sum restaurants before, but I didn't know what was what. So, you just kind of eyeballing like that. But then like when my number one stepson got married, his wife was Chinese, and so they did kind of a combination of Western tradition and Eastern tradition for so there was like multiple dinners before and after, and all this kind of stuff was pretty cool. And so then the morning, I think it was after the wedding. I think it might have been. It was an after, but it wasn't that. It was after, or it was before the wedding and reception. I forget exactly. But in any case, we all went out to a dim sum place, and it was so refreshing being with people who knew what the fuck all the stuff was on the menu. So they were like, and they were like, well, do you like this kind of thing or that kind of thing? Like, oh yeah, have this, have that. Okay, I'll eat it. And
so like dim sum yum cha is so insanely affordable, especially if you have a big group, that it's like, right. I mean, I to this day don't really know how to appropriately order for a table of only like 3 people at a normal restaurant, because the kind of, I don't know, real dim sum experience is right, you're at a huge round table with possibly a bunch of strangers, maybe not so much in now the times of COVID, but back in the day it was like, right, they sat you wherever you fit, didn't matter. That's the reason why like everything comes around. You all have your little punch card, and all of the vendors come around with a cart, and each cart is of a different type of dim sum. And so dim sum is like, it means touches your heart.
Oh, that's sweet.
And it's, so yumcha is the other like thing you would call it, and that's like, right, you share tea. And it's this big tea service because every course has a different tea. So at the beginning of the course, you start off with a very light tea that is supposed to be refreshing and kind of like get you ready to have more. And then as the fattier courses come out, you get darker tea that cuts through that fat.
Okay.
That's why they have it with banquets as well. And then afterwards, you usually have like a chrysanthemum tea to kind of cool you down while you're just like digesting and chilling out. But yeah, the carts go whizzing past each other. You have to be good on like flagging them down, and then you just say, they go, how many? And they just throw them down, punch your card, and then they're off again. And it's the same thing where, again, I didn't think about it because it's so second nature culturally that when you're out of tea, you just leave the teapot on the corner of the table with the lid propped. And they come around and they will either just refill you with hot water or give you another pot of tea. And times, if it has the like the metal ones that just like flip up, so you flip it open so that they can see that like you're out of tea. And one time I was with some friends who had never been to dim sum, and they kept closing the lid because they were like, oh, I didn't want it to like flop over. And I was just like, no, they don't know that we need tea.
Yeah. That's I had no idea. That's pretty cool. I'll next time I'm in a Chinese restaurant, if I have the pot of tea, if I run out, I'm gonna do that because they're like, oh wow, a Westerner who knows what to do.
Yeah, and it happens so fast. They're just like, oh, like yeah. Once the lid is back on, you know that they've come around and done it.
I've never had dim sum.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I found that I really liked fried taro a lot.
Yeah, it's good.
That's some good stuff. There was some other stuff I liked, but that was stuck out of my head. I just decided I'm going to remember that I like this because I've told Raven this before. There's certain things that I kept forgetting that I didn't like. Like I don't like tamales, and I kept ordering them because I kept forgetting because they sound great, but then I tasted them like, oh yes, that thing I don't like again. It's weird because I love corn. I think it's the texture because it's just kind of like gelatinous corn and just like
yeah, especially if they've been sitting in the corn husk for a while.
Yeah, if it was crisp, if they were like to fry it up afterward, I would probably like it.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny when I lived in Los Angeles. A friend of mine at the time was a vegetarian, and I had to explain to the people at dim sum that he was a vegetarian, and they like kept bringing stuff that was like, I get it, it's not meat, but they're like jellyfish. Like, so I turned to my friend. I was like, Aiden, it doesn't have a central nervous system. Can you eat this? And he's like, I don't think so. And I mean, he eventually went back to an omnivorous diet because he was just like, yeah, I'm spending way too much money on food compared to my roommates. He also found out that he was like dietarily anemic, so he had to wean himself back onto meat.
Well, I've got a friend who she's got she has a problem with, she's lacking a certain enzyme needed to break down like plant matter.
Yeah.
So she's actually an obligate carnivore because she can't digest most plant matter.
Peach, there are very few vegetables that Peach will eat. She has an issue with textures with a lot of them. I mean, she like there are certain things that she'll just gag. She can't. And I love vegetables. I eat a lot of vegetables. I eat more vegetables than anything. So cooking is rough.
I had a friend actually that he's very, very new to cooking because his family was one of those, we very classist. Like we have to separate ourselves, classist without being classy. Like they weren't wealthy in any kind of stretch. It was just like, oh, we don't eat these things because we associate them with poor people, and we associate these things. At the same
Poor food is
time,
like
I'm looking,
food.
I was like, what the hell kind of depression fucking food is this? Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the Tumblr called Dimly Lit Meals for One, but it reminded me of that. I'm like, this shit's gray and sad. And it was really more about the convenience factor, not what you were eating so much. So it was like, right, we will eat out because it is convenient and because it separates us from people who would have to cook at home. Oh, we don't make stuff at home because that takes too much time and planning. That we have the resources to basically buy prepackaged food and processed food. And so I've known him for like 3 years now. And when I first met him, he had all these very bizarre notions about cooking and food and just like, I don't know, like living with a kitchen. So, he was absolutely terrified of smoke in the kitchen because his family always told him that if the fire alarm, like the smoke alarm went off, the fire department was going to be called to your house and you get in huge trouble for not having a fire in your house. And I was like, it's not like pulling the fire alarm at school. Like, also, just turn it off. And he's like, you can do that? It's like, yeah. And then like his family had this weird thing about like outside air. Like we only have like very like air conditioned air. We don't open windows because it just lets too much of kind of the riffraff air come in. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but this is what it like came across to me as. Like we don't open things because like it's too humid or it's too drafty and like the bugs will come in and all the pollen will come in, and so we have to keep all the windows like hermetically sealed so that the house is like, oh, if it's too cold, then just turn on the heat. If it's too hot, then just turn on the AC. And if you don't like the way it smells in here, if it feels too stagnant, just burn some potpourri or something. Like,
well, see, the funny thing is, it's hilarious that they were classes like that, but they weren't actually rich.
Oh, so of course, that was the thing. And people like this about all kinds of weird like stuff. People who are like keeping up with the Joneses, like they're very much not wealthy. Well, they just want to seem not poor.
Do you remember there was this one commercial a few years back where there's this guy and he's on his ride-on mower. He's talking about his nice house and the lawn and all these things and the big cars and everything. And he's like, I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. Somebody help me.
And this is crazy.
Chad, he wasn't vegan. My friend was a vegetarian. He was ovo-lactose. So he did drink milk and he did eat eggs, but he just didn't eat like meat. And so explaining that he was a vegetarian, they were like, oh, so like you can eat like clams. Those aren't meat. And I'm like, I guess. Like,
but like, okay, so some of the best food in the world is poor food. I mean, when you don't have much, you find ways to make things good.
Well, think about this. Fancy French dish, coq au vin. This is something that the farmer, basically this would be the farm lady, the wife of the farmer would take an old rooster that was too old to stud anymore,
right, and
kill him. But he's old, so he's tough as fucking boots. And so she put him in wine and vegetables and cook him for 2 fucking days because it would take that long to break him down to be edible.
I mean, lobster, a lot of seafood. It's like when you are starving, you just wander into the ocean and try to grab whatever bug you pull out of there.
That's right.
Like a lobster just is a sea bug,
And now it's all haute cuisine.
Yeah, and now
vichyssoise.
Exactly.
My father used to make my father used to make potato soup all the time because he grew up very, very poor. Like they couldn't afford like juice, so when they had a jar of jelly, when it was low, they would put milk in it and shake it up, and for them it was like a milkshake.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he was poor, so when he makes potato soup, that's what it is. It's potato soup, but it's like people pay good money in a French restaurant for that,
right? For like
and it's like poor
fingerling potatoes
is some of the best food in the world.
Leeks.
And the funny thing is, this is something I don't understand. Leeks are dirt cheap in everywhere else except the United States.
Yes, and that's why so many people don't know how to cook with them, because they're like almost prohibitively expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, leeks, depending on when whether it's in season or not. Around here they're between $3 and $4 a stalk, but to make vichyssoise takes 4 fucking whole leek stalks. So that's soup is like almost $20 that you're making, and you're making several portions. But like, oh, I understand why this is expensive in the restaurant, because it's fucking $16 worth of leeks to make like make a quart and a half of soup.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
But
it's funny. So
they're cheap.
We were talking about kind of like crowdsourced meat. My boss came to me. He's like, "You eat steak, right?" I'm like, "Oh yeah." And he's like, "Would you be willing to split a quantity of a cow with me?" Because he basically got some contacts from a farm up north, slightly north in New Hampshire, and I was like, "Yeah." I had bought in with a bunch of these people, like went to the farm, saw the cow, saw the whole operation. Like the owner of the farm is a good friend of mine, and met a bunch of people. It was like, but it's like $10, $11 a pound. I just want to warn you. And I was like, but you can't beat it. It's local. It's as close to cruelty free as you can guarantee, and that's a lot of meat. Just stick it in the freezer. And he's like, I do not have a freezer that can fit 60 pounds of meat. So he split it with me. I had 30 pounds of meat, and then I took it to my friend that I've been slowly teaching how to cook and not be afraid of the fire or the smoke alarm, and then split that with him. So now I have 15 pounds and he has 15 pounds. But we got a whole bunch of different like nice cuts, a whole bunch of different like percentages ground beef. And yeah, just been slowly working through that. And it is really good. And it was just like, right. And when you can, shop by local, because I mean, it's going to take me forever to get through that. Like, I love meat, but I don't eat meat every day. I don't eat huge portions of meat. And so you don't, especially when it's good quality, you don't want to like burn through it. Like the ground beef makes some amazing burgers and would probably make an amazing meatloaf. But, like I don't have to feel like, oh, well, 5 pounds in a week, like that's done. Like we're like very slowly going through this.
So do you like, have you ever had Wagyu? And if so, do you like it?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, when I come up, then I'll bring some Wagyu with me.
All right. Yeah. So I have a place in Boston that gets A5 Miyazaki Wagyu, and it's worth every penny. They sashimi style like fillet it, and then they just flame torch it because it's nice and thin.
Right.
And
right.
like it's like the cut is on display for you with the certification, and it really is like a stick of butter. Like you can just cut right through it with a spoon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And like what happened is when it was like late last year when like my gaming group we got together all in person for the first time in like a year and a half, and I was celebrating. So I bought extra steaks from Cloud Cow, and I served it to everybody, and I was like, "You're never gonna have a steak like this." And so we cooked them up on the grill outside, and I forgot to bring knives down because we ate in the basement because I have a big gaming table, and the steak was so tender that I had plastic knives, and the plastic knife was good enough to cut the steak.
Right, it is cut of steak, but it falls apart like stew meat almost, like better than stew meat, because you can't even see the grain direction because of that marbling. Right. And it's really funny. Another really silly, ridiculous story. So early on in the pandemic, when there were a lot of meat shortages, the closest place I could go to, unfortunately, that usually had more readily available was Walmart down the street. It's like one of those super centers. And usually they have a pretty good selection of like grocery stuff. And as much as I hate going to Walmart, you did what you had to do. It was bad enough that I had to like go out in the pandemic anyway. And the other draw to Walmart instead of the local grocery store is that the local grocery store has really narrow aisles. So given a particular time of day, you might be like shoulder to shoulder with someone. So early in the pandemic, I was like, yeah, like I'd rather go to Walmart with these big open aisles, knowing that you're not going to be like butting up against people. But I remember going one day and like the meat section was almost entirely cleared out, except for some strange things. And I was like, I will see what they have, because like I tried to switch it up and be like, okay, we'll do chicken one time, and maybe I'll do pork cutlets another time, and maybe I'll do salmon or cod or something the next night. And so I came around and I was like, oh, we haven't had beef in a while, so I'll see what they have for beef. Literally nothing except Wagyu. And I looked at it and I was like, you know what? As funny as I started calling it Walgyu, Walmart Wagyu. And like they were very small cuts. They weren't unreasonably priced because they weren't like super finely marbled, but they were definitely far more marbled than anything else.
Probably
I
American.
bet people didn't buy it because they looked at the fat content and they were just like, "Where's the meat?"
Right.
and,
and actually, I'm thinking at those prices is probably American Wagyu.
Yeah. And so I took home something like 4 Wagyu steaks for actually not a lot of money, just because nobody wanted them. And it was the only thing left. Like,
one thing that's kind of cool. One of their supermarkets that was around here closed down. It was like a food town or shop. It was food town, and for a while it was like a Latin market, and then that closed down. Now it's an East Asian market.
Mm-hmm.
So and it's very close by, so I can get it. Because there's a lot of things you're just not going to find in a Western grocery store. If you do, it's going to be old and dated and not in good quality. And what's nice is the butcher sections. They actually have like butchers that, it's not like now you go into a American, like Western grocery store. There's usually not even a butcher there to talk to. There's just some person peddling meat from back in Europe.
Yeah, they're packing it and back. They're processing it, but they're not really butchering.
Exactly. But they have these guys there, and so then you could ask them what you're looking for, and so like I wanted to make pho for the first time, and so of course you have to have the bones with the marrow and the whole deal. And the guy was like, oh yeah, we got that. Oh, you need brains, you want that? He had everything in it all, And we also have, because there's a large East Indian population, there's also a lot of Central Asian markets around here too. So I usually get my spices at the Central Asian markets because it's dirt cheap and high quality, because there's Indian people use so much spice that there's high turnover. So anything that you get in the store has not been there for more than a week.
Oh,
and,
of course.
And the week before that, it was in India.
Actually, so there's a Asian market, kind of pan-Asian market, but focuses a lot on like Southeast Asian stuff. You can find some like really nice ones, but that's actually where I get my like really thin pork cutlets. It's like the size of a normal pork chop, except it's been halved this way. So still has the nice like bone in there, but it's just half the thickness. Nice. But you can get beef tongue, like nice beef tongue. And I was like, it's a good cut of meat. You just, as long as like I can prepare it so you don't know that it's tongue. Well, put some gravy on it, like it's great.
Well, the funny thing is people get all freaked out about tongue. It's like it's a muscle.
It's a muscle, like the heart,
I mean, I do get a little. It's funny. I don't like to eat heart, but I will use it to make like giblet gravy. You need the heart because it adds a flavor.
Yeah. But I mean, I know that you don't like black pudding or anything like that, but like I love stuff like that if it's made well. In a weird way, I prefer it softer than when it's like fried and has like the crisp to it, or it feels for some reason kind of weird. But they'll just sell like gelatinized like pork blood or beef blood so that you can make stews with it, you can thicken stuff with it, and it just like adds this very like umami flavor to things. And I mean, you don't have to just like like cranberry sauce at Thanksgiving or anything.
In any of this conversation, you guys have like totally surpassed anything that I could even add.
Oh, I mean, like when I say, basically, so long as it won't give me prion disease, knock wood, like I'm good. Like
I was, before we got into like talking about the steaks, well, you guys were talking about the steaks, I was going to mention how I've pulled a whole bunch of like wild onions out of the ground here, and I've cooked those up in my food. I don't know about you, Joe. It's a much more urban area where you are than where I am.
No, we have a lot of
onion there, but we get them here all the time.
We have a lot of onion grass here.
Yeah. And it's
The only
full of
problem is
wild onions and
yes,
chopped
the only problem is here though I won't eat the onion grass here because I know it's been pissed on by like every wild animal in the county. So you know.
When I was a kid, I used to like yank it out of the ground and like smell like the bulbs, the onion.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh wow, this is wild how this plant smells like onion.
Yeah.
Not realizing that it's exactly what it is.
Well, I
The
first knew it.
the next town over is onion farms for miles and miles and miles and miles. So that's just the area here. It's onions. So we get lots of them, just wild onions. So one day last year, actually, I yanked a whole bunch of them out of the ground, cleaned them up, chopped them up, and fried them up with some.
Onion
I don't
soup?
remember what the hell I had, and I was like, "Well, that's really good stuff."
Yeah, onions right. I don't know. And every once in a while, I run into somebody who doesn't like onions. I'm like, what are you?
Somebody doesn't like onions, yeah.
I definitely have had fewer and fewer foods as I've gotten older where I haven't found a way that I can eat them. I still obviously have my preferences, but there are very few foods where I'm just like, no, I just don't care for it to the point that I wouldn't eat it. I used to be that way with olives, and I'm only kind of that way with black olives now. Green olives, especially like the whole olives, like you just pop in my mouth, it's fine. But for some reason, like I think it's because I associate them with being in a can. Like canned black olives
Are terrible.
are just so
Uh,
bad.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
you guys know,
yeah.
I grew up on canned everything, like canned vegetables. My mom there was never anything fresh. Everything was out of a can. And it always tasted like a can. Tasted like salt.
Mhm.
I don't make any canned vegetables, and as soon as I started cooking for myself, I was just like, yeah, no. Once I made myself fresh vegetables, it was like, oh shit, this is a whole different
Right, it's
ball.
eye-opening. It's like the first time I ever had, like, a nice ripe peach. I always thought I hated peaches because the only peaches I was able to get when I was younger were, like, the little peach, like, cups,
Right.
and those are disgusting. I had no idea that, like, peaches were nuanced, for example, and, like, of course, I don't live in a place like Georgia, which has like very good peaches. Same thing, like I don't live in an area that has really good watermelon. So for a long time, I did not like watermelon or thought I didn't like watermelon.
Love watermelon. Oh, I
Yeah,
love
I mean, even now, like melons are probably like kind of lower on the things that I like to eat. I definitely don't like honeydew, or sorry, I don't like cantaloupe. It's
I like
too perfumey.
okay,
But
so
I like honeydew,
I
but
think
I
it's
like
an Asian
savory
thing.
melons.
I think it's an Asian thing. I think
It
it's an Asian
probably
thing.
is, yeah.
I have this friend, Terry, she's Korean. We're friends since school. And we went out to lunch one day. We were talking about like different diets. And I was just like, at the time, I was like, I'm eating a lot of fruit, melons, cantaloupe, watermelon, and honeydew. And she said, oh, cantaloupe. Oh. And I was just like, really? And now
I don't,
hearing you say that, yeah, it's an Asian thing.
I don't like
So
cantaloupe
it's
either.
funny.
You're Asian.
I find that
Oh, no, you're
Asians are
Mexican.
very, very polarized on this. So we have a cantaloupe soup in Cantonese cuisine, and it's served cold. And a lot of Chinese desserts I actually don't like because they're very sweet. Like they're
Mm.
very sweet.
Same thing with Indian.
Like almond pudding, coconut soup, like red bean soup. A lot of these things that are supposed to be right. You're only supposed to have a little bit, like a little bit, and it's you know thick and it's sweet and you're supposed to be like, oh, how nice and light and refreshing after this like big heavy meal. I'm like, no, I'd rather have more of the meal. Like I've always been more inclined to savory things
Yeah,
than
yeah.
sweet things. But
Because you're already
to
so
the
sweet.
point of Killer Clock, yeah, so my family were hunters. We didn't hunt deer as much, but we did hunt like grouse, pheasants, and like other small game. So I guess that's another reason. Like we were like I was brought up fishing and hunting, and like we definitely didn't do it like to subsist. It wasn't something that was like, oh yeah, we're like did it in backwoods, like you hunting and killing a roadkill to survive. But you were not afraid of those things. It was just like, right, your game meat. First of all, be very careful with, especially now that a lot of deer have tuberculosis
Ooh,
that can pass to humans if you're not careful. A lot of deer have a lot of diseases, including COVID now.
shit.
You have to be very careful about like field dressing, and if you're not able to do that, you better have somebody who can. It's probably safer to just haul the whole ass deer away to somebody who can process it for you and just pay the big bucks to do it than mess up the carcass in the field.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely not for the faint of heart if you've never done it.
Well, see, what I
Same
missed
thing, like first time you've ever cleaned a fish, it just feels like I don't really have any like personal emotional attachment to fish, but like if you ever messed up cleaning a fish, I'm just brutalizing this poor.
Oh yeah, I have. It just gets torn up. But see, what I used to be fortunate when it came to getting venison, because my friend Johnny, his dad used to go hunting, and so what I would do is I would keep an eye on the calendar for the hunting seasons.
Mm-hmm.
What he would do is just before the new hunting season, he would clear out his chest freezer if he had any venison left. So I happened to stop by because he wanted that out because he wanted a place for the new stuff. So he was like, "You want some venison?" And he would just like steaks and and not ribs, but like the saddle of meat and all this. Like, here you go. And I'd take that home, and my grandmother would be like, "Where'd you get all the venison?" I'm like, "Oh, Johnny said I went to Johnny's house again." But you said about like not tasting the like a good version of something, so you didn't think you liked it.
Yeah,
I was like that with pineapple because all I'd ever had was canned pineapple.
Me too. Pineapple was another one.
So what did it for me was I was in Hawaii for the first time, and so the day I traveled, I got there, it's like an overnight trip or like a long day trip and everything. And then I got up and I went down to the lounge they had. I didn't want to go down to the restaurant. I just wanted to get a couple of drinks. And so I'm drinking Mai Tais, and the bar at this hotel I was in made great Mai Tais. So I'm eating, and what I'm doing is I'm not eating the pineapple because there's a little wedge in it. And I'm using that to count how many drinks I've had. That's my markers. So I'm stacking them up. And so I ended up making friends with the lounge act. So the one guy, the keyboard player, Steve Sakawe, I always remember his name. He's talking to me and he's just like, "Hey Joe, you're not eating your pineapple." And I'm like, "No, I don't like pineapple." He goes, "Oh Joe, this is really good." I'm like, "Nah, I've tried it before. I don't." He goes, "Trust me." He's just take
Was
one.
he native?
He was local. He was local born, but he was Chinese and Japanese descent.
Yeah. Okay.
And he was like, "Just take a bite. If you don't like it, I won't push you. Just try it." And I'm like, "All right." And I took it. And I was like, like,
right. Oh my God. It opens up this whole other world. And you're just like, why didn't anyone tell me?
Well, one thing I noticed, like with the melons, growing up when I was a kid, we ate a lot of watermelon. Watermelon was, in the summertime, it's cold and it's
very New Jersey,
very refreshing. It's great, especially as a kid. You love that kind of stuff, and it's sticky. And I ate a lot of watermelon as a kid, so I know what watermelon tastes like. As I got older, I ate less. They've in between then and now, they've come out with the seedless watermelon. Wasn't something that existed when I was a kid. Well, it's a pupper.
Yeah, that was Flash. There's Lily.
Aw.
So cute. Yeah, I got mice running around.
Not quite the same.
I buy the fresh cut chunks at the grocery store. You like pineapples and watermelon and stuff, and the watermelon has no flavor.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter how red and juicy it looks. Like I got one today. It was just like, this container, and it looked fantastic.
Too early.
And no, it's the seedless variety of watermelon.
Yeah, when you have the seedless ones, they just don't taste the same because the way that the plant grows, when you take out the gene that makes seeds, you are also taking out a whole bunch of other nutrients that the plant needs.
True, but if you get them in high season, they will taste better. They won't be so watery.
Further into the summer, even the seedless ones, when I get the chunks, they do taste a bit better, but nowhere near what like an actual seeded watermelon tastes like. And it's I don't know why they use the seedless ones for the chunks. You would think that the seeded old watermelons would be cheaper for them to use, but
well, see, it's a shame. But I mean, and for that reason, because what you're saying, I'll only get we usually get the seedless because it's easier. But like basically, there's a window from like the last week of June to like the last week in August, and outside of that, we don't buy it because we know it's going to be garbage.
Man, right? Like I remember having seed spitting competitions when I was little. Yeah,
My
you just like
parents used
plow
to-
through them, and you have a whole mouthful of seeds. You know, spit them.
when I was a kid, my parents used to have a lot of barbecues, a lot of parties, and the whole family would come, and they would get like a watermelon. And watermelons, you know, I don't see them this big anymore. They used to be big, giant fruit, and they would cut it so like the rind would, the half of the bottom would still be like intact, the whole bottom half, and then a handle. And they would gut everything out of the watermelon, and they would fill it with rum and grapes and chop up watermelon, put it back in, and they would make like a punch, a rum punch,
Yeah.
with all the different fruit. And we used to, as kids, we used to sneak it, you know, and go run into the woods and we'd drink our little rum punch. And the watermelon that they used was always just so perfect. And it's like every time I go and I buy chunks, I come home and I do it over and over again, like I'm gonna get different fucking results. And I'm like, this sucks.
Well, to entry fans' point, like I was about to say, like if you get them and they're not yellow on one side, then it's a hothouse one because the yellow spots from
Right. That's where it's sitting on the ground. Yeah.
right. So if it's not growing,
being turned all the time.
yeah, it's going to be garbage.
I will totally buy a seeded watermelon over seedless any day if I'm buying the whole fruit. I just don't, because I'm the only one in the house that eats it.
Well, this is the one problem too in general with food in America, that everything has been bred in the last 40, 50 years toward how it looks and not how it tastes.
How it looks and the convenience, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, a little salt will help bring out some of the sweetness. Yeah, I know.
but like this is what I didn't realize, you know, until I had good watermelon, and it's still not my favorite, but that there is actually a flavor that isn't just sugar to a watermelon, that it has its own flavor, and it's a very subtle flavor. It's a subtle and nuanced flavor that is, I mean, super easily lost even if you have a good watermelon. Like, you know, Joe said, if it's out of season even a little bit, it's just not there.
Yeah.
And I found this with pineapple too. So I actually grew pineapple in my botany class in high school. And I went to public school, but I went to a very specialized, it wasn't a college prep school, but it was almost a college prep school. It's weird. But I had a botany class, and in the greenhouse at the top of the science building, we grew pineapples. And that's like where you learn how to do it. But if you harvest them too early, they're extremely metallic tasting and salty. So that's the first thing that happens, is that the electrolytes like go into it, and like those enzymes are bitter. So you have to wait a good long while until they are like pretty big, and then they have enough water and they've matured enough, and a lot of those things have broken down into more simple sugars that you can perceive. But yeah, like if you ever had a bad pineapple, it tastes salty. It tastes like metallic and salty.
Unless it's too old, in which case now the sugars have been consumed.
Yes, and so that's the other thing, is like if it's like that leathery, it's too like it's fruit's weird. Fruit's one of those weird things. It's like, I mean, I'm in apple country, maple syrup country, so like you know when you have a good batch of maple syrup, you know when you have good apples, and then when you don't, it's like this is an affront to all
Joe
that
and I
is
are
good.
basically at the bottom range of apple country. I know 2 miles away we have Apple Fest every year, and it's like that's the next town over. It's right in New York State, because right on the other side of the border. I can throw a rock and hit New York, but right over the border in Warwick they have Apple Fest every year, and it shuts everything down. You know, people come from miles. You guys know Jasper Avi from YouTube?
Yeah,
Avi. He lives in
Think
Warwick.
so.
He lives right here. He just
I didn't know that.
year, he and his wife and kids, they moved in.
Yeah,
so
we have
he's here like a year, and we haven't met up in person with him yet. I'm like, you're in the next town over, dude. You have no excuse.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You said about the apples. Like, yeah, we like in Morris County, there's apple picking. Actually, all the way down to Monmouth County, there's apple picking.
Yeah. So yeah, the apple stuff, yeah, we get that, and you know when it's good, and when it's a good year for apples, you know.
Well, again, I don't bother with apples until late August, early September, and I don't eat them again after mid October.
I love apples. I'll eat.
Like I said, they were like my favorite fruit growing up because they were so accessible, and Macintosh apples are still my favorite apple. They were so like good for a little kid to hold because they're small and
There's,
they're sweet and
Jonathan
tart.
Jonathan apples. Jonathan apples are fan fucking because they're really small and they're really sweet. They're like candy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like Empires because they're a bit tart, but they're not Granny Smith tart, but they're more tart than like your
Empires are good. Better than Red Delicious.
Red Delicious are the worst because, again, this is an example of what Joe said. They were bred for their color. They're a mixture between one of the Golden Delicious lines, that's where the Delicious name comes from, and a russet apple. Russet apples are not very good, like, on their own. And just like a russet potato, they got that, like, weird scaly skin. And so they were bred for their color.
With, the gold flecks, the red with the gold flecks.
Mhm.
That dark, deep red. It's a beautiful looking apple.
Mhm.
Like it's what you imagine an apple to look like.
Mhm.
And it tastes like wax.
Well, I mean, no, the first bite of a Red Delicious apple, I think, is pretty good. That first bite, because within 3 or 4 seconds from that bite, the whole fucking apple is brown inside.
It's
And it tastes
brown,
like
and also the skin is really thick. It's thin and it has a very thick layer of wax. And the only thing that I have found as a good use for them is to make apple stamps. You know, when you like cut them this way and you can get the star shape on the inside, so you put them in like finger paint and you can decorate with them.
I call it apple guts. When Devin and Rochelle were small, I used to make it for them all the time. I would like chop up the apples and I would put like sugar, cinnamon, and butter, and throw it in the microwave and just let it get gooey.
Like pie filling almost, and just
it's just basically it's the guts of an apple pie.
Mhm.
And I would like, hey, you guys want some apple guts? And we would sit and eat that while it was still warm. And I make apple pies, and I love apple. I'll eat apples all day, every day. Love them, love them, love them.
And the same thing, I love oranges too, but again, January to March. After that, don't even look at them.
Mhm.
It's not even worth it.
Yep, that's another thing, is that like people just don't appreciate how difficult it is to have the convenience of these exotic fruits all year round. Even if they're not the best tasting, the fact that I can get a whole case of lemons in the middle of February, it's even if they have like they're this big and I can't get any juice out of them and they're like bitter as hell. Like, you know what? I can get a whole case of lemons in the middle of February in New Hampshire. And same thing, like we go through avocados so fast. And so when people are like, why is it so expensive? I'm like, because it's winter in New Hampshire. And where do you think avocados grow? It's Mexico.
Well, and see, that's unfortunately most people don't know about.
And they're expensive because of the cartels too.
Well, that too, but people don't understand. A lot of people don't make the leap between the seasonality or lack thereof and the cost. Because well, like once I forget which hurricane it was, one of the hurricanes, and Peach and Raven had no power and their stuff all spoiled, and so I got them some food. I didn't spend that much money. I was $112, and I got them like 2 weeks worth of food because everything I bought was all in season.
What was that? I don't remember.
I mean, this is the sort of conscientious consumership that I feel like is more important than the specifics of what you are eating.
Right.
Because yes, is it a good idea to cut down on red meat consumption? Generally, yeah, it is. Like we definitely as a culture eat too much red meat, and the quality of that meat is not very good. Like portion control is really more important than whether or not you are eating. Like your body needs nutrients, it needs food to live, to maintain itself. And so that is kind of the difficulty, is that the conscious decisions every day. And I'm not even saying like, oh, you should agonize about like, is this going to offset my carbon footprint, or is this going to like, cause more waste or whatever. It's like, okay, in the moment, if given the choice between these things, what is the best thing for me? And if I have the bandwidth and the financial freedom and the rest of it to think beyond, is it better for me physiologically? is it better for, the supply chain, for, workers, for all the rest of it? Like, I don't eat cashews, just because I don't like them that much, and I'm very much in the minority regarding that. But same thing, I don't like Brazil nuts that much either because they're too fatty. But they're also really, really bad as far as like human working conditions, because cashew fruit is extremely caustic. It's painful to pick the fruit. Like the sap of that tree will eat through your hands. And a lot of the time, the workers that pick cashews, they're usually women. They're usually just disenfranchised groups, and they don't have enough gloves. And even if they have gloves, a lot of them have holes in them, and they can't afford to replace them. And then in addition to that, then they don't get paid very much because they're basically by their yield, paid by their yield. So it's a lot of things where I'm just like, I have the luxury to eat cashews. If cashews are in something that I've bought, I'm not going to pick them out. That's ridiculous. But, this is one of those conscious things. Like, if I can help it, like, no, I will not buy cashew milk. I have made peace with the fact that, like, with my own personal dietary restrictions, almond milk is the easiest thing for me to consume. But also, I'm not drinking almond milk like I was drinking regular cow's milk when I was not lactose intolerant. And so it was like a conscious stepping back from these things. And like knowing that when I make this purchase, I am fueling, depending on especially the brand. Like if you're using Blue Diamond, like you're definitely fueling the drought in California. If possible, like you can buy local almond milk, even out here. There are other alternatives that mix and match, like substitutes. Sesame seed milk is out now actually a thing. So I don't know if chat knows that I'm a professional barista, but this is one of the big things we talk about in so far as like the business side and sort of consumer trends. Not just like, oh, look at these, froofy, plant-based people being like, oh, I can't drink milk, and I cannot have a gram of genetically modified. First of all, like, don't get me started on like the genetically modified thing. My body can tell when it's not fair trade. Like,
another thing is just people just say chemicals.
Oh, right. It's like everything is chemicals.
Right? Vegetable oils are trashed in processing. They're destroyed chemicals. Everything is chemicals.
Everything's chemicals. It goes back to like the natural things. Like, oh, it's not natural. I'm like, right, but cyanide's natural. That's in apples. That's in cherries. Right. And arsenic. Things like that.
Benzene is completely fucking natural.
Right. And speaking of benzene, that is how we used to make decaf coffee. And it made delicious decaf coffee. It also gave you cancer like that.
Well, exactly. And also phenol. There's plenty of naturally occurring phenols, and phenols will fucking kill you.
Yeah. Yeah. And, so sesame milk was one of the things that I discovered, and it's fairly taste neutral. I was surprised because, especially like the barista blends, they're kind of formulated to be a little more taste neutral than like just the kind you would drink with like cereal. And you use way less water, they use way less land. The problem does, however, become an issue of scale. So a lot of these companies that are making sesame milk, even though the product itself is way greener and more sustainable, they usually had to package them in Tetra Paks. And Tetra Paks have this whole layered process that makes them shelf stable. But Tetra Pak is a monopoly, basically, on like shelf stable packaging. And they will not, so every size of Tetra Pak is basically, it requires its own machine. They don't have a machine that can make multiple sizes of the containers. So if you wanted a half-gallon size or even a gallon size, they would need to buy a specific machine to do that. And for the most part, the most profitable thing and like cost-effective thing regarding like units that are sold are these quart sizes. And the quart sizes, you just burn through them way too fast in the coffee industry and the beverage industry in general. And even if you were just using it at home, like how fast are you going to go through a quart of milk if you did use it for cereal? You know what I mean? Right. That's like 2 bowls of cereal, maybe, unless you were making really small bowls of cereal. So these quart sizes end up creating a lot of waste, and you can't recycle Tetra Paks like you normally could. You can't just like sort them into the bins. They need to go back to Tetra Pak to be peeled apart, basically. So it's this like, well, do I buy this even though it's technically more eco-friendly as a product, but then in its packaging, it kind of undoes that by having to scale down because Tetra Pak says it's not lucrative enough for us to give you larger quantities at a time. What they do use those mediums for, though, with the half gallon and gallon size is chicken and vegetable stock. Because restaurants will take that, but they won't take like milk alternatives.
That's weird. But see, like for me, like, well, see, the thing is, I don't like milk, so I like when I was a kid, like milk fat used to make me vomit, so like I couldn't drink whole milk. So I basically use skim milk on cereal, and of course skim milk, I don't like skim milk because it's bland, but and so now though, like regular like whole milk feels like horrible. Yeah, it's way too unctuous, and I don't like it. So I only but I use whole milk. If I have to cook with milk, I'll use whole milk for that. Or if I'm making a dessert or something, if I'm making a custard, obviously I got to use like at least light cream, if not heavy cream. But so I use very little milk. So for me, it's not that big of a deal. But I'm not giving up whole milk. I'm not going to soy. I'm not going to all these other alternatives because I don't like any of them. And besides, what Lewis Black said, there's no such thing as soy milk because there's no soy titties.
So cooking most things, meat specifically though, but cooking most things does result in a certain amount of carcinogens being produced. It is a side effect of cooking with meat, with heat rather. That's just the way it is. That's life. There are ways to reduce the amount of carcinogens. Like one of the healthiest things you can eat is like grilled chicken that's been marinated in lemon juice. There's like an 18-year-old, actually not even like a 16-year-old high school student, figured that out for her science class. It was like big news about 10 years ago.
I have just a very minor but persistent rant about why I'm against GMO labeling. And it has only tangentially to do with this. And I'm against GMO labeling because I'm against Prop 65 in California. And if you're not familiar with Prop 65, it is the proposition in California that requires them to label when anything has something known to the state of California to cause birth defects, known as a carcinogen, blah, 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 blah. And so you see this like warning label on a lot of stuff. The problem is, for brevity's sake, and because it makes no distinction about how much of that chemical is in it, how to what concentrations and where in the process of making this product this substance came into contact with it. So at Starbucks, which I used to work at in California, and that was the only time I ever went to Starbucks was because I worked there, because I'm from New England. We didn't have Starbucks then. Of course, they're everywhere now. But Prop 65 in California, we were required to display a sign that said, in accordance to Prop 65 of California, this facility serves substances known to the state of California to cause birth defects, cancer, all of these things. And people lost their minds. And I've found forums that talk about this, especially these like crunchy granola, like pseudo, like Lululemon mom, like healthy people, like forums. And they go like, oh my God, what is Starbucks putting in the coffee? I'm like, the substance is called acrylamide. And acrylamide is the byproduct of adding fire to something. When you grill, when you pan fry, when you roast, meaning roasting coffee, the fact of the matter is there is a combustion reaction, and that causes the substance known as acrylamide. And in a great quantity, if you stood next to that burning combustion action for some extended period of time and you drank nothing but black Starbucks coffee and somehow didn't make yourself sick on it, enough to have this chemical from the process of roasting the beans, not brewing them, then you might suffer some ill effects.
Right.
And
Because when you apply heat to cook things, to roast whatever it is, it causes carcinogens.
yes,
When I was married, towards the end of that relationship, I had started making candles. I used to make candles. And one of the things that I was told when I began my business was that if I wanted to sell candles in California, they would have to be labeled that the candle contained ingredients that was known
yes,
to the state of California to cause cancer. And
yes.
I was just like, number one, it's 3,000 miles away. I'm not selling any candles in California. Number two, well, that's just fucking stupid. It's just stupid.
Right. And I understand too that, initially that seemed like a good idea, right? Like, hey, if you've got a product that has something that could potentially give you cancer, maybe we should know about it. In
Right.
theory, yeah, fine. Sure,
Right.
that's fine.
Makes sense.
But you don't realize how ignorant and just stupid people are. And the fact that they will not look into this. They will not say, like, okay, so where does the acrylamide come from? What is acrylamide, first of all? And where does it come from? Like, why would it be in coffee? Oh, because it's a natural thing that happens when you apply fire to something, including cooking things.
Right.
And so people will just lose their head and say, like, oh my God, it causes cancer. Coffee causes cancer. Starbucks coffee causes cancer.
Starbucks coffee, yeah, and it's like I had said, the grilled chicken with lemon juice is one of the healthiest meats that you can cook and eat because the lemon juice cuts the carcinogens, and just grilled chicken in general is just one of the healthiest things that you get. If you're gonna eat meat, grilled chicken is
Well,
up there.
to the point of like misleading labeling. So in New Jersey, there's this thing called the right to know law. In principle, good thing. Basically, it serves two purposes. One is to let the community know that that there are potentially hazardous chemicals, industrial chemicals near them, so that if there's an accident or release, they know what the hazards are. Secondly, it's for first responders so that they know what PPE they need if they're going to go into the situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it originally had like 77 of like the worst things. Well, then this got added and that got added, and then and this was like mid 90s. It had gotten up to like 1,300 things, including matches. Fucking matches in any quantity. So if you left back when people could still smoke in buildings, if you had matches in your lobby for people to light up, you had to put it on the fucking form. So at one point, I'm in the lab. So we had so here we are making bulk chemicals, and then I'm in the lab where we have the little the tiny 1 ounce bottles, and I had to write all that shit down, and it was worthless
on an MSDS.
Yeah,
I got distracted, so I missed part of it. You're talking about material safety data?
No, I'm talking about the reporting to the state and to the local community. So
right, we're not even talking about strike anywhere like white phosphorus matches or anything.
So basically, so here you are, you're reporting that you have 1 ounce of tetrafluoroethane. And maybe if you drank it, it would be bad for you. But I mean, 1 ounce is not going to be. It's not going to significantly contribute to anything. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a release thing. It's not going to be a combustion thing. So our local fire chief was like, we get this and we toss it in the garbage because we can't find. We need to know the big stuff. What's in the big storage tank? So if the storage tank catches on fire,
right, so basically, this is the problem of if everything matters, then nothing matters.
Right.
There needs to be prioritizing. There needs to be context. There needs to be all the rest of it, and that's what this is why I'm against GMO labeling, because I just know it's going to boil down to another Prop 65, where it's like, this product contains a substance that is known to be genetically modified organism, like a genetically modified organism. And it's like, you ever have corn? Because if it wasn't genetically modified, it'd be this big.
Yeah, and bananas.
Inedible.
You have bananas?
Right. Yeah. And exactly, like if you've seen watermelon used to be almost inedible because there wasn't a lot in the middle. It looked more like winter melon where there's a lot of empty space.
And anything in the cabbage family, broccoli,
cauliflower.
Brussels sprouts.
Cauliflower wasn't a thing up until relatively recently.
Kohlrabi, they all came from
kohlrabi. Yep.
They all come from the same mustard plant.
Yes.
part of the New Jersey law, the right to know, part of that is in businesses you have to keep a material safety data sheet,
Right.
where you have to list everything that is potentially hazardous as far as chemicals and stuff that's in the
Sorry,
building.
Entropy. I was referring to red phosphorus that's used on safe matches. I just thought
Yeah.
I was going off of the strike anywheres.
Ohio
But yeah,
blue
strike anywheres are like no good.
Ohio blue tips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
But yeah, it was like glass cleaner is listed on that. Fucking Windex had to be on the material safety data sheet. It's just like, this is stupid. Why do you have to keep this list? And like every month, the fire department would come and they would look at the paperwork. And most of the time, like you said, they would just kind of like just shake their heads and turn the page, because it's like, it's the law, but it's stupid.
Mhm.
And they're like, oh, look, you've got water listed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it's the
here's-
same thing. Like,
well, here's another thing.
sodium and chlorine are very dangerous by themselves, and together make table salt, which is in plenty of things and is very necessary for a lot of applications and for your food.
Well, that's my favorite thing, because someone says, "Oh, it's got this in it or that," and they're talking about, because they're like, molecular that would be very dangerous, but in a compound that's not molecular that, where there's a few atoms of it, it's perfectly fine. Like you said, salt's one of the great examples, but it drives me, or anytime, for that matter, anytime they say natural, because most people don't understand that natural is a marketing term. It's a controlled term, but all it means is that your starting material comes from a plant, some form of agricultural product, either a plant or animal source. It doesn't mean it's not processed, like
Right, and other natural flavors.
right. So like when you
right, like the beaver butt juice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's natural, or like was it a cherry flavor? It's a benzaldehyde.
Yep,
They don't,
benzaldehyde.
yeah, they don't get it from crushing cherries. Well, at one time, they don't do this anymore. At one time, they made it from fucking asparagus, and there was like a 3 or 4 step process they would go to, because asparagus used to be cheap, and you could get a better yield of it from that, but it was processed to the hilt, so it was not.
And it probably didn't make your piss smell like asparagus.
Another with another raspberry flavoring, cabbage. You would use cabbage.
Yep.
If you look for like certain organic ice creams, and they have like the raspberry gel ice cream, where it's got the swirl of like raspberry, that's not raspberry, it's cabbage. After a few bites, you can actually taste the cabbage.
Well, another thing too that I found when I was in the flavors and fragrance industry, that when it comes to fruit flavored things, roughly half of any flavor that you get is actually grape. So because it's cheap, and so this is the problem. Like when like Fruity Pebbles or any of the cereals added grape to their list of things, because it was already 50% grape, and then they added grape to it, so it went from being Fruity Pebbles to Grapey Pebbles. And that's what
not just that. So a funny story about like the fake grape flavor in a lot of the United States is the Concord grape, and that doesn't really exist in like Europe, for example, or in Japan, for example. A lot of places in East Asia, like it does not exist there. And so we think of like that Dimetapp and like fake grape flavor. Which I used to have pneumonia a lot. I had a lot of Dimetapp when I was little. But fake grape flavor, in our collective consciousness in the United States, almost always comes from the kind of synthesized version of Concord grapes, which are very, very different, like Welch's grape juice and like grape jelly.
Banana candy, banana flavored
banana candy.
Is actually, the flavor is a synthetic Gros Michel banana, which you can't
which
commercially buy.
again, like the Gros Michel doesn't even necessarily taste like that. It's just a synthesis that tastes as close as we could get to that.
But nobody under the age of 60 would even know, because you can't buy Gros Michel bananas anymore, because it was replaced by the Cavendish, which is the one that's currently on the market.
Yeah.
So it's just like, I don't know anybody. Maybe my mom, when she was little, might have had a Gros Michel banana, but she has no idea.
And we were talking about kind of like public perception of what stuff is supposed to taste like and what like people visually associate with things. So the state fruit of New Hampshire is the pumpkin, and PSL season is all the rage here. And I was like, anybody ever had a pumpkin? They're bland as shit. It's a gourd. It's a gourd. And I mean, you can make delicious things with pumpkins. And the thing is like the pumpkins that we think of that we cook with are different. Like the big orange ones, you don't typically use those for cooking because they are very bland. That's another reason why, like, when you make really, really big, like you grow artificially, especially or, under sort of human aided conditions, like in a grow house, they don't taste nearly as good because you were forcing them to get bigger to be like, oh wow, look at you get so much. But
so the energy that would have gone towards flavor production gets rerouted to go to size.
Right, exactly.
And for that matter, and I have also, and you've seen me rant about this. I get so pissed off that people now call it, they call the spice pumpkin spice. It's not. It's that because it's pumpkin pie spice.
Yes.
Because pumpkins don't taste of fucking clove and cinnamon.
Also, right. It's like when it says pie spice too. It's like, so it's mulling spices. It's basically just mulling spices.
Right.
Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, is delicious. There's a reason why it's like everyone loves it because it is delicious.
I actually, this past fall was the first time I actually tried like the pumpkin spice coffee. And yes, I was the basic white girl going to get the every day.
It turns out that those spices go fantastically with coffee.
It's good. I was just like, I got it kind of like, I'm gonna try this, ha ha ha. You know, I'm driving away going, oh shit.
Also, Entropy fan, yes, exactly. So I love Nile Red's videos, and his like other channel too. His diction is a little bit hard to get over sometimes, but he shows, I mean, especially because I love organic chemistry. All that really matters is taking the molecular structure and seeing what you can tweak to make other molecular structures through chemical processes. And so it doesn't matter if that chemical came from, vinyl gloves. How can I manipulate that to be something that is edible? And it was like, right, so many, processes go on like in your digestive system that break down things that otherwise, again, would not be possible. And because we don't have the same kind of 4-chamber stomach as a cow or other ruminants, we can't eat certain things. Like to us, things are inedible that are not inedible to, say, like a beaver.
Right. Well, see, this is the other thing too that always drives me nuts, because obviously, being a chemical engineer, see, when people get obsessed with the whole natural thing, and I'm like, oh well, the synthetic. I'm like, people seem to think that if it's the synthetically made one, that it's like the thing, but it's not the same thing. Like, no, it's the same fucking thing. Like I've done, like for instance, in distillation, I've distilled natural citral, which is basically what gives citrus fruits their citrusy content, and lemons have the highest concentration of citral, oranges have the lowest, and limes are in between. And I've done artificial. The difference is, so the natural one comes from lemongrass, so they actually crush lemongrass and make lemongrass oil, and we distill it, and then the other one comes from some other process. The thing is that at the end of the day, the spec on the ice, you have alpha and beta citral, and you need a certain ratio. And if I gave you the natural one and the artificial one, and you ran a GC mass spec on it, they'd look identical. You couldn't tell because they are identical. They're the same thing. The funny part about it, though, is the so-called natural one has another constituent in it that under heat reacts with the preferred isomer, which is the beta citral, and destroys it and turns it and polymerizes it and turns it into jelly. Mm-hmm. So you have to be careful with the distillation, because once it starts, you have to do it fast, but if you don't want it to heat up too much, because if you do, you'll end up with the wrong isomer ratio and it won't taste or smell quite right. Mm-hmm. And then you have the backfeed. It's this whole big mess. So the natural one costs 4 times as much to make to get it so it matches identically with.
Well, right, like in that controlled environment, then you don't have to factor in a lot of these things that would naturally occur in something that the origin doesn't care about what we want to do with it. Right. So when we have certain synthesized things, it's like, right, we're taking out so many other variables that I don't need to worry about. Like I don't need to worry about it turning into a polymer and like gumming up the rest of my reaction.
Right. Exactly.
Anonymous, Lily is an absolute beautiful person inside and out. That is at least the second time that you've mentioned it. Please don't be creepy. Hey, thanks. I hate that.
And it's
Sorry,
funny because people. So actually, today I went to the New England Coffee Festival, won that latte art throwdown. So I was. It's been a while since I've done a throwdown, but people kind of come to me and they're just like, oh, you really like coffee. I was like, well, it's more than that, because I could tell you more than anyone that I'm not striking it rich in this job. But it aligns with a lot of the values that I have. It goes along with a lot of the interests that I have. My professional expertise is in this because, my degrees are in foreign language and linguistics, German, Russian. And there's a coffee culture everywhere, everywhere you go. And coffee is one of those great socializing factors that you can sit and have a coffee or something that is like a coffee. And this is where revolutions are made and poetry is written and books
We were
are
just
written.
talking about that earlier.
A lot of
we were talking about that earlier. Exactly that. Yeah.
And it's the atmosphere of coffee brings people together. It is by its nature social, and a lot of things are like that. Smoking, alcohol, things like that. A lot of these things are social things. So I could, when I lived in Austria, I could easily use my language skills, and when I was traveling around Europe, that was something that we could bring together. And it's always funny because they're like, oh, Americans don't know coffee. And it's like, well, I don't really strike people as like the typical American a lot of the time. So I can just kind of be like, I'm from Canada. Well, a lot of people did think I was from Canada when I was in England because, I have the kind of nebulous New Hampshire accent.
Yeah. I think you're close enough to Canada that there's some sloshing.
Yeah, lots of French Canadians. But if I hadn't gone into foreign language, if I hadn't gone into linguistics, then the most I did with my time in school was plant science. Because I was like, do I want to do science? Do I want to language? Do I want to science and language? And I was like, well, if I get fluent enough in German, Siemens Institute, there's plenty of places I could work that are in Germany or like affiliated with German companies, and I could learn the science later, but it's a lot harder for me to learn the language after I've had to learn the specific science. So,
everything that you said about like the coffee culture and how it aligns with your values, and I understand, I get all that. I am still baffled as to why you are still a professional barista.
it's just fun. I think like even if I were set for life money-wise, I would just always want to be a barista. It's just so fun to me. And it's funny because like I don't love mingling with the public, but I like connecting to people. And unlike working as a server in a restaurant, I don't need to babysit anyone. You're like, hey, here's your coffee, goodbye. And then that's all they want from me, and that's all I want from them. And then we're happy with this. I see that and I'm like, hey, have a great day. You too. And we never have to get to the like, hey man, fuck you. And I'm like,
where's my food? It's not you're not cooking it, but it's your fault it's not here.
right. It's very rarely customers, especially in food and beverage, and especially sadly during the pandemic, have been extra monstrous to servers, to customer service.
I am not defending that behavior, but to an extent, it's understandable. As a society, for the last 2.5 years, we are all under much more immense stress than we are accustomed to as Americans.
Oh, absolutely. Like I'm
Like,
not saying that it's not understandable. It's just that, I would lose my job if I had a bad day, and I can't stay at home. If someone has the luxury to just kind of waltz into a cafe, so I actually just got over a bout of COVID, which was incredibly mild. If I had not thought to test myself, I would not have known I had it because it was so mild. I was down for less than a day, and then I was just kind of waiting it out, isolated in the bedroom. So I'm doing perfectly fine now, as hopefully you can hear. and took all my precautions, was testing myself every other day, and then I was good to go. But it's like I'm serve safe, so I have to take food safety courses because I'm a manager, like the general manager, and I have to make sure that I like teach my staff how to do this. And then
I had all that when I had the deli. I was
and some
yeah,
dickhead comes
safe
walking
food.
in and be like, I don't believe in washing my hands because that's gay. I'm like, all right, man, listeria to you, I guess. Like,
Yeah, people. I mean, it's kind of that's what got me the most is that somehow saying that when you come into my store you have to follow the rules, that somehow that became tyranny, when the same people about anything else beforehand, they're the same ones that if you get shot by the cops because you jaywalked and the cop was an asshole, well, you should have followed the rules.
well, not just that. It's like I had so many people preach to me about small businesses, like, oh, I would patronize your business, but you have a mask rule, and I'm like, you don't have to do anything. Like, you didn't have to buy coffee. No one's making you. In fact, we have it be possible that you don't even have to come in here. You can order on the mobile app. We'll sit it outside with your name on it on a table. And you can just come by and then I was like, unless it's not about supporting the small business, because like, hey, we take donations. You want to just give us money? Oh, I would love to support you, but you're going to make me wear a mask. I'm like, I'm not asking you to come in. Like, show me in my ingredient list that I am struggling to get because of the supply chain where I asked you to come in. And then people suddenly change their tune and are like, well, you should be so grateful. You should be so thankful that, I deigned to come into your business because you would be out on the street if it weren't for people like me. And it goes suddenly into this whole thing about tipping too. And I was like, I didn't ask you to tip. I mean, if you're going to make a big deal out of it, then you are an asshole. But like, there is, no one's holding a gun to your head and saying you have to tip.
When I
It's
first
also just
opened,
that, like, sorry, you just might be perceived as an asshole.
when I first opened the deli, we had a woman come in that she was really rude to Peach, and she had like these really bizarre expectations about what food would look like and stuff based on photographs that were in advertisements, and she was really really rude.
Pinterest, I'm sure, and
And I was just like, because Peach had come into the kitchen and said, this woman gave her a hard time, so I went out and I said, your meal is on the house. Enjoy it.
right, I don't want your money.
I said, I enjoy it. There is the door. When you're finished eating, see your way out. Don't come back.
Right,
And
like, I'm more than happy to give you a refund if this is not your bag of chips. Just
I mean, she just like,
right, like, oh,
I don't understand.
what?
I think it's okay to walk into a public place and be an absolute piece of shit to people, and that's
It's all part of this bullshit attitude that used to exist of like the customer is always right, and like no, they're not. And that's why I love that I don't have to deal with like retail customers. I'm dealing with industrial and maybe commercial, because
That has its own drawback too, because they're a very specific kind of stupid. They're a very specific kind of learned helpless. So
well, this is true, especially with mine since it's all technical stuff and they don't
all
understand
technical
what they do. But at least they understand there's a certain expectation of professionality in how they professionalism in their behavior that's expected both by me and by their boss, so that so if they're not just like, because that's the thing, somebody coming into you, they're they're an asshole to you, there's no consequences for someone walking into your deli or to your coffee shop and being an asshole, because they at the worst they can't come back to that store again, but they're not going to lose their job. If somebody's abusive to me, I will go to their supervisor and say, hey, this person was a problem. In fact, I've done that because there was a guy, I didn't do it because he was an asshole to me, although he was an asshole to me. I kind of looked the other way, but then my employees started complaining to me about him, and I'm like, oh no, I gotta go to bat for my employees, because how are they going to respect me if I don't show them that they're valued, and then I'm not going to countenance
exactly. So, and that's fostering a safe work environment that people will again remember. And let's say someone doesn't stay at your company for whatever reason, who's like, but hey, I remember my boss stood up for me. My boss has my back.
Exactly.
And
so that's the thing. So I went to the guy's supervisor and I said, I got to talk to you about someone. And he actually kind of guessed who it was going to be, because I wasn't the only one that's complained about the guy. And they did talk to him, and he was totally changed after that. You know,
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
he might have said something after we got off the phone. I don't give a fuck, but at least when we were dealing with him, he was civil.
I want to take a second here to welcome Mr. Burrito to the show. So
Thank you very much.
Oh, speaking of chorizo, that's another thing. I ordered because I wanted to make, you know, either paella or arroz con pollo, which are basically the same dish. It's just a matter of whether it's terrestrial animals or seafood, right? So I ordered Spanish chorizo, and I'm glad I did because Spanish chorizo is a lot milder and more balanced than chorizo like from the Americas. Latin American chorizo is very sharp and kind of and so smoky, it's kind of overpowering.
Yeah,
So
it's pungent.
very pungent, and so if you use too much, your dish will just taste like chorizo and nothing else. And the Spanish chorizo was a lot more balanced. I liked it.
okay.
That's all.
This is Denver chorizo, and it's probably the kind that you don't like. Very, very strong.
But you know what I was saying about food science was that so I'm also a coffee educator, and you know telling people about like what goes into growing coffee, the genetics of growing coffee, and kind of the problems that coffee as a plant faces, and what that means for kind of the global economy. Because I don't know if this is still true, but an oft-repeated statistic, factoid, is that coffee next to crude oil was the most traded commodity. And you can think about the very long history of coffee as a traded commodity, you know, first small and then much larger. And it kind of clues you into the human condition because, you know, we have to talk about, you know, economic equality and equity. Again, like how are we making sure that a lot of these countries that are growing coffee are developing countries have the recognition, have not just equal pay, but opportunities and kind of the education to continue to support themselves. And then even on the other side of things, like making sure that your baristas that make the coffee that people have come to view as a commodity, as, you know, I just throw my money down for a quick cup of joe at Cumbies or whatever, they can actually support themselves. I'm not saying that baristas work at Cumberland Farms, but you know, somebody brings in the beans and makes the coffee at Cumberland Farms. And like, can a gas station worker who primarily sets up the coffee or whatever, you know, earn a living? Or can I, as a barista, earn a living? And this is one of the like big things that we talk about in you know, coffee conventions is like, how do we make this sustainable across the board? Not just for our farmers, because we talk a big game about how fair we are to our farmers and, oh, fair trade, direct trade, all of this stuff. And all that's great. But then it's like, so why is a barista still making minimum wage? Like, if you are trusting them, right, with this specialty coffee, and it's a specialty, we're not even talking about like kind of no-name indie shops that are doing things from like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, where I won't, you know, lambast them and say it's bad coffee, but you know, it's an outdated style of coffee. Definitely not what we would call like specialty. You know, they're focusing more on batch brew, and a lot of the time these are like bakeries or bistros, something that has a coffee element and also usually a food element that people who are working in these environments can feed themselves.
I mean,
so
one
I
of the
do
biggest,
coffee.
the
sorry.
most, actually, the largest sold item in my store when I had the store was coffee. I sold more coffee than anything. I went through many, many pots of coffee a day.
Did it have a good markup?
Oh, I mean, well, coffee is, you know, I mean, depending on what you're getting and where you're getting it from, coffee is fairly inexpensive. It's a high profit item in a deli.
Yes.
I mean, it's not as high profit, I don't think, as eggs. Eggs are ridiculously
big.
high profit. But
And
it's up there. It's up
so
there.
I'm also the green buyer. I source and buy the grain for our shop, and we production roast for ourselves and for our accounts. So like I'm sometimes behind the big roaster. I will also do sample roasting on our 1 kilo like little baby sample roaster. But I'm talking to our importer. You know, I'm kind of vetting that and seeing if it lines up with our budget because of like, right, how much you can bring in green We're talking like 69, 70 kilo bags. We can't do partial bags because it doesn't make sense for the importer, and it doesn't make sense for the farms to like have partial bags unless there's so little of the coffee it doesn't fill a whole bag. And then making sure that, I as a roaster make the best of that coffee and turn it into a product that people will buy at a high price, and that I'm marketing that well, and that I'm training my staff to be skilled enough to like, give that as an experience, and have it be versatile, have it be approachable, all these other things. And then again, oh, no need for a high wage. It's not a skilled job. It's like all of my food science knowledge I use every single day. And I have to tell people, it's like, great, it's so much that goes into a cup of coffee. And you just think like, oh, you just push a button and it appears. It's not how that works. Like, even as a bartender, for example, the product is made. It's very rare that a bartender is making their own alcohol. And it's very rare that they are making every single alcohol that they use or every mixer that they use. And yes, they need to know a lot of combinations for drinks, but so do I. Barista means bartender. And a lot of the time we also serve alcohol. So we don't do spirits. We don't have like that much of a liquor license, like that percentage for a liquor license, but like I can make kind of medium percentage cocktails, and especially coffee cocktails. And I need to know, first of all, what is in every single piece of product that I push. I need to know exactly what is in it. I need to have that be able to goes into like the food science and the food safety. Like I need to know what allergens are in things. I need to know what things will react. It's like, right, did you know that if you have carbonation or so nitrogenation, bubbles, some kind of dissolvable gas that can go into your body. So like nitro cold brew, for example, if you put a shot of vodka in nitro cold brew, you will process that alcohol faster. You will get drunk faster than if you just had the vodka, because the gas is a solvent and it pulls the alcohol out of what you're drinking into your bloodstream much faster than if you were just to take the shot of alcohol. This is why a Jack and Coke, if you're using especially a lot of Jack, will get you drunk faster than just taking swigs of Jack. And people don't know this. And so like if I'm looking after my patrons, I got to know what I'm serving them. I got to make sure that I know what alcohol poisoning looks like. And I got to make sure I warn people like, hey, man, you might want to get a sandwich with that. A lot of things like that. Like, okay, a lot of people say like, okay, I have celiacs. Okay, I can tell you that our bacon is gluten-free. People don't know that bacon is sometimes not gluten-free because they will use corn syrup, like high fructose corn syrup, to cure or like partially cure the bacon. And a lot of people can't have that. Same thing like turkey breast sometimes is not gluten-free. And, I can kind of complain about like people who are on fad stuff, but like I have to take food allergy extremely seriously. And I have to know why these things happen. So, even if someone is lying through their teeth to me, if they say it's an allergy, I have to treat it like one and know the protocol, to be able to do this.
I have a question. I don't know why there would be any of the glutinous proteins in high fructose corn syrup, because they're just...
A lot of people who can't have wheat also can't have corn. And a lot of stuff that is packaged like isn't gluten-free if it's like has some kind of sweet like preservative in it.
There must be something else in it because besides that.
Yeah. But I mean, this is something that you have to like look for and like make sure that you're reading ingredients for. Same thing, like making sure that like your surfaces are not cross-contaminating. And when I teach latte art classes, I have to explain the food science that goes behind making latte art. And people can be like, it's just coffee. You don't need to do that. I was like, it brings in the big bucks. If it's Instagrammable, it brings in the big bucks. And it makes you feel special. The first thing people eat with is their eyes.
It's true.
And
like what we did for coffee when I had the deli, because we were like, knew absolutely nothing. I knew that I liked Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Like just like the main regular plain old.
So do I. I like Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
I like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. So it was just like, so we went on a search for something that tasted like that, and so we went through a few different ones, and we ended up landing on a company called Coffee Roasters, and they supplied us with all the coffee. The guy came with all these different samples, and it was just like, I was putting milk and sugar in each one,
Yeah,
and
honestly,
one I
that's
was just
totally
like, oh,
fine.
okay, this is the one. This is the one.
Was the only thing for me for coffee, because I don't dislike coffee. I just wish coffee tasted as good as it smells, because it smells beyond description good, but it tastes okay.
Yeah, I mean, also coffee is not for everyone, so that you also have to be able, as a barista, same thing as a bartender, to cater to people who cannot drink coffee. So, right, if someone approaches my bar and says like, "Hey, I don't drink alcohol. What do you have for me?" I should be able to give them a drink that's not, "Here's a water, here's a soda," because then they're not having a good time, and I'm not doing my job as a host, as a customer service employee.
Well, here's the other thing too that gets me though, like when people, and just in general, like okay, like obviously, most people don't realize how much skill it takes to be a barista, but even in a job that's not as skilled, like okay, people, especially with fast food workers, are like, oh, it's just flipping burgers, which no, it's not just flipping burgers.
No, I don't have it in me to be a
But
fast food worker. Like, I know I don't have it in me. I would cave in like a week.
but here's the thing
It's
about
horrible. I've done it. It's
but
horrible.
here's the whole thing. Even if it was easy, it's not. But even if it were easy, what does McDonald's sell? Fucking burgers. That's the fucking whole business is based on selling goddamn burgers. So if McDonald's as a corporation is making a huge amount of money selling burgers,
Right, somebody's buying them.
right,
That's the
somebody's
thing.
buying, and that means that somebody has to make the burgers. So literally, the most important people in the whole fucking operation are the people who make the burgers.
Well, also, it's just like if every single person on the planet had a PhD in something unique and wonderful, if, cancer was cured tomorrow because of our combined brilliance, someone would still have to clean toilets, someone would still have to flip burgers, someone would still have to shovel walkways and mow lawns and all the rest of this, all of these menial, low-skill tasks. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's a job.
When I opened the first deli, I mean that because the second deli was all takeout, but the first one I had a dining room, so it was a restaurant, and I said it was like from day one, the most important person in that building is the dishwasher.
Yeah, because
They'll
without
bring
them,
the entire operation to a standstill.
Yeah,
People won't be able to get their food. You won't be able to cook. The counter will get jammed up if the dishwasher is off. If he's like off his game, if he's not right,
if
everybody.
he puts out plates that are still dirty,
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
so much of the business rides on the guy who's making the least.
Right. You are only as strong as your weakest link.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you are stressing your employees, doesn't matter what they do, to the point that they cannot survive, then you cannot hope to keep them. And if you can't keep employees, then you can't run a business.
Right.
And this is the thing that I'm just like, don't try to play this with me. I've been in this industry for 15 years now. Like, which I guess, right, people don't really know how old I am, but that's fine.
Yeah. How old are you now, anyway?
32.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because I think you were 21 when we met.
Yeah. And
how much coffee do you drink?
Not a lot, actually. I taste a lot of coffee. And if this is the thing, people look at high-end alcohol as, very prestigious, but coffee has more aromatic compounds than does wine, than it does whiskey. And it all is so dependent on so many factors along the way, like what kind of coffee drink are you consuming, and what is your brew ratio, and what is the science behind that, because that's going to affect extraction percentage. And right, the thing is, like, I'm not saying everybody's got to have an $8 latte, because the bread and butter of what we're selling is drip coffee for the most part. Like, it's just tap slinging, but then again, so is working at a beer hall. Like, and so you want to tell me that people who are bartenders at a busy dive bar don't deserve their money because all they're doing is pulling taps? And like, right, they gotta have an entire bar of patrons. Again, they can't overserve people, or they shouldn't. And you know, have to keep an eye on that. And they also have to have a friendly atmosphere. They can't have a bad day. They can't have a bad day, and they need to
I
make
used
sure they
to,
are constantly washing dishes, because a lot of
I
time, like,
used to
they
run a
don't have a
pot.
dishwasher.
I used to run a pot of blueberry cobbler, and a pot of vanilla, and just 50-50 mix of that with a little bit of milk and sugar, and I was set for the morning. That was my morning. Vanilla blueberry.
Willie, did
Whiskey
you cut
makes you
down
drunk,
on
but what
coffee?
gets you up and goes to work? How many times have people tried to give up coffee for Lent? Turn into the devil.
Willie, did you cut down on coffee consciously? Like
No,
decision?
no, it's just like I just never really drank like full cups of coffee. It like I like the taste of coffee, obviously, but I just don't really like having like full cups of coffee. Most of the time, I just have small ones and I kind of sip throughout the day. And
I
there's just so much coffee, like
I have a
so many
history.
types of coffee that like if I kind of confine myself to one, even if it's just a 10-ounce cup of coffee, I'm just like, yeah, but I kind of want something else now.
Right. But when I used to work in retail, I worked in a store called James Way. I don't know if you guys all. I know Joe knows James Way. I don't know if the rest you guys would know. But I used to work at James Way. I was a manager, and I would stop at Dunkin' Donuts on my way to work and get my medium coffee, light and sweet. And I would walk around with it for a couple of hours, and every now and then I would put it down. I'd walk by a little while later, pick it up, and I'm going about my business and take a couple of drinks, put it down. I never finished the entire cup.
So yeah, the other thing is that you don't go to a place like Dunkin' Donuts for the same reason you would patronize a mom and pop shop. You just don't. It's the same thing. Like you don't go to McDonald's for the same reason that you go to a high end restaurant. And like the experience that you're going for is different. And when it is not the experience, it is the convenience. And again, I was like, we sell our
That
beans online. If you don't want to deal with us and like complain about our prices, you can just buy the
Yeah.
coffee
Yeah,
or don't.
no,
Like,
that's Dunkin'. I mean, I can get the coffee fast. It's not
right.
bad coffee. It's
Fast
good
and
coffee
almost always very consistent is the thing.
most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time.
At
Every
least
once in a
used to
while,
be.
it's not great because, again, like Dunkin's is kind of like using outdated equipment. A lot of the time,
Yeah.
it's still glass pots on burners, and that's not great. Um,
No, I
but
don't like when they use they the carafes that are plastic lined.
ooh,
You can taste the
ooh,
plastic. It's off. Yeah, it's like my friend. You remember Al,
Mm.
right? You remember Al?
yeah, I think so.
He was like a coffee connoisseur. I mean, he would go places and he would like take a sip of the coffee, he'd like give it back to them. And he was like, "Oh, you're using a craft that needs to be cleaned better, you know,
Oh yeah,
or like that good, or let me ask you a question: Is your carafe that you use plastic lined? Because you can taste it. Like as a matter of fact, it is. It's like yeah, you can taste it.
yeah.
I mean, if it was a good coffee, he knew like that. I mean, he was kind of amazing with the coffee.
Yeah, I mean, like people have this idea still of I guess this is a very second wavy, like going into third wave coffee misconception that like, oh, the barista's just like a snobby hipster. It's all pretentious. It doesn't matter. It's not real. It's like you might as well say the same thing about a steak. You might as well say the same thing about whiskey, or like why would I spend the money on a nice cigar when I could just get a pack of cigarettes? And I was like, because they're fundamentally different things. Yes, you smoke them both, but you are not sitting, I hope, with like a pack of Lucky Strikes or Marlboro Reds and having an Epicurean experience like you possibly would with a very nice cigar.
Well,
And
that's
a
the
lot of
thing.
times, too, like, right, it's a social thing. You
Well,
go grab a cigar with your buddies, with your dad, whatever, have a nice drink with it, and you just lounge for like 2 hours.
well, the
That's the experience.
well, the other thing too is that basically, like when you have the time, like the way I ended up developing my sense of taste was actually developing my sense of smell, which makes sense. They're connected. When I was working in the aroma chemical industry, I'm a young engineer. I'm still working on my degree, and I, was working on this distillations to improve their yield, and I was getting better. The if you looked at the composition of what was coming out of the still, it was better, but it was still wasn't passing odor quality, and I couldn't, I didn't know why. I was like, well, I don't get it. So I went and went to talk to one of the guys who was the head odor evaluator, and he was this very gruff guy. Everyone was afraid of him, but I was young and irascible, so I approached him, and he started to do his natural reaction was to just tear your head off. But then he stopped. He goes, "You really want to know this stuff?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "All right, come here every Wednesday, and I will go over this stuff with you." And so he would start doing it. He would say, "Okay, here's the standard. This is what this thing is supposed to smell like. Smell it. Okay, here's what we have. Here's our different samples." So he says, "Okay, smell these until you find the ones that smell right." And I would, and then he would say, "Yeah, see," and then sometimes he'd say, "You see the subtle difference between this one that makes it and this one that doesn't. You see that little sharpness or the little dull note or whatever." And then I was sort of like, "Oh, okay." And the more I did that, and then and my nose didn't get better, but just because I knew what to look for and what to pay attention to.
You expanded your language. You were able to pinpoint these things, and you had a word for them.
Exactly.
And again, this is my linguistics coming in.
And the thing is, it made me aware of things to pay attention for those things, and those same things again, because taste and smell are connected.
Yes.
So now I could. So I guess if I got into coffee, I could probably get like Al to where I could tell. Like I remember once I was sharing an office with a perfumer, and he gives me a thing to tease. This is a new thing I'm working on. Check it out. And I go, "Yeah, it's good." I'm describing it. I'm like, "There's ambretolite in here." He goes, "Don't tell me you can smell ambretolite in here." Like, "No, seriously, there's ambretolite in here, right?" And he didn't want to tell me. I'm like, "Let me just tell you, am I right or am I wrong?" He's like 0.1%, but I can fucking smell
it's a pungent molecule.
But
and if you know, you know.
Right. Whereas because ambretolite, it's not as strong of a scent as ambergris. And you don't really want it for its odor. What it is, it's molecularly sticky.
It's a binding, yeah.
It's a binding, so volatile chemicals, and that's the thing. We use a lot of times the media uses volatile to mean like explosive. No, it just means
it means taking it and putting it into the air.
Right, and so volatile chemicals have a tendency to stick to it, almost like in a way an enzyme would. There's like a key that the shape of the molecule is very big and it's very ionic, so things stick to it, and right. So it causes the volatiles to evaporate more slowly, so that because otherwise what ended up happening is you'd end up like you'd have a nice smell for about 15 minutes and then you would smell all the back end stuff and it wouldn't smell so nice.
Yeah, so this is kind of what the sensory training is when you're going for your Q grading, and Q grading is kind of a standardized way to appraise green coffee and roasted coffee. It's very expensive because you are essentially breaking down coffee to its like just chemical compounds that are aromatic. And you should be able to smell them and be like, right, when you smell this is a presence of this chemical, which is a fault in roasting, or this is when a finely roasted coffee, it should express these things. So we could have a mixture of these vials, and like they're all just numbered. They're blank and they're numbered, and there's a big reference sheet. We should be able to be like, right, okay, I smell this, and I have a scorecard, which is standardized scorecard, and I'm able to smell this coffee, taste it, and a lot of the time when we say taste, we really mean retronasal, and that's why you slurp coffee. That's why you like aspirate it, because it covers the soft palate. And when you aerosolize that coffee, then you can pick up those subtle flavor compounds. And when we say flavor, we mean that which is perceived on the tongue. So usually like the salty, the bitter, the sweet, and the things like that. But when we have like specific tasting notes, most of those are retronasal. And then aroma is that which is perceived through the nose alone.
Right. For me, what I like in a coffee, let's just, if I'm getting a flavored coffee, it's flavored like a blueberry coffee. Like I said before, better tastes like blueberry cobbler coffee. But if I'm just getting like a regular coffee, I'm looking for a almost like a chocolatey taste. If it doesn't have a lot of Dunkin' Donuts coffee these days, doesn't have it. It's just bitter, and I don't know if it's just a change in their coffee, if it's a change in the way they're making it. But I know
it could be so many things.
Like a hint of a chocolate to it. I'm like, oh, that's good coffee.
Well, I guess I'm going to take a guess because this is an issue with people who make beer because you're not roasting coffee beans, but you have to roast the malt, and so you have a similar kind of result. And what ends up happening is if the malt is scorched, so basically you roast it at too high a temperature, then what'll happen is that you will get that bitterness. It destroys some of the compounds at the lower end.
Yeah,
Uh,
you're getting char.
you're getting char, and that's what and that's super bitter.
And yeah, so a lot of coffee perception is influenced by, again, like when you see the entire supply chain of coffee, first it comes down to the genetics of coffee itself, like what species of coffee are we using, and then specifically what varietals. And then with coffee, it's similar to wine. There is terroir. So you can tell typically where a coffee comes from and then how the coffee is processed. That is how we get the bean out of because it's not a bean. We have the seed out of the fruit. Some of the process like washes the fruit off, and some of it, especially in more arid climates where water is scarce, they just let the coffee ferment, like as the coffee cherry ferment on the bean. And so you get these very kind of funky, fruity, winey, raisiny notes, like plum-like notes, because it is a fruit. And so, if you're taking the seed out of a fruit that has partially fermented so that it comes off of the seed, you are roasting then those compounds, and it has absorbed more sugars from simple sugars, and retained a lot of that moisture from the coffee seed or the coffee cherry that has surrounded it. So a lot of the time, the processing that we call washed coffee, that we blasted the coffee fruit off, those coffees tend to be more tea-like, have a little brightness to them, a little bit pop of acidity, and they're very clear. We call it clean cup, where you can taste it, and it's like it's not muddy, it's not kind of confused in its flavor. It's just very clear and straightforward, being able to pick out these flavor notes. And then Robusta coffee, which is what Folgers, Maxwell House, those things are made of. That was a cash crop for a long time because it's far more hardy. They're bigger beans. They're more caffeinated beans, and they're more shelf stable. Arabica it's kind of like much more delicate. It has a lot more character to it, and it has about half as much caffeine. And caffeine is a bitter molecule. If you've ever had a caffeine pill, it sucks. And if you actually tasted a caffeine pill, it sucks. So again, like I'm still peddling a drug. It's an upper, not a downer. So it's and people who don't have their coffee are nightmares. They are demons.
Yeah, I was never like I like my coffee. It's hard lately to get a good cup of coffee around here. But when I do get a good one, yeah, yeah. Like I'm in the car, and if it's a really good cup of coffee, I might actually pull over to drink it.
Yeah,
Say,
I
yeah,
mean
it's
that's
a
the
good
thing.
cup of
Coffee is so versatile, and the coffees from different places express different flavor profiles. Typically, other than the fact that an agricultural product, each individual, coffee seed is going to be different from another one. Again, like the lot that it came from, like that's why when you go to a specialty shop, they have all of this like overwhelming information about like,
Right.
okay, country and region and farmer and the lot that he had and the elevation it was grown at and all of this stuff. Because again, when
Yeah,
you
like
grow
I said, if I'm
at
getting a
higher
flavor,
elevation, you slow down the metabolic process, which means that it develops sugars for longer because it's going into winter mode.
right?
So again, anybody who's grown cannabis can also attest to this. If you know your plant science, you have to trick your plants into doing what you want and then harvest them at the right time.
Hawaiian coffee is actually pretty good.
Yes. And a lot of that comes from volcanic soil.
Yes.
So actually, the vast majority of Jamaica Blue Mountain is sold to Japan. Japan goes absolutely fucking nuts for Jamaica Blue Mountain. So if you wanted to buy Jamaica Blue, you're looking at really expensive coffee per pound green. It's like usually in the $20 range.
Wow. Yeah, no, Galen, like I was saying before, like for me, for a good cup of coffee for me is gonna have notes of chocolate. If it doesn't, I'm usually disappointed. If it's got a really silky, really chocolatey taste to it, yeah, that's when I pull over, and I'll just enjoy it. Um, and I, like I said earlier, I don't really drink whole cups of coffee, and it'll take me hours to finish a coffee. Um, but yeah, I don't know where that typically comes from, those kinds of flavors. I assume it's South American, but I don't know.
Yep, South Central American, and also Yemen. But Yemen is very expensive because they have been going through civil war, and it's also very hard to
Then it's
smuggle specialty coffee out of the
central,
country.
probably South and Central America. Then I don't think Dunkin' Donuts is
So
paying.
actually,
Yeah.
Brazil, which cranks out the most coffee around the world, Brazil has unfortunately this reputation for having a lot of filler coffee because there's just so many farms in Brazil that just crank out coffee and of varying quality. Like there's definitely very, very good specialty coffee from Brazil. But Brazil is used a lot of the time in espresso blends because it's very like nutty, caramelly, chocolatey, those like very bassy notes that people really like and associate with like a good strong cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Usually it's Brazil.
Yeah.
And every once in a while we have like more fruity notes, and a lot of the time espresso is a blend of coffees because we are trying to pick out all of those things that go well with milk and that can stand on its own, and it wants to be very balanced. It doesn't want to be one thing or another. So with single origin espressos, a lot of time you're taking a gamble because if it's not the type of coffee that you like, you're not gonna like it no matter what.
It's kind of like
It's
single malt Scotch versus blend. Same thing. If you like, if this one's like a really peaty,
right. If you like drinking a peat bog, you can have Ardbeg, and if you like to taste the rest of it, then you can have a blended Scotch.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing when you talk about the espresso, not because what you said was funny, but it reminded me of a bit that Gabriel Iglesias did when he went to Miami. So he went to this Cuban coffee house, and everyone said, "Oh, go get the coffee." So he was noticing everybody was getting these little tiny cups of coffee, and he was like, "No, give me a big coffee." And the guy's like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "No, yeah, give me a big coffee." And the guy's like, "Okay." And this stuff is like super concentrated, ultra high caffeine. It's basically like espresso on steroids. And he had a whole cup of it. And so after it started getting his system, he's wired and his heart's going crazy. And it's like, ah.
My ex used to do Puerto Rican white coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how familiar you are. I don't know, but I mean, he would have like a cup of milk that was heated and coffee, and he would go cup to cup back and forth
Yep.
with it. And I mean, first time I'm watching him do it, I'm like,
Hey, what are
dude,
you doing?
just put it together and stare it. I mean, like the rest of the world does. And he's like, no, this is Puerto Rican coffee. I'm like, yeah,
Right,
okay.
the particular coffee rituals are just so fascinating to me.
And they really are, and it does make a difference because when he handed it to me, I drank it. I was just like, "Oh shit, that's good." I was like, "That's actually pretty good." He's like, "Yeah, it's white coffee. That's what they call it. Why I don't know why they call it white coffee, but it's white coffee."
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right, and kind of parsing regional terminology for coffee drinks, and kind of where they come from, all these really fascinating things. And I was like, right, at the end of the day, just be nice to your baristas, be nice to the people who are providing you with the fuel to keep going through your miserable ass day, and like be at home or be at work, wherever you are, because they're at work, and like we say, like they can't have a bad day. And they're not making enough that they can afford to not have a bad day, and it's like, by and large too, even if I had awful service at a place, unless there was something egregious, like someone was racist or said something really bad to me or like touched me or something, I would just not come back. I'd like that. I just be like, you know what? I know for next time, I will probably tell people not to go there or just, hey, watch out for this particular person. But and like Joe said, maybe I would like kind of quietly go to their supervisor or something and say something if it was really bad.
Yeah, I mean,
But otherwise, I'd just be like, yep, this was not a fantastic experience. I just won't go back. Like
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't need to ruin someone's day/life over this.
yeah. The only time I ever really get upset with people, and again, I still try to keep it, under wraps, is like people making mistakes. We all make mistakes, and again, a lot of times the person
I
serving
know.
you is not the person who made the mistake. The mistake is in the back of the house, and it's not their fault. But the only time I have is when if somebody unprovokedly, like I didn't do anything to provoke them, is giving me a bad attitude. Like I'm like, dude, I didn't make your job suck. Okay, I'm having a bad day too. Don't fuck with me. That's the only time, because it's like I remember when
Right, just be a good person. Just be
exactly.
nice
Yeah.
if you can.
How hard is
Or at the
that?
very least, don't be a dick. Like,
Well, that's the thing. Like when someone like whatever your job. I don't talk down to people. They're serving me for a lot of reasons. But but basically, it's like it's when they're like, well, like, oh, like, what do you want? Well, like, oh, oh God, it's customers again. Like, well, yeah, it's kind of part of the job. I remember, and this was like probably, and even then, I didn't really complain too much, but like this was ages ago. This is when the Olive Garden was doing their never-ending pasta bowl back when Olive Garden was actually edible.
there
And
was a time.
there was a time when it was
I
actually
like
edible.
Olive Garden.
That was a long time ago. And so the server came out, and so I'm like, oh, I saw this never-ending pasta bowl thing. Looks pretty cool. But the menu didn't say that what the choices were. They didn't tell me what the pasta choices were. It didn't tell me what the sauce choices were. So I'm like, what are they? And she's like, well, what do you want? I'm like, I don't know what my choices are. And what kinds do you have? She's like, oh, all different kinds. I'm like, yeah, but which kinds do you actually have?
Yeah,
And
that just says to me that like she doesn't know the menu.
yeah,
Right.
and then she's like, well, I'm new. I'm like, well, that's okay that you
Right,
don't.
just go ask someone. Say like, you know what? Let me check on that. I'll be right back.
Well, that's what I said.
So here's what I got for you.
Yeah, you're new. Okay, I get it. You haven't put it, put the menu to memory yet. But could you go ask somebody who knows and come back and tell me? I'll wait. It's not a rush. And it was very clear she is, that she didn't know wasn't the problem. Is that she didn't care to go find out when I was trying to ask.
Right, didn't care to find out, and I feel like there's a lot of pride going on there. It's like, right, I've just been caught on the back foot, and I'm now more concerned about being embarrassed in front of my table than just going to ask somebody.
And it was weird because I'm like, I'm not upset that you don't know the answer. I'm upset that you're not willing to find out the answer. Tell
Right,
me.
no, that's that Russian proverb. There is no shame in not knowing. There is only shame in not finding out.
Right. And so and then I finally said to her, I said, can you get somebody who actually cares about their job, please? Because you don't. And and then the person she was like teamed up with finally came over, and I was like, yeah, that's all I wanted. Just go find out, write it down. I don't expect you to commit to memory. In fact, well, here's one thing I've come to find. Now, I have known people that were amazing servers that can like not write anything down and they'll remember everything exactly. Like there was one server at this Chinese restaurant I used to go to. I kind of had a thing for her. Actually, I ended up asking her out, and she said yes. But I didn't get her number. And then she got fired between the time. And so that next time I went back, she was gone. But anyway, she was amazing. Like she would, you could have a table of 16 and order 15 things each, and she would get, not only would she get that everybody's order right, she would have like what seat. She wouldn't fuck up any of it. But most people who try to do this can't. And
Right,
so
and
they're
that's
trying.
also fine. Just write it down.
Yeah, they're trying to impress you, and I'm like, no, you will impress me if you get my order correct. Like if somebody is, and that's the thing, if somebody doesn't write it down and they keep coming back to ask me, I'm like, you could have just written this shit down. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. And right, just like have an ounce more patience than you think you have, and just be nice. And that goes for, like on both sides of the counter. Just have like 1 ounce extra patience than you think you have, and just be nice. And then go into the walk-in fridge and scream if you have to, because that's what it's for. Is to go in there and yell at all of the produce.
So, Meg, was it stupid hot by you today?
It was stupid hot. So I was actually up in the Lakes region for this coffee festival, and it wasn't that bad in the shade, And thankfully, the majority of the event was held indoors somewhere in like big, spacious, like air conditioned places, like and it wasn't a ton of people there, thankfully.
So
So
I
there was like
mean,
plenty of room to spread out and jump under
I'm
a tree.
asking mostly because well, we're the only girls on the show, and I know what the heat and the humidity did to my hair today, and I'm like looking at you and you're flawless as usual. So I was wondering if it was stupid hot there.
It was stupid hot. But I also was walking around with my hair like very tightly pulled back.
Yeah,
I use avocado oil in my hair. I don't know why. It just works really well. So I have really bad dry skin. I have really bad eczema. And as soon as I get out of the shower, as soon as it's like towel dried, I will just run my hands through it with some avocado oil. Because it's not as heavy as olive oil, which I know a lot of people do use for their hair. And sometimes if
Yeah,
like
that
in
I don't
winter,
do.
if it's bad, I'll use olive oil.
I
But
have a product. It's bedhead. It's called, and I just very very lightly put a little bit through. That usually works. Today, no. A little bit of sweat and my hair did this, and it got all knotty, and it's just like, are you kidding me? But
yeah,
my
it does not age. It's true.
see, the problem I have from me is like, well, when I was a kid, I had a problem. Like my hair was always very oily, but the thing is, it's like, but if I overwash it, it's brittle. So it's
Yes.
like that fine line. So I can't.
yes, it
I'll,
sucks.
I'll rinse it with water every day, but I won't wash it with shampoo every day, or else my hair will just break and be crap.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like if I am using soap too frequently, it just like strips my skin, and then I'm just playing this stupid game of like, oh, I stripped my skin of all its natural oils. Now I got to moisturize, and now I've got like overboard with that, or it's too greasy, so I have to wipe a little bit off. It's just stupid.
The hormones that I'm on actually dries my skin out. I get very very
That's what
ashy,
I've heard from my friends on estrogen.
and it sucks. It's terrible. But what I found was a Neutrogena body oil.
Mhm.
And it's fantastic. It's like it was a game changer. Like, as soon as you get out of the shower. So if you're having like dry skin issues, this stuff's fantastic.
I have cocoa butter and shea butter.
Oh, that's good.
What's really funny, the only time I have like dry skin, like right now, my skin is perfectly fine, even though I'm a man of approaching 54. Is during the winter when it gets dry out, my hands. This started about 4 years ago. My hands will dry the fuck out, and they'll actually the knuckles will turn black, and the skin will crack and I'll bleed. So I have to use lotion or something on it, and that's the only time. And then it's only during the dry couple of months in the winter, and then it goes away, and I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
The Burt's Bees, that's lip balm, no?
It's a product line that they have a whole bunch of different products, but they're
Burt's Bees is a whole
that I
like
use
they have
when
hand salves and stuff like that.
my paints will draw the oils out of my hands, and then I'll get cracking. I'll use Burt's Bees products.
Another thing that has happened from my HIV meds is if you saw like older pictures of me, I had very large, full lips. It was something that I got picked on about when I was a kid. People would say all the time that I was like Mick Jagger. And my HIV meds actually have thinned my lips out to almost nothing. And I, for the most part, never really cared. But for the past year, now
Now you want.
I'm using lip color and it's just the whole presentation. It's just like, shit, my lips are gone. So like I've been looking for products to help with that, and I can't really find much. Everybody's like, oh, get lip filler. My friend Terry I was telling you about before, she like gets injections and all kinds of shit in her lips.
You look like duck face lips.
Well, it's not that bad. No, she doesn't do it that bad. But I mean, she goes and she has that stuff done, and she's like, "Oh, we'll go and we'll have a girls' day and we'll go and do that." But no, it's okay.
Yeah, I think because it seems like anytime I've ever seen any, maybe the people who do it that don't get it extreme, I just never notice. But when you see people and it gets overdone, and then they're, and I'm like, that's no, it's just no. That's
I
not.
think a lot of the time too, this is sort of the problem with a lot of procedures like that, is that when you take photos immediately after the procedure, or like very shortly after you've had that procedure, that you do have to kind of overdo it, because then once swelling goes down and once you start healing and your body gets used to it, and a little bit kind of like gets absorbed, if you're like doing fillers or something, then it does look more natural. Not always, but a lot of the time. But so I actually had a foray into not plastic surgery, but I guess like a cosmetic procedure. Because I went up to the like med spa that was in Concord, and I was like, you know what? It doesn't actually cost that much to do the like cool sculpting, like the like lipid freezing. And so I was like, sure, why not? I happen to have some disposable income, might as well, because like I'm perfectly fine with the way I am. If it doesn't work, then I'm not sad, you know? And
Okay, so I haven't seen you in a bikini
mhm.
standing in the snow. I am shocked that you would have enough body fat to bother with cool sculpting, number one. And number two, it's not cheap.
I guess I would say it's not cheap, but comparatively, I mean, it's also not
Yeah,
surgery. Like
I guess. Oh,
comparatively,
yeah.
it's not that expensive. So like I
If
think
I
my
could
procedure
afford it,
was
I
like,
would do it because I've gotten this over the last couple of years. You guys have known me for a long time. I mean, way back in the day, I was skinny. I've put on a lot of weight in the last couple of years. Fucking deli.
so yeah, I've always had this one like stubborn patch just like right over my abs, like my lower abs, and I mean it's very hard to
All,
see,
all women have.
but also like I know it's there. It's one of those things that like even when I weighed my absolute least, when I was like unhealthily thin, and
All
had
women
possibly,
have that though. It's a pooch.
yeah, I didn't like it because
Well,
I was like, it's more, it's not about the fat, it's the fact that I wanted to see my abs because I know I have them. And I was
well,
like,
I get
I
it.
just want to be able to see them.
see,
And so I got that done. And honestly, I was like, you know what? That was nice. It was subtle. It didn't completely remove everything. I'm not suddenly like no body fat on like my abs or anything. It would be kind of cool, but I mean, it wasn't anything like that. And
I
I don't regret it. I had no ill effects from it. And I mean, they were super nice and they were super like positive, and it wasn't a weird, creepy experience. And so I talked to some people that had been kind of considering it. And they're like, yeah, I don't know. I didn't want people to judge me, and I didn't want to like fall into that kind of world, which I think you can. It's like, oh, but I know a friend of mine gets Botox for her migraines, and you know that you just can't know what someone's situation is. Like, yeah, and by the way, my eyes look a lot better now.
yeah.
Like she gets them right in the corner of her eyes there.
See, I have this one patch like on every spot of my body. You know, but
So when I first started transitioning, like 17 years ago, I was 135 pounds, and I was tiny, and I had that little pooch, and I used to get really upset about it. And I was with my ex-boyfriend Ozzy, and he used to say all the time, hey, you're a girl, right? All women have it. Don't worry about it. It looks good. And I was like, no, but I mean, I can see it's there. You can't see my abs, and how I
Yeah,
wish
for
I
me, I
had
was
that
just like,
pooch.
no, I want the definition. I
Yeah,
want to be
yeah.
cut. I don't want to be thin. I want to be cut. Because it's like, no, it has nothing to do with that. Like, I have a
Some
pretty
fat
good
guy.
diet.
I've seen
I
mine,
exercise
and I
regularly.
trust
Like, I swim. Like, you guys probably know that I swim a lot, not competitively or anything, but I hate running. Running's the devil, and it hurts my knees. Um, but yeah, so I was just like, you know what? Again, I'm at a point. I have no like hatred of my body, and I don't think I'm overweight, and I don't think that it looks bad. So if it doesn't work, then I know.
for
And
me,
now I'm just like,
all
huh.
the above. For me. Not of my body, not hers. Hers is awesome.
I hate running, but I mean that's a different kind of a thing though. That's
Yeah.
No, the only thing that made me hate my body, I yeeted into the trash, and it was great. I am a permanent resident of Lake Woombigon.
That's awesome.
We were talking about that the other day. Actually, was it last night's show? We were
All the
talking
women
about.
are strong.
Yeah, we
All the men are big.
we were talking about the how like there's that the fear that or when people are telling women you're going to regret this, and it's like,
yeah.
but and you came up and I said, and you may 10 years from now, who the fuck knows, but that's your decision and that's your issue to have to deal with if and when you get to that bridge. Nobody
Sure, and
else
also
will have a
it's just
say
like
in that.
anybody hand-wringing about that is like, right, where were you when I
Right.
was hemming and hawing about, I don't know, like what my major was going to be,
Right, exactly, right.
And then also I was like,
If you
you
want to
don't
make
know
some of
what
my
it was like to
decisions,
have,
yeah.
really
If you want to
awful
make some of my
endometriosis.
decisions for me, how about you make all of them for me? Let's
Right.
handle that then.
Well, especially since these are the same people that talk about they want small government, get government out of their lives, and all this kind of shit. So they want government out of their lives and put government into your life.
Yeah, I don't want to govern my life. Hey, your life.
Well, it's like
But
when
I
people try
mean,
to pressure me to cut my hair.
when
And
people say
on the
that
one
though,
hand, they're like, oh, I could never grow my hair that long. That's so amazing. But like, you could donate it. No, it's just like, donate your own hair. Like, you don't
hey,
get to tell me to donate my hair. I
when
will donate to a charity. I will
when
donate
when
my money to a charity if that
when it
is what
comes
you are
up,
concerned about. But like, I'm not giving up my hair. And no, I'm not a bad person for it. Fuck you.
fuck you. No, when I hear that, when it comes up, when it's like, hey, you heard that Lady Tiger Lily on YouTube? She has become a resident of Lake Woombigon. Well, she's going to regret that in 10 years. Yeah, maybe.
But also, like, I
It's
had
none
a
of your,
sterilization
it's none of
procedure
your,
before that.
it's
You
like, it's
know?
none of your fucking business,
I was like,
but
why was I
maybe.
keeping it when I already knew and I had my, tubal implants in for just about 6 years, actually. And stupid enough, the people like were hand wringing and pearl clutching about like, oh, you're gonna regret that. Don't you know that procedure has hurt so many women and blah 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 blah. I was like, yeah. Do you know that like how many women are hurt by their uteruses all the time? Again, we're going back to like it's natural doesn't mean it's good for you.
Well, that's the thing. My grandmother, well, actually, like cancer of the female reproductive tract runs in my family,
It's horrible.
and
It's
so
so fast it gets debilitating.
my grandmother, my great grandmother, my mother, and two of my aunts all had some problem with their female reproductive tract,
Damn.
and my grandmother had a hysterectomy in the late 40s, I guess it was mid 50s, okay, because my uncle was born in 53, so it had to be after that, obviously, but still, and it was at a time when they weren't as common, and so she was
And they
like
were much more invasive.
much more invasive, to the point where I remember her telling me how like after the procedure there was all these like intern resident doctors like looking through the window at her and taking notes and checking her out because it was whatever they did with her was a newer procedure, and so they're all poking and prodding her and it was all this, but it's like it basically threatened the life of practically every woman in my ancestry on my mother's side. So it's like, yeah, and they had
you're a ticking time bomb. That's the thing is like with the way that women's health, quote unquote, women's health, uterus health. It's just like, right, you have one abnormal pap smear, and first of all, then you got to go get lab work. Lab work is very expensive, even if you have insurance. And then you say, okay, well, we can't figure out whether this is abnormal in a it's no big deal way or like it could be cancer and kill you way. So, okay, well, now we got to go send this off. We have to have this much more invasive procedure where we basically put you into the stirrups and have a whole basically like they put a microscope like right up against your cervix, and so it's a pap smear on steroids. And they're like, yeah, well, if it's a biopsy, then we have to take a wedge-shaped cut of your cervix, and then put that on a slide, and then see if you have cancer. And then if you have cancer, then maybe we might have to do something more drastic. And so I was like, Right. Or it could be nothing. Or we could just do this whole thing and not quite get to the cone biopsy. And then we'll just say, like, oh, sorry about that. You can go home. It was nothing. Oh, by the way, here's your bill for $700 because you needed lab work and this extra, specialized, because it needed a referral. And this
Right.
happened to me. And it was just like, right, could be cancer, could be nothing. Maybe this, because first of all, people don't know that HPV, human papillomavirus, you can get different strands of HPV from a lot of different ways. And this is something that like could have happened at any point in your life. There's no real way to screen for it in men until they have penile cancer, which is rare because I mean their skin cells are turning over much faster than your cervix is. The cells of your cervix anyway. And so it's just this like, well, we just don't know. It's a mystery. Maybe you have cancer and maybe you don't. Maybe this is the kind of HPV that kills you. Maybe it's the kind that just goes away on its own. And right. So it's like, why am I stressing out about this? Especially when it's like, okay, right. With all of the politics going on right now, where it's like, I could go in for a completely unrelated procedure. And then somebody's like, well, you've been going to the OBGYN like a lot. Why is that? What are you doing? What's all that about? And I was just like, there's nothing as a ostensibly cis woman that made me feel less feminine and less in touch with what it meant for me to be a woman and what it meant for me to feel wholly human than to keep fucking worrying about this stupid, useless organ I don't even want.
Right.
Like, I don't even want. And then I come to find so initially my insurance denied my claim because they're like, you are not telegraphing enough pain to justify it basically it's not ruining your life. So you just got to keep it. We won't pay for it. And I was like, well, I mean, even if I incur like a very large medical bill, like I'm still taking it out. I'm not going to not take it out. And then thankfully, my OBGYN is a saint. He's an amazing man. And he just went to bat for me, like without me even asking him. He did a peer-to-peer, got it approved that same day. So I went into surgery thinking it was not approved. And then he told me like, oh yeah. So I finally got the letter and it was dated. It was postmarked actually shortly after I had received the initial denial letter. So he was on it like that. And was just like, yeah, my patient knows what she wants. And it is, like he's only seen me like twice too,
Right.
my OBGYN. And he was just like, yeah, nope, I'm 100% telling you this is medically necessary because she wants it.
On July 1st, I have a consultation with the surgeon for bottom surgery. And I had called my insurance company, and I had to ask them if they had a list of procedures that were covered and what was and was not covered, because in the state of New Jersey, there are certain things that the insurance company has to cover. Like they can't deny it. There are certain trans, but then there are others that are just considered cosmetic. So I asked them and they said, well, it really depends on how your doctor writes it up.
Yeah.
So, and you got to be kidding me. Like I know breast implants are covered almost nowhere.
Right.
Because
Yes.
it's considered cosmetic, but there's like a whole list of other procedures.
Right. Unless it's reconstructive, right?
Right. Unless it's reconstructive.
Yeah.
Right. So, but there's a whole list of other procedures that may or may not be covered based solely on how it's written up by the surgeon.
Yeah, no, my OBGYN was amazing. He sent me a copy of what he sent to the peer-to-peer. He sent me a copy of what he drafted up as soon as we had our consultation. He said this, that we consulted about this procedure, that this was my opinion. He worded it very strongly in my favor. And he's like, yep, if your insurance gives us any trouble, like I will basically just give them this. And I was just like, man, like Doctor of the Year. This is an amazing thing because I got approved less than a week after I went for that consultation. I thought I was going to have to wait and go through all this like hoop jumping because I thankfully didn't have to run into too much of that when I got my implants, my sterilization procedure, thankfully. And I'm like, God, I'm so glad I have first of all, insurance. I'm in the state of New Hampshire and not some podunk ass, not
hillbilly state.
Yeah.
New Jersey though, progressive New Jersey isn't all that either though. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that's really rough when it comes to certain things.
Oh yeah, no. I
might as
mean,
well
so
be
yeah,
open.
I got my procedure done at Exeter Hospital. It was an outpatient thing. I was conscious the whole time, in, out, and done. And for 6 years, my implants gave me no problems. And what I had gotten derailed from before is that when I got my hysterectomy, because it was hysterectomy, self-injectomy, where they take the fallopian tubes, but they leave the ovaries. Yeah, they were like, no, your implants look great. Like, there were no problems. And I was like, right, all of the pearl clutching about how this is gonna ruin my life and
Right,
all of these things.
right
Oh,
for nothing.
it's gonna give you so much problems because it's hurt so many women. All this class action lawsuit, this, that, and the other. Like, let me tell you about Yaz
Well, that's the thing. I
and
mean,
NuvaRing and a whole bunch of the other high hormone or even Mirena, the IUD. Like,
well, I remember around the time that you were getting it done, and you were like kind of like you were dealing with people that were feeding you the bullshit, and you made the point. You posted some statistics about what pregnancy does and how many women have problems and all the side effects that can happen from being pregnant.
well,
And
that's depressingly relevant once again. It's just like
Once
now
again,
people are having to come to terms with the fact that miscarriage is extremely common, extremely common.
Mm.
And endometriosis is extremely common, and endometriosis is one of the leading causes of miscarriages. And it there's kind of no rhyme or reason. And so it's like, right, so my partner, when he took the day off of work, he worked from the hospital that day to make sure I was fine. But they came out to talk to him after I was out of surgery, and they're like, well, when we went in there, the endometriosis was a lot worse than we thought. Like it would, if we had not had it approved before, it would have been medically necessary by the time we went in there and looked, because you can't scan for it. It doesn't show up because a lot of the time the tissue grows into the wall of your uterus and not just outside of it. And so it acts in a lot of ways like a cancer. And so, the uterine lining, when you have your period, it basically enlarges and then it peels off. And that's what your period is. But sometimes instead of enlarging and peeling off, it will just grow into itself and then start showing up in places that it shouldn't. And, there's no way to correct it other than surgery. And I was just like, right, why am I having periods still if I'm already sterile? Why do I want this? Nobody wants to have their period. Even if you wanted kids, nobody likes having their period. This is ridiculous. And so I was like, great, even if I change my mind about having kids, I'm adopted. I would pay that forward. And there's no way in hell I want to be pregnant.
that's
No
what we
way
were
in hell I
saying.
want to be
That's what
pregnant.
we were saying last night.
I said it last night. I said that because for all the people clutching pearls, I'm like, knowing you and knowing you as well as I do, if you wanted to have kids, even if you weren't sterile, you would adopt. I know you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I was just like, I'm sorry, you do not have to be pregnant to be a parent.
The,
If you
the
want to be a
whole
parent, you can be a parent.
the whole menstrual
Unless
cycle
you're
thing.
gay
When I came
or
out
single.
last June, when I came out to my mom, and she lost her shit, and she was just like, you're not a woman because you don't bleed. And I was just like, you know what? Even if I could, yeah.
Right.
so I would have been like, well,
Even if that was a thing where I could make that happen, I wouldn't. Why anybody would even use that as a
Right. And also, don't tell me that if you could be rid of that you wouldn't be rid of that.
well, first of all, I'm figuring your mom's probably postmenopausal, which means
Yeah.
she's not bleeding either. So.
Right.
That
Well,
means
that's exactly. I mean, I did. I went there, and I was like, well, you don't bleed anymore. Are you saying that you're not a woman anymore?
Right. Did that change? And this is what I have been telling people about, my experience and how it has related to not gender dysphoria or body dysmorphia, but it's like if there was anything that alienated me from feeling like a woman, despite being assigned female at birth and me having no real problem with that. Like I say, I'm ostensibly cis. I have no problem and find it very easy and convenient and preferable to just say yeah, I'm a woman. It feels weird to say woman. I was like, but right, I go by she, her pronouns. And like I said, I fit that box when I was born and I'm fine with it, but I'm a lot more fine with it now that I've taken this, I gave this uterus to booterus. Because
That's
like right
too.
now, I feel like my body is really mine. I feel like the choices I make are actually mine, and I don't have this stupid ticking time bomb that maybe will kill me, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll make my life miserable, maybe it won't. And then once a month, I just have to deal with being horribly sick. And it's
But
like, why would I want that?
there should be
A couple of things. So first off, so you gave your uterus to Buderus at Lake Woombegon,
Yeah.
um, which is interesting. And I have like similar feelings about testosterone. I'm just like testosterone is poison. It just is. And I'm not just saying that because dysphoria and trans and blah 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 blah. No, I mean testosterone is poison. Men die younger because of testosterone. Um, the castratos, right? They live longer because they've been castrated.
And
They
you
no
know,
longer have that poison, and
yeah.
they live longer.
When I was in high school, my best friend, she was so funny because she kind of came quietly to me and was just like, "Hey, can you get pregnant because of this thing?" I was like, "No, why?" And she's like, "I haven't had my period in 2 months." And I was like, "So you're not pregnant, but you should definitely go to the doctor." And she's like, "Maybe I'll just wait to see if I get my period next month." And I was like, "No, just go to the doctor." So she did, and she had to be on estrogen pills, like hormone pills, because she had too high of a testosterone level in her body. And she's like a small Asian lady, and like nobody. This is the thing. I hate.
Is that your poison, Michael?
It's not poison. It's not poison.
What is it?
It's testosterone.
It's poison. It's poison.
It's in a tube. You get it and you put it on yourself, and then
No, no. You get it and you put it on yourself.
yeah.
I already have way too much.
I will say that
my
I have to be
friend,
careful.
like she didn't know, but a lot of people assume that if you're on hormones, you're gonna look a certain way or be a certain way, and they have this very like God, like what year is it kind of perception of like who has to be on hormones. And I was like, right, my friend is a tiny little Asian girl and she had like extremely high testosterone levels. It's another reason why she was having trouble growing eyebrows. And so like because it's a hair inhibitor. And just like her hair was thinning and she didn't know why, and she was just like, I just figured it's because we're Asian and we don't have thick eyebrows, and I just like got a really unlucky draw. And I was like, you did, but not for that reason.
That's funny.
But yeah, like it sorted itself out, but she had to be on hormones like for a lot of high school.
I think there are a lot of weird throwbacks to like people thinking that this causes like roid rage, and I'm like, no. If you need it and it's prescribed to you, it never causes roid rage. You're just getting back up to like normal levels
Right.
when it's prescribed to you. But since I get mine through the VA, the regular VA hospital that's local to me doesn't carry it. There's only one VA hospital that's allowed to have it, and it's in Kentucky, and they have to ship it to everyone, which is like mind blowing. that my controlled substance comes through the mail, you know. But still, like the types that they're willing to prescribe when it's injectable testosterone, you only get like 2 months supplies of it, whereas like other places and some doctors will prescribe like 90-day supplies, and like you get like larger vials and stuff. VA gives you like these two little tiny little things that'll come in the mail, and then they got to make a whole nother shipment for every.
If I could give you my testosterone, I would. I really would. I have no use for it. I am hopefully soon getting the factories removed. So that will no longer be an issue.
See, so I have a feeling that mine is probably low, which is, hey, I'm a 53-year-old dude, so, but I want to get it checked. But I noticed I am a lot calmer than I used to be, and I'm wondering if that's part of it.
Mine went with my thyroid when my thyroid kind of ate itself. For my other disability, it just threw the whole axis out of whack.
Mm.
And so I have to control all of that stuff with extra medication. And I don't feel bad about like being low T, but I do have to be careful when it's this form because if I'm going to be touching anyone, I need to take a shower first because I
Mhm.
don't want to have
And
them
cool.
unwillingly become the bearded lady. You know,
Right. I mean, I have a lot of friends who have PCOS, and they're just like, this is the worst. And I was like, honestly, you should, because we're in our 30s, like, talk to your doctor about what your options are, insofar as surgical, because a lot of PCOS is like also connected to endometriosis. It's like, it's hell. And they're just like, right, I would love to not have to shave every day. And it's like, I have no deep attachment to like my identity as a woman, but what just doesn't do it for me is uncontrollably having facial hair that I didn't choose and I can't grow like great, because some people rock it. I know some women rock it, not others.
Well, one of the problems too, especially I'm guessing would be a problem for black women because it's a problem for black men, is that once they have facial hair because we have a much higher tendency because of the way our of the shape of our hair follicles, we have a much higher incident
Bumps.
of bumps, yeah, and basically ingrown hairs.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
so when you shave the ingrown hairs,
dermatitis.
you do cut yourself and you bleed like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
And
we
I
have
remember,
sensitive skin.
yeah, and so I remember when I was years ago, one of my first jobs out of college, woman I worked with, her husband worked for a company that made a depilatory powder for black men, and they gave me some. I stopped using it ages ago, but sometimes I'm like, I should probably use that because it actually works pretty well.
I tell you, I have a lot of issues with facial hair. I had hoped that when I started Spyro, it would actually have an effect on my facial hair, and it has not. My body hair, yes. I very little body hair. I've never really had a lot, but now it's very slow, and my legs are nice and smooth, and you know, that's all good. Facial hair, I have to shave every day, and it sucks, and it
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah.
I went for I spent over $1,000, almost $2,000 on electrolysis, and it scarred my face. I have scars here, but the hair all grew right back.
Damn.
Yeah, it's hard. And then having that be a daily routine, it really wears on you if it's not your bag of tricks, man. Like it's not something you want to deal with. The same thing. Like, why the fuck do I want to align my identity as a woman with bleeding all the time? It's like I hate this.
Well, that's the
There's
thing.
nothing that makes me feel less feminine and womanly than being a disgusting mess and sick once a month.
I mean, that's the thing. Like you said with shaving, like I don't shave every day, even though I need to, but it's just so an onerous such a task that I kind of do it a couple times a week. So what I do is I've got a shaver like for like trimming mustaches. So when it gets a little too long, I'll use the trimmer to get it down as low as I can, and then I'll use a blade to take off the rest. But I can't do it every day. It's just too much of a pain. And like I said, if I do it every day, my skin is sensitive.
Right, yeah.
I'll break out in rashes and all that kind of shit. So
So
you can tell what day of the week it is by how much facial hair I.
before I transitioned, I would go days and days and days without shaving because I figured I hate shaving. I hate having to do it. I will deal with the facial hair because, as far as anyone is concerned, I'm a man and nobody will think anything of it. And I'm saving myself like the trauma of shaving. And so once I got serious about last year, I got serious about transition. It was just like I am now going to have to shave every day if I want to present the same way that I identify. And
Like I said, try
it's struggle.
a depilatory powder and see how that works for you.
Well, there's a stuff called um no grow there or something like that. It's like a depilatory cream. I was going to try that, but it's just
That's worth a shot. I mean, well, one friend of mine, like periodically, she She's half Ashkenazi, and so she tends to be a bit hairier. And so yeah, I was over her house one day, and she was bleaching the the hair above her lip, and she's like, "Yeah, no, you know I care about you. No man has ever seen me like this before, not even my ex-husband."
So I one of the things when I had because I actually the GoFundMe is still up. By the way, I do have a GoFundMe. I have no idea what the fucking link is anymore though, because I don't go to it. But I did have a GoFundMe that I was using to try to raise money to help pay for things like if not electrolysis, then laser hair removal, and that kind of stuff. And it wasn't a very successful GoFundMe, um, but I did get some blowback from a YouTuber saying like how selfish and narcissistic could you possibly be, and that there are cis women that have facial hair and they shave and they deal with it, and what
Right,
makes
well,
you
that's great for them, you know?
yeah, and blah 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 blah, and there is a point where it's like, okay, I could do that. Like there are cis women that deal with that. It's an issue, and yeah, you're correct. I could deal with that. Um, but it really sucks to have to, and it really sucks, to be the one that has to do it, knowing that people are judging you. And it's like it's not that simple as you just shave because
Right,
cosmetics cover up. Like I put a face on, you could still see it.
right.
And no matter how close
It's a
I shave.
texture thing too. I
Yeah.
just keep thinking, like, Raven, you really should just deal with it. Don't you know that there are hairy women?
Well,
Like, there's starving children in Africa you need to eat. Like, why does me eating a burger help starving kids in Africa?
well, that's
Like,
the thing.
why does
I will
me
I always
deciding to shave my face or not shave my face, or to use lasers or electrolysis to get rid of my facial hair, have to do with the women who decide to not take that route or can't take that route? It's like, I have this option available to me. I am checking my privilege. I have the privilege to make this choice, and I'm making it. Like,
Well, what's the thing? I mean, and we all know it's that fallacy of relative privation, right? Oh, there's other things,
right,
and
right,
the thing
there
is,
are people who have it worse. I'm like, and that's terrible for them, but
and they can make it GoFundMe also, and it sucks if
right,
they have to, but
right. Well,
you
I
know,
mean, he was
and
just like,
right, my decision is not directly preventing any other person from
so-
making that same decision.
right. Well, his
Factors
thing
in
was
their
also
life
like
might be doing that, but
in the
me
middle of
making
a
that choice is
pandemic.
not.
It's like in the middle of a pandemic, you're asking people to pay for this luxury cosmetic procedure. And it's just like, dude, I am not twisting anybody's arm.
right.
If they've got $5 that they can throw towards this and they feel comfortable with that, I appreciate it. But if they can't,
Yeah,
hey,
right, you're not emotionally blackmailing anyone. You're not saying that,
right?
like,
I mean,
you'll
it's
die without it.
Well, well, it's just like if you remember back when everybody, anytime anyone asked for any kind of money, you're e-begging. I always hated that fucking expression, and like like who cares? It's totally
Right, people
voluntary.
still have the choice to not donate if they don't
Exactly,
want to. Like,
exactly.
I
Yeah.
didn't make you walk into my store and buy my coffee you think is too expensive. I didn't make you donate to my GoFundMe. Like, you cannot like it all you want. That is entirely your prerogative. But again, my choice to do something and ask for help is not an indictment or a death sentence to anyone. I am not causing anyone to not make their choices.
I I've been around, I'm 51 years old. I've been around a while. I've been around the internet for, a couple of decades now. I've been active. I've dealt with a lot of different kinds of people. I've run the charity. I've dealt with people who were really negative about the fact that I ran the charity. I've dealt with all of that. But doing something for myself after having just come out as trans and going through everything that entails. And I mean, it's tough. It's not as tough now as it was then. You start getting into a groove.
Well, and
Uh,
also too, what I would say to
well,
anybody,
no, let me finish. So, well, he intended to shame me, and it worked. Um, because I was in such a insecure place. Because I was afraid because I didn't know um where I was eventually going to land. I was very insecure about how I looked and about how I was going to be received by my extended internet family. Um, it was scary. And this motherfucker went out of his way to shame me, and it worked. And I backed away from the GoFundMe. I didn't pull it down, but I just stepped back and I stopped promoting it. And I was just like, yeah, maybe he's right.
No, fuck that guy. Because at the end of the day, all these other people that he's talking about that oh well, these other people that can't do it, he's not helping them either. So he's
Right, like you taking out of your wallet your bank account and helping like every cis woman with PCOS to get electrolysis.
Yeah, he's not doing any of that. And the thing is, especially here's the thing that I would, if I yeah, besides the other choice words I would have for that person if I could talk to them, but the other thing that I get is like, no, you shouldn't have to. Society should accept you as you are. But I get in a society that is not very good at accepting trans people in general. So if you don't, quote unquote, if you're not quote unquote passing, I understand that it makes it even harder because people are less likely to give you a hard time if you look the part, as it were. So I get why that would be important. And so anyone who doesn't get that, well, then tell them to go out and make society better so that society accepts people as they are and doesn't fit people into fucking little boxes.
I have no problem like announcing to the world that I am a trans woman. I move through the world as best I can, um, based on where I am at in my transition. I move through the world as best I can as a woman, as if this has been my entire life. And I don't have a lot of issues. I mean, I've come really far in a short time. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to for me is like I'm not an activist. I'm not. I am not carrying a sign. I'm not making videos, screaming about equality and trans rights. I mean, I might talk about it a bit, but I'm not an activist. I just want to get through life. I just want to live. I just want to go pee when I need to pee.
There's a trans flag over your head right now.
Yeah. And if I had an American flag, would that make me an activist?
No, I would start questioning you a lot more if you had an American flag up somewhere.
So, but I mean, and the point is my main concern is just living. And I mean, the world has, Blair White and ZJ and ContraPoints and all these other people that make it their livelihood to be outspoken and to be seen. I just want to live.
Right, and also, you can have both of those things if because a good friend of mine is a trans man, and he's become a lot more vocal and an activist, and I think that's partly as he's gotten older and as he has educated himself on a lot of these topics, and is sharing his journey and his transition. Whereas before, I think he did feel very like insecure and was just like, right, I'm just trying to live, man. But even if I didn't take up the banner of activism, even if I didn't feel that this was important enough to stake my life on, like, so what? Like, I'm not worth any less than someone who's screaming it from the rooftops every day and going out and picketing every day. And you know what? I can take a break from that if I want to. I can be an activist on my own terms if I want to, and I can just try to live my life at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I'm not just trying to fly under the radar because I'm not out on the street corners every day, with my banners and my flags and everything. Just as well, it's like, I don't need to be performative to justify needing to just live. Like, I just want to live first.
Maybe people like Paige are in the chat right now because it's not so much of a focus, and we can actually talk about coffeeology.
Yeah.
Instead of like trans this, trans that all the time.
Well,
right, like there's a time and a place. There's a lot of these things that are they're gonna be weighing on your heart because they affect you personally, and they are barriers to just living your life. But also, that doesn't need to be every live stream and every chat and every
I
single
think,
day.
didn't I say that? I talked about that last night. Was that on here? When I said
Yeah, it was last night. Yeah.
Blair White is essentially, unfortunately, the largest trans YouTuber, the most well-known trans YouTuber. I would love to take some of her market share away. Sure, she's attractive. She's ugly inside. I don't think I am ugly. I think I'm cute. So I mean, and unfortunately, um, who was it that said it? Jay Resky. Um, when it comes to certain media, most media anyway, how you look, attractiveness determines how much traffic you're going to get to a certain extent. So if I'm going to be on YouTube and doing live streams and making videos and everything else, I want to be attractive. I want to be attractive anyway. Who doesn't want to be attractive? So I don't know.
We could get you like an avatar with like a knight's helmet or a weird anarchist smiley face, or I don't know.
I don't know.
Big shout out to
anonymous
the
text
women's national, U.S. women's national soccer team for having equal pay with men, securing that.
Yeah, but they had to restructure the entire.
Yeah, that was the thing. They restructured the entire thing. They negotiate, and apparently they had help from the men's team to do this.
Mhm.
And I was just like, you know what? It's about fucking time. Because, like, it's not a ton of money sports wise. A lot of people are like, oh, it's soccer. Nobody fucking cares. Whatever. And I've heard some really shitty, sideways put downs of women just to be like, well, soccer's a girly sport anyway. I'm like, okay, it's a sport that most people in the world play and watch and consume, but whatever, I guess.
What was fucked up? There's a lot of people that were saying like, well, maybe if they made as much money as the men, they would have been getting paid the same to begin with. It's like, well, the women's soccer team actually makes more money than the men.
They do. Also, like, top goal scorers in the world in history, have been women. Like, this is comparing them side by side too.
Right.
And who brought home the World Cup year after year after year wasn't the U.S. men's team.
Yep.
It's been a long time since I've watched the U.S. men play because it's just disappointing. And then, like, I played soccer for 13 years, and then I coached. But it's just one of those stupid uphill battles that are just like, right, what fucking year is it, man? That we're just like, women in sports, what's next? Voting?
Yeah. Well, I remember years ago, I got in this argument with this guy. It was about women in baseball. Because his argument, this was the most ridiculous argument that I could think anyone could come up with. His argument was that most women wouldn't qualify physically, like to be when it came to running and all the various physical attributes you need to be a baseball player. I'm like, right. And there's been about 21,000 professional baseball players who were men out of million. Our current population is 340 million, and if you think about how many people have lived between now and back when baseball started, it's probably 1.5 billion people that have lived and died in the United States, and 21,000 of them got to play in the major leagues. So almost no men, if you're going percentage wise, almost no men ever qualify. So that's such a bullshit argument. Almost no women will qualify. Yeah, almost no men qualify. And so my thing is, okay, so maybe fewer women will qualify, proportionally. Well, so what? That's not a reason to not allow the ones that do.
Right. That's not what we're arguing.
Right.
That's not the issue at hand.
Yeah, but that was this guy's argument he was trying to make was that well, because most women wouldn't qualify, no woman should be allowed to. I'm like, that's fucking dumb. That is beyond fucking dumb. I mean, and that's the same thing that arguments racists do, right? That's like, oh well, IQ and this and blah blah blah. So well, yeah, most black people might not be able to do it, but you know what? I do, I can. So therefore, fuck you and your bullshit argument.
So like there have been like ridiculous things throughout time when it comes to women, and like if a woman is on a ship, it'll sink. Or don't let women touch machinery because it'll stop working.
I mean, this goes back to like, biblical and pre-biblical times, just like, right, because you bleed.
because you bleed.
Well, here's the thing.
My mother actually at one time I heard her say that women can't touch flowers when they have their period
Yeah,
because the flowers will die.
yeah.
And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right, this is the whole thing. Jesky says in the chat, like it's cult-like. It really is. It's like, and it goes way back to these bizarre ancient beliefs that we've just sort of shoehorned into the modern day. And it's like, right, maybe we don't explicitly say if you touch a flower, it's gonna die, or like, oh, you're bad luck if you're on a boat, and we don't say like it's because you have your period, it will sink. Blood on a boat's bad. But it's like, of all the stupid superstitions that we have,
Here's the funniest part about it to me, because
right, it's about the sin and the, like, your connection with the devil, and you're less of a human being, and
the same people are like. So on the one hand, our society has viewed women as weaker, but yet women are so weak. But yet, if they go on a boat or if they touch a piece of machinery, it'll stop. That's pretty fucking powerful. You can stop a boat in its tracks, stop a machine.
Right, no, Joe, it's not our power. It's borrowed from Satan. It's from the devil, right? It's like, that's why we are witches. Our stupid womanhood.
Oh yeah, well, just like the fact that people actually believed in vagina dentata, that there was like teeth in there that would grind up your pecker if you stuck it in. I'm like, what?
Right, but then they suddenly disappear when like the right person comes along.
Yeah. All of a sudden they dissolve.
I don't know, man. Something that bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die,
Well, that's the thing. To me, I'm like, that's fucking pretty strong. That's a powerful creature that can do that. If I bleed for 7 days, I'm dead. So she's more powerful than I am if she can do all that.
It's just outrageous. And like I said, my mom actually saying that as something that she believed. I mean, as a woman, that she.
Oh, the internalized misogyny is so real.
It's insane that I can't touch a flower during this week of the month. The fuck are you talking about? What kind of, have you ever, in your X number of years, whatever, tried just to see?
Right.
Well, here's the sick part. Of course, we know cut flowers don't live that long. So if she touches it and it dies, see, I told you. I'm like, no, it was going to die anyway. There's nothing special about what you did.
Empirical evidence would seem to indicate.
It's like,
and I don't remember for sure. And I think it came up because it was like Mother's Day kind of a thing, and it just happened to land when she had her period. And it was just like, here's flowers. Oh no, I can't touch them.
So I would tell her, like, yeah, do the experiment. Yeah, touch one, but not the others, so you have a control, and you can see, that you can compare them. Now, if the one you touch withers in like 12 hours and the others are fresh, okay, maybe you got a point. But
so I was talking to my mom on the phone, more than a few weeks back. It was whatever, and she's just, how you doing? I said, I'm tired. The kids keep me up. I'm blah 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 blah. Because I mean, for those of you who don't know, my profession is I am a stay-at-home mom. I have 2 special needs toddlers. It's a lot of work. Anyway, so I had like, I'm tired and blah, blah, blah. I don't get enough help and blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, it's because you're not a woman. And it's like, what the fuck?
Right. So like on so many levels, it's like, first of all, thank you, fuck you. On the next level, it's like, I'm still a single parent in this scenario. I'm still a lone person in this scenario. And I am not getting the help that I need. It's like, right, even if I identified as male, even if I was a stay-at-home dad, right? If anything, it would be like, that's so
Peach
great.
Is here
That's
during
so
most
great
of
that you would stay home and do this domestic job that is for
Well,
the woman.
Peach, in fairness, Peach is here. She works from home 3 days a week, and 2 days a week she goes into the office. But she's working.
Right, but she's working.
She's working.
And so are you. Right. You're working in very different spheres.
I lean on her as much as I can. But yes, we're working into very different spheres. I mean, she's actually in the bedroom, with the door closed, on the computer with her headset on, and it's like, that's it. I mean, I'll wait until she's off the headset, and then it's like, babe, I need help. Can you help me? And she does. But Some days that's great. Other days it just doesn't happen
Right.
because she's
It's
working.
it's hard,
Yeah.
and
You know,
it
and
takes
it's
a
like, oh
village.
well, you're it's because you're not a woman. The fuck is that noise? What? That's nonsense. Because yeah, gender has nothing to do with it.
Right. First of all, fuck you. Second of all, gender has nothing to do with it. Even if I, wasn't trans, even if I was saying this as a a male and a dad, stay at home, I'm still having to chase around two small children who are handfuls enough as they are, and also having to cater to special needs and like be sensitive and patient and kind and the rest of it. And I love my kids and I need help. Like the bottom line is I need help. Like the bottom line is my kids need my help. And so this is the problem, not whether or not I'm a
So
woman.
now the thing that gets me is my age. And that's where I'm falling short is I'm not young. I'm I'm not old. I'm not like, oh, I'm some old lady. I'm but 51, I'm not young anymore. And I get tired a lot easier than I used to. And my patience is a lot shorter than it used to be. And it's just like, yeah, sit down before I beat you. Just I can't, you know, get out of my face. It'll be good for everybody if you just leave the room. you know, um, it's hard. It's hard. And like 10 years ago, it would have been easier to deal with.
Mhm.
It
But
sucks.
still,
Everything,
there's
everything.
always going to be some days that are just going to be really hard.
Yeah.
Some days are just not in the cards.
And you're talking to your mother, and you're knowing who she is, but still thinking that the most likely response will be something like, sorry to hear it, and maybe Peach can give you a little bit more help, and maybe you need to take some time for you, whatever. Like to me, those are much more normal responses.
Yes.
But to just go straight to the gender thing is insane. Oh, I complained about my back hurting. My lower back pain. I had lower back pain. She said, that's because you keep injecting those things, and now you have a chest.
Okay,
She
so
doesn't even call it breasts.
Huh?
She doesn't even say breasts.
No, she says chest. And she actually said,
whereas before you had a nice empty void, now you have a chest.
I mean, she had said something about, those things or something like that. And I was just like, I've had them for 17 years. How did you not know?
Is this the
You're
empty void I carried?
I was like, you're my mother. How did you not know? I sat across the table from you for I don't know how many barbecues and dinners and how many hugs I gave you. How did you not know?
I mean, right there's a whole lot of denial in that. It's amazing what people can just like not see and just not process when they
Yeah.
don't want to.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She said something like, "Oh, well, I knew you had boobs. I just figured you were a pervert."
It's like, yeah, but not because of that.
That was pretty much the same face that I made. We actually were sitting at a diner. We were in a diner. We were having a discussion about it, and she said it. We were in the diner, and I went, "Yeah, you have man. I don't have man breasts, though."
Raven, we could sit here and hear a lot of quotes from your mom.
Oh my god,
Back
my
to
mom
me.
is something.
Oh, look
And
what
she refuses. She said, I told her, my legal name is Raven. That's Raven July. That's my name. That is my legal name. That's what my driver's license and my social security. That's my name. She will not call me that. And
You got that, Funk?
I told her it's that you won't respect my choices. You don't respect my name. And she's just like, I love you and respect you. I just will not call you Raven. And it's
So
just like,
you don't.
right, exactly. So you don't.
So
Right.
so look what the breast dragged in.
Yeah.
Is this
the
ball?
test determined that was a lie.
Oh, hello. What's up? How you doing, Paul?
So I'm curious, does he or does he not have that funk?
Well, do you have hat funk? Got hat funk?
Or go that funk?
Yeah, go that funk.
Although I think God hat funk is funnier.
I think
So,
Paul avoided last night's blizzard. You guys have had hot weather, but like it was snowing this morning.
really? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it was in the mid 90s here today. It was stupid. I mean, look what it did to my hair.
It's
Yeah,
38 degrees down.
90s up here too.
Warming up.
I'm telling you, the the weather here did a number on my hair today, and I don't know what to do about it. I'm not sure there's anything I can do really. I don't know.
Oh, Megan, I don't know if you saw it. I posted back about 2 months ago. At 23andMe, I just thought of it because I'm looking at Ancestry right now, and 23andMe is doing tribal identification now, and
Yes.
to find out that I am mostly Igbo.
Yes. Yes.
That was so cool.
That's so cool.
Mostly what?
Igbo is IGBO, but the G is not always enunciated. It's like
Yeah, it's very soft G.
it's like more of like kind of a, but I can't do it. So, but yeah. So I am Igbo tribe.
That's super cool.
Because that's the thing. It's one of those things where like most of us, because most of which know we're people from most likely Western Africa, but that's the best we get, and that's why like I did a video a few years back about when people are like, well, how come people can have black pride but you can't have white pride? I'm like, because white isn't a nationality, and black people, we don't know our nationality because your ancestors stole that from us. You called us black. You didn't let us be.
Right. We were stolen from our origins.
That's
we had
right.
to scrape to find it.
That's right. And it was literally scrubbed from us, from our knowledge. So that's why. So white people made us black, and now you're mad because we identify by it.
Oh yeah. That's always how it goes. It's like the whole, cultural misappropriation. Like, oh, why can you do this, but I can't do that? Like, why can women wear pants? Like, aren't you appropriating? Blah blah blah. Like, no, because we were punished for wearing our national dress and speaking our native languages, and we were like actually hunted down for it. It was what is a language? It is a dialect with an army and a navy. Like that which is determined to have more value is designated as an important thing, as a separate language, and then anything else is barbarism.
Well, that's the thing, and like you said, because I remember you and I had a discussion about it quite some time ago, and at the time I didn't get it, but I do now. Is that there's a difference between someone taking something versus something being imposed. So Western dress was imposed in Asia by Europeans who thought anyone who didn't dress like them was, a savage or something like that. And so
They
like,
weren't.
so Asian people didn't appropriate it. It was forced upon them. It's not the same thing, and I always make the example, like, for people who don't understand it, I'm like, okay, it's if you take something from a culture, but you won't take the people. So for instance,
Yeah,
in
exactly.
the South, when there were clubs where there would be black performers, but those same performers couldn't be in the audience.
Right.
That's cultural appropriation. So we like black music, just not black people.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
So, I'm sorry. I want to actually have a more of a technical conversation with some fat guy, if possible. More than welcome to just type your answers there, some fat guy. I want to know if it's possible, next Sunday when we do the Raven's Nest on the goddamn podcast channel. If there's a way for us to use StreamYard, which is what we're on now, and to use that to stream through the Discord onto the goddamn podcast channel. And also, I'm going to name that episode of our show as the goddamn Raven's Nest. Right? Isn't that cute? I thought it was cute. So yeah, so if you could answer that question for me, if you know if there's a way, and also I want to be able to do like a simulcast on my channel and the goddamn podcast channel. So okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because I love the idea of having the Raven's Nest on that channel on for a whole new audience, and um I think it's kind of a throwback to the past when it was a more cohesive community. And then I think I like the idea of being a part of some of us finding each other again, rediscovering each other, and talking about new things and these new different conversations. Especially when some of us aren't the same people we were back then. Um, but that's my
Well,
thought. So
well, you were the same person. You just didn't know it yet.
yeah, you know, I said something interesting like about that. As going back to my family, I was like, you know, I have three sisters, and each one of my sisters has three sisters, and they never knew it.
Yeah. No, reply to, I think it was anonymous in there. It's like, oh well, it's because it's your parent and whatever. It's like, no, I could have, just picked something completely right. I did, change my name, and even though culturally, my name is incredibly important. If I just for some reason one day was just like, no, mom, I'm not Megan anymore. I'm something else. I yeah, I'm still her child, and but that's what she thinks of me as, not necessarily Megan. There's been a cultural journey. It's like, yes, I'm her child, but I'm not a child anymore, and my parents treat me like an adult because I am an adult. You are not raising children, you are raising future adults. And so they respect my decision because they have faith in the upbringing of me. And so it's like, it is a matter of respect. It's like, you could say it's not disrespect, but it's like, no, if you won't honor your adult child to make decisions for themselves and respect those decisions, especially when they're not harmful, they're not hurting anybody, and they're good for your child, then you are disrespecting them. And
Right.
you're putting your belief, your memory of the way you wish they were over the reality of who they are.
Right.
And that's just how that is. I'm sorry,
How
it's
it
like,
is.
you don't mean to disrespect me, mom, if you don't accept that, but you are disrespecting me.
Well, and that's, I mean, I said something actually very, very close. And I said, you might not mean to disrespect me, but you are. I said, and who would know better than me if I was being disrespected or not?
And it's
John,
like, I'm not asking you to understand everything fully. I was like, okay, my parents don't really understand my polyamory, but they accept that is who I am, and they welcome my partners. And like, they're like, right, we are more concerned with, are you respectful to your partners, and are they respectful to you? And it's like, right, when I said, I don't know if I'll ever get married, because my parents were raised Roman Catholic, not like really stringently, and my dad definitely, he even said it one day. He was just like, yeah, I did lose my faith in my childhood, and I had never heard him say that before. But then, he's still brought up a particular way. He has certain cultural things that he has an idea of, and kind of giving his daughter away was one of those things. But then, like, right, the reality of who I became as an adult, of my relationship with my father, was more important than whatever kind of bizarre upbringing he had that said like, oh well, like a dad should really like have ownership of his daughter to give her away and like all this other
Right.
stuff. It's like, right, that it's so outdated and is just kind of in denial of kind of this whole process. And like, you have been with me my entire life and like you need to trust me now.
So
And so yeah, I asked them like, are you sure you would be fine with me never getting married? And I know that you would never be upset, but would you be disappointed? And he was like, I would only be disappointed if it was something you didn't want to do. If it was something that you felt pressured into doing and that you were somehow not being true to your desires and your goals.
this is exactly like what I, and I'm no expert on anything, but that's exactly what I would consider to be a healthy exchange. That is what you would expect or would hope to expect to get from your parents. I mean, there's going to be a certain amount of and I had these hopes and dreams and these wants for you as my child, and that's not going to come to be. This just isn't the way that this is going to work out. And that's disappointing. But are you being respected in the position that you're in? And are you being respectful?
Right. It's like I
That's
want my child to
are you
thrive.
happy?
Yeah,
Are you on
and
a
be
path
a
that
good person.
fulfills you? These are the things that matter. I mean, those are the kinds of conversations I had with my own kids. About a
Yeah.
month and a half ago, I went for a walk. I walk trying to control my weight, and I walk. And my mom was
My
driving by.
God, hat.
All right, bye bye later, Paul. But my mom was driving by and she slammed the brakes and she backed up and she's like, "Oh, I almost drove past you. I didn't recognize you." And I was like, "Okay, whatever. Can you give me a ride home?" She's like, "Sure." So she gave me a ride home and we were talking, and we were just around the corner. And I'd said to her because I had just gotten my hair done. Um, I said, "I know you're not really comfortable with a lot." I said, "But the hair looks good, doesn't it?" She said, "Yes, it does, and that's why I didn't recognize you. But it does look good." And then she started to cry, and I'm like, "What's the matter?" She goes, "The past year has been really hard. First, I lost your father." She goes, "And then I lost my son."
But you gained a daughter.
And I'm just like, seriously? Like, that's insane.
Right. It's
And
like in a way you never really did have one. You just thought you did.
and yeah, I went there, and she was just like, "All I know is that they handed you to me in the hospital, and they said, 'Here is your son.'" And I
Right.
said, "Yeah,
My friend had her second child and they said, "Here is your potato." That
right."
doesn't mean
Well,
anything.
actually, what I said was, "Okay, but what you're telling me is that who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what happened in your head when you imprinted on me." So
Yeah.
they could have handed you a brick and said, "Here's your brick." And for the next 50 years, you would have carried that brick saying, "Here's my."
My son.
I said, so who I am doesn't factor into your whole
And
story about this.
as parents too, I think that it's important to realize that you are still growing too. Like once you hit parenthood, you're not somehow like you haven't frozen in time.
Right.
Like okay,
You're
that's
not
it. You're done.
think-
You reached the end goal. Because right, like your view should still evolve and change. You should still learn new things. And right, if my parents didn't respect who I had become as an adult, a especially if I were proud of who I had become at that point, like all the things I had overcome, all the things that I had learned and done for myself, if my parents disrespected that, of course I'm going to not be very receptive to them. Like you can't ask me because now we're both adults. You might be still my parent, but we are now both adults. And there's a level here that has become an even playing field. You are still older than me, but I am no longer a child. And I can't be expected to be tolerant and understanding of how your poor views didn't keep up with the fact that I grew up.
Mm.
right. It's It's tiring. She got married when she was 16. My father was 21, she was 16.
Eh,
Um, that's the kind of thing that today would be very frowned upon. That's kind of scandalous today.
there would be some side eyes.
Yeah. Back then it was a lot more common.
Oh yeah,
Um,
for sure.
and I mean she gave me the whole speech about how um now that my father is gone, that she realizes how sheltered her life has been, and thank God that she had him, because he kept her safe and fed and housed and all this other stuff.
Right. I mean,
And I was just
he's a
like, I said,
child.
Mom, I love Dad, and I miss him, and he was he was a great father. I miss him like crazy. I said, but he didn't do you any favors,
Right.
because he did shelter you. He kept you from the world. He kept you from growing. And it might not have been like malicious. It might not have been intentional, but that was the result. And because of that, here you are now at 71 years old, 72 years old, having a hard time dealing with some pretty basic life facts.
Right.
And,
And
and these
that's
are things you should have been able to deal with decades ago.
right. This was a gradual process. I didn't just this didn't happen overnight. It just feels like that because you were able to ignore it until now.
Right.
And yeah, that's really hard. Like my dad is 80 this year, and my mom is in her early 70s. And there's an 8-year difference between them.
Mhm.
6-year difference between them, but they didn't meet until they were in their late 30s. Like they both had lived
They've
their
lived.
lives independently
Right.
from each other.
And,
My
and I
mom was
mean,
not a wild child, but she definitely was the one who went off the beaten path. She was
I
divorced once,
understand.
and she was
I
a
understand that she didn't live. I understand that she got married as a child, and because of that, a lot of who she is had not evolved beyond that. She's at 72 years old. She's still 16 in a lot of ways, and I get that. She was a child raising 5 children.
right. That's
That
hard. Yeah, that's
It's
that's
hard.
hard.
I get that. It's just not a good enough excuse, though. It's just
Oh
sorry.
no. So
It's
I
not
had
enough.
this
It's not enough.
conversation.
I respect it, but you know what? I am still an adult, and
Yeah,
and as an adult, and everything that I have gone through, and everything I have accomplished, and everything, the obstacle course that was my life that I have survived up until this point. I have, as a human being, I have earned by birth the respect to be who I am.
yeah. No, I had this conversation with a friend of mine who is in his mid 30s now, uh, for various reasons, not anything quite so dire, but he's one of those people who's paralyzed by, indecision in his life. And he abjectly fears change of any kind. And so he will not do something until outside forces force his hand. And
Right.
it's cost him relationships, and it has made him suffer at his job and all of these things. And I'm aware that it's partly because of his sheltered upbringing, where his parents kind of put him in a little, metaphorical box, and not out of malice, but they kept him so tidy and safe from the world, and they didn't want their precious boy to be scared by things, and so now he's scared of things.
Right.
And
I was just gonna say, I mean, that's the kind of thing where eventually the bill comes due.
yeah,
You may be protected from facing this or that or whatever it is, but eventually
it comes
the
back.
right, the framework, the apparatus, the structure that was around you, that sheltered you from that, eventually will be gone.
Right,
There,
and you don't
there.
have the survival skills to weather those
Right.
moments. And so
Well,
I
that,
said to my friend
Exactly my
too,
mom
like,
has dealt with.
yeah, I was like, I am sorry, Chris, that you did not have a fulfilling childhood that helped you grow and thrive in this way. And that's not right. And I am sorry that you are trying to deal with like recognizing lacking that. But you're a 36-year-old man now. I'm sorry, you can't relive your childhood now. You can't try to catch up on your childhood now because now people depend on you. Now there are people that look to you as a, you know, a leadership figure at work, in your life, so many other things, and you cannot be a a little boy who is paralyzed with indecision.
Right.
Yeah,
You
well,
have no choice but to be a 35-year-old man. And I am sorry that that is the reality. It is not fair, but that is that needs to be done. You have to grow up.
I mean, it really is the
Wasn't
same.
right, but
It really is the same situation, and the answers are the same to both. And yeah, I love you. I am really sorry that this is what happened to you and that put you where you are. But
right, and the fact that,
this
you
is
know,
the reality
you
of life.
think that you have made it this far surviving this way. You think that this has worked for you, but you've just kept pushing it off, and eventually it's going to eat you alive.
well,
Eventually there will be something you cannot ignore and you cannot just
well,
wait through.
this is the problem I had with my younger stepson because his mother, kind of coddled him. She was always so afraid he was because he's moody, and I understood him. I mean, he and I, we actually, that's something we had in common. So we it's funny, we communicated a lot without actually talking, kind of understood each other. And so, but she would coddle him, and then he in a position where. And I kept telling him, like, you're not doing him any favors. Like, help him if he needs help. But like, she was like, even before he would ask for help, she's like doing and doing and doing for him. I'm like, he's not going to know what the fuck to do. And then at a certain point, he actually became the mature one, and he actually like yelled, like, "Mom, I'm 35." He goes, "This is a few years ago. I'm 35. I don't know how to fucking do anything because
Is
you
she
are
Gen
always."
X?
Was it?
Is she Gen X?
No. Well, she's older than me. She's actually the tail end of baby boomer. So.
Yeah, so I have
Oh, no,
heard
she's
about this. Yeah.
she was 49, so
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, tail end baby because my mom was 46.
yeah.
But uh, right, in a lot of ways that it's this kind of cultural generational ebb and flow where, you know, we have the, you know, silent generation that's like always absent, and then you've got baby boomers who come home and have to do everything, you know, in an empty house, and then they
Right.
say my children and their children will not deal with, like, they won't have to deal with this, and so
Right.
I will hover over them. So you've
Right.
got the late boomers and like the Gen Xers, a lot of them who become parents, and they say like, I will never let my child have to do things on their own. I will never let them have to be by themselves. It's like, have to be, not be.
Well, and this is and unfortunately now we're all mad at millennials and Gen Zs for not knowing how to do anything because you didn't let them do anything. Like I remember as a kid, like the only directive I had when coming home from school, I had to get the homework done and then go out, and I had to be my rule. The rule in my house, I had to be home by dark. And that was it. So we went and we did shit, and we had to learn to do stuff on our own. And I was watching this thing the other day. It was a kid. He was like 9, and the bus driver dropped him off in the wrong spot, and he's bawling. He's falling apart. And now it's not the kid's fault. He was never ever taught like what the neighborhood. Now he did the right thing. He went to a neighbor. He recognized the house, and then he went and he tried to get help. But he emotionally he couldn't handle it because he was never ever.
Right, that was never a possibility.
Yeah,
What
never-
happens if you're not in the right spot?
because
So
they want to hover and control. And it's like, well, no, let the kid roam, let them explore
Right,
their
make mistakes safely.
right.
I had this whole concept, and Gen Xer, this whole concept about parenthood. That it wasn't until recently that I realized my entire approach with my older kids was wrong. I mean they're fine. They turned out fine. But I mean, I basically saw my role as a father was to knock the obstacles out of their way. That's my job, is to hold the world back for them and to knock out the obstacles so they can get further in life than I did. And that was wrong. And I believed that for most of their lives, all of their childhood. And it wasn't until more recently when I realized that no, that wasn't my job. My job was to help them through the obstacles so they learned how to do it themselves.
Mhm.
But I chose to knock the obstacles out of the way so they could just walk. There was no
Right.
work.
I mean, I think that that's also a very natural inclination too. Like because
Oh, it is.
when
I think it is.
when you're raising a child, especially when they're very young too, like in a kind of literal way, when they're learning to walk, like you're right, you want to clear their path so they
Right.
won't hurt themselves and won't fall over. But then again, it's like they need to make mistakes because they're gonna walk without you. They're gonna walk without you. You will turn your back and they will stick their finger in a thing that will blow them up. Like
Well,
Right.
the death drive of children is paralleled only by the death drive of small pets.
Well, and see, things like for me growing up, so I was raised by my grandparents. So it was my grandmother who was greatest generation, born in 1920, and my grandfather, actually step grandfather, who was part of actually the lost generation. He was born in 1902. So his thing was, hey, as long as you don't die or get maimed, go, get out there and do shit. And so I had my grandmother who was overly protective, and then my grandfather was like, get the fuck out there and do it for yourself. So so I kind of got that a little bit of a hybrid, but yeah, and again being Gen X, like Gen X, we basically raised ourselves because our parents were fucking not around.
Yeah.
So yeah, to Paige's point, I mean, sure, don't take it like as rote fact that this happened to every single person and that's why every single person in this generation is the way they are. But I mean, there are factors that, as these people are growing into their young adulthoods, having children, and the fears that they had, the concerns that they had for their kids, it is going to be to a certain extent generationally affected. And some
Right.
things
I mean,
are kind of evergreen, but how you approach them is going to be different
right.
on a
I
very
mean,
kind of
there's
basic level too.
there's cultural factors.
Yes, I was
There's
just gonna say.
age cohorts that have shared experiences because
World War One,
of,
World War
of, of
Two,
politics and war.
World
There's
War.
music and culture. What is understood in science, how that is reflected in what is taught in schools, and how that ends up being
Right,
used
where in
internalized.
in the world that you were growing up and what factors played into that.
So
So
I
I
mean,
mean,
if you grew up,
generational factors are only one thing,
it's right.
one
So and
aspect
that's
of
only
this.
right. So I feel like you grew up in a world that was like pre-industrial, the pre-industrial age, and your grandchildren were growing up in, the beginnings of the industrial age. You have
Mhm.
very different outlooks on the world and very different world experiences, and those things are going to inform how you act in the world, and
Right.
it's going to change what they teach their children and their grandchildren.
Well, that's right. It's like any general statement. That a general statement can be true, generally true, but not universally true. That's why it's a general statement and not a universal statement. There's
Right.
things that it's so there's, and the thing is, unlike astrology, there's actually a cultural basis for the generational cohorts.
Right.
Yep, and I was saying that a lot of the cultural aspect too can be sort of drawn along ethnic lines.
Hmm.
So, I'm adopted and have grown up in the United States on both coasts, but I have a shared ethnic background with my adoptive mother, and she has very specific child of an immigrant life that she had in San Francisco. And that is very different from, some of my friends who were born in the United States, but their parents are from the mainland, from the old country. But so one of my best friends, he's Russian, he's from Moscow, but he came with his parents to the United States when he was 8 years old. So for the most part, he grew up in a Russian household, but as an American child.
Hmm.
And so we have a lot of kind of cross-cultural similarities, and this is something that his mom used to like love talking to my mom about. She was like, you like it's just the way that grandma was, and it's just the way that we ended up. You know what I mean? And my mom's like, yeah, I mean it's not like that for everybody, but I get what you mean. And it's like stuff about like
Well,
food and certain beliefs of like household beliefs and just funny little nitpicky things.
well, especially for immigrants, because I'm thinking about it. You reminded me of two girls I knew in high school. They were identical twins, and their parents were both from China, and they may have been born there, but if they weren't born here, they came here very young.
Yeah.
And I remember I had one girl was in one of my classes, and she's just sitting there, and just out of nowhere, she's like, I hate being Chinese, because she, growing up in America, she had very Western values, where her parents had very Eastern values, and there was this constant clash. And she was like, we have all these rules, and she was just going off because she didn't like, her parents were basically trying to impose upon her a very Eastern way, because that was their way. And she was like, she wasn't having it, and I don't know if her sister felt the same way or not, but
it's really funny though, because so even we can trace this back, because my family has a very well documented history, at the very least in the old country. And there are records that my mom and her cousins have worked really hard to like branch out. We have the benevolent family associations that have a lot of these archives from the times when they were coming over to Angel Island and etc. But even as far back as the 1700s, my family on my mom's side has been pretty progressive. And so like when I tell people like, yeah, culturally we have certain things that we share, but the attitude that my family had was very different than the average Chinese person.
Right.
And, you can kind of look to see, generally they were well educated, and the ones who were not managed to get an education. And that is a huge factor in that. So like the chauvinist ideas that a lot of people have is like, oh, well, like it's just an Asian thing to be anti-gay, and like it's just an Asian thing to be chauvinistic, and they just prefer their men. I was like, not always. And it just like in any other place, it really does matter how well you are educated. And these opportunities. My grandmother was one of 10 children. 9 of them were girls, and it was the youngest who was the boy. And it was all the girls who shelled shrimp before school and got made fun of and sent their pennies home to grandma and everything.
So with that, I want to thank you for coming on. We don't see you enough on the interwebs, only on Facebook. And even half of the time I see you on Facebook, you're either in a bikini in the snow or like making somebody look really stupid. And I actually prefer that.
I'm good with both of those.
Right, yeah, I'm okay with both of those too. But I mean, I really,
I know the bikini pictures are outdated now, because I haven't been able to go out in the snow for a long time.
I actually really do enjoy watching you make people look stupid on Facebook. I enjoy when Peach does that too. Neither one of you do it enough. Um, but it is what it is. Okay. But I do want to thank you for coming on. Like I said, don't see you enough.
Thank you for having me.
I still haven't heard Butters, but I'm gonna keep pushing.
It just needs to. I haven't watched South Park in a long time either. But just before I go, have any of you guys seen Everything Everywhere All at Once?
I don't think so.
No, I want to.
Oh my god! So like, whatever my personal feelings about Michelle Yeoh aside, it was a brilliant movie, and I feel that it was a spiritual successor to the Joy Luck Club. And we're talking about these generational things, and just like, oh my god, you're so Chinese, and it's like, oh god, I hate being Chinese, and it's just like oh god, it's the spiritual successor of the Joy Luck Club. It's a mother-daughter film, and I don't think there's any way I could spoil this movie. It's too bonkers. But like Raven, you especially, I think would absolutely love this film. It is so absurd in all the best ways.
I saw a trailer and I was just like, oh my god, I want to see this.
You will go on an emotional roller coaster. Bring tissues. You will cry. Like you will cry.
I want to see that.
And this is one of the cultural things. Like all my Asian friends left the theater and were just like.
And maybe next time you're on, you can tell us what you think of Michelle Yeoh.
Oh, it's just her stance on Hong Kong.
Oh, okay.
Same thing with Donnie Yen. Same thing with Jackie Chan. Whatever.
Well, that is awesome. And I want to thank everyone for coming. For those of you who didn't know or weren't paying attention, next Sunday, the Raven's Nest is going to be broadcast on the Goddamn Podcast channel. If you don't know about that, that is a channel that is run by Dark Matter and Coctopus Prime.
I
They will
almost
not be
forgot
on.
about Dark Matter.
You forgot about Dark Matter?
I
They will
almost
not
forgot about Dark Matter. I was like, I'm so out of the loop with everybody because I'm never around during streams. It's very rare that I'm like, oh, a stream. It's still going.
Yeah, I was really glad to see you, and I'm glad you came on. That was awesome. That was so awesome. I didn't think you were gonna come. I was like, when you did, I was like, yeah, it's awesome. So there's that. That's coming up. And we have been on for almost 6 hours, which is 4 hours longer than I like to make my streams these days. So it's a long time.
And 5 hours longer than I thought I would last.
And I didn't think you were gonna stick around at all. I didn't think Mike was gonna come on at all either. So this turned out to be a smashing success.
Yes.
Um,
Well, I mean, I'm opening the store today, so I'll be leaving in a few hours, but you guys know I don't sleep that much actually.
I did not know that.
I think about like on average I get about 3 to 4 hours of sleep. 4 is a little long. 3.5 hours is like
Megan and I have had many Skype and or Messenger chat sessions in the wee hours.
Yeah, I'm not. I get more sleep now than I used to. I don't know. It's again. I think it's hormonal. I don't know.
that could be.
I get a lot of hormonal things these days. Don't know why. Like I cry. I cry all the time. I cry at everything. I cry at everything.
You'll blend right into the theater at everywhere, everything everywhere all at once. No one will even know.
I cry at everything. It's terrible. I was watching Bar Rescue. Bar Rescue. I cried.
Aw.
It was like a father daughter, and they got into an argument. Like he was gonna leave her the bar, and then he didn't, and I was like,
Oh my god, there's so many moments like that in this movie. You're really gonna need to bring some good tissues.
yeah.
But you won't be the only one. You won't be the only one ugly crying. I promise.
All right, everyone. Thank you for coming. It was awesome. I am gonna go get some ice cream and then go to bed. It's almost 3 a.m. here. So
Good night.
I don't have any.
Thanks for having us, Raven. Your hair
Thank
looks
you.
wonderful. I know that it feels gross, but
it feels gross. Yeah, but thank you. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
See ya.